Chapter 51. Not long after, Colonel Rhodes found Tony with a large number of soldiers. Also accompanying them were Pepper, Ethan and others. Just as Rhodes was about to say something, Pepper pounced on him. "UBD, you always do these dangerous things." Tony took a half step back and whispered, "I know, you have always been taking care of me. You come out to help me every time I'm in danger, and you deserve better treatment." As he said that, he put his arms around little Pepper's neck and moved closer. Colonel Rhodes crossed his arms angrily, and Ethan rubbed his brow. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to do this in public. The sour smell of love is in the air. Pepper separated from Tony, and Tony muttered, "Weird." Pepper smiled and said, "I think it's okay." Then again. With that said, the two of them were about to take action. Colonel Rhodes finally couldn't bear it anymore. "I think it's super weird." When the two of them turned their heads, they remembered that there was someone else beside them. Colonel Rhodes said unforgivingly, "You guys are kissing like two seals fighting for grapes." Ethan covered his mouth with his hands and buried his head, trying to hold it in to avoid embarrassment. But the other soldiers who came to support didn't care so much. Some clapped and some laughed loudly. Tony and Pepper 0-60 looked at each other with a wry smile. Enter Awaken. Kerrigan hung up the phone, her eyes flickering slightly. Tony Stark, very good, she was very satisfied. Jane on the side whispered, "Queen, we have left the border of America and are about to enter the border of Mexico." Natasha Romanoff stood aside quietly, not asking why Kerrigan suddenly left America for Mexico. "Definitely, I have no intention of reporting it to SHIELD." Kerrigan didn't speak, just looked up at the sky outside Awaken. The stars are twinkling and the galaxy is extremely gorgeous. And in faraway Asgard, God King Odin had just used Bifrost to trap his two sons, and the remaining Asgard warriors surrounded by giants of Jotunheim, all teleport back to Asgard. He scowled and scolded, "Thor, it's all because of your arrogance that we have sacrificed so many soldiers. You also caused all your friends to be seriously injured." Odin's heart is full of anger. Although his most valued son Thor, although he is called Thor, he can be said to be a warrior full of brains and muscles. He acts recklessly and only wants to show his bravery. How can such an heir take on the great responsibility of becoming the king of Asgard? But Thor, who suffered the defeat, said angrily, "Father, it was just the giants of Jotunheim who used conspiracies and tricks to contain us. In terms of frontal strength, I can definitely defeat them all. Your previous ideas have long been outdated. Only force can bring peace." It's okay if Thor doesn't say it, but it makes him even more angry if he says Odin. He shouted angrily, "As the heir to the throne of Asgard, you have no intention of protecting your subjects. All you think about is your own happiness. You are not qualified to be a king." With that said, Odin's right hand burst out with a ray of light and shot towards Thor. In the light, Thor felt that the power in his body began to gradually disappear. Thor's brother Loki hurriedly shouted, "Father, please forgive my brother." But Odin, furious, ignored his pleas. He stripped Thor of his powers and threw him directly into the Bifrost. "You are banished!" Thor screamed and disappeared with the light. His weapon, the hammer of Mjolnir, flew back to Odin's hand. Holding the hammer, Odin's one eye flickered for a moment, and he whispered, "Anyone who is qualified can hold this hammer and obtain the 5 of Thor." With that, Odin threw Mjolnir's hammer into the Bifrost. Loki breathed a sigh of relief watching this scene. It seemed that his father just wanted to test his brother. Although he secretly joined forces with the giants of Jotunheim, it was only for the throne, and he didn't want Thor to die because of it. After bidding farewell to Odin, Loki returned to his chambers. He now had many questions in his mind. But the most important thing is that after being touched by the giants of Jotunheim during the battle just now, his body became indistinguishable from them. Earth. Kerrigan took 2 maids with her to the border town of Mexico. Jane looked around curiously, interested in everything. Although Mexico is said to be America's back garden, because of the mess in the country, Jane had no chance to come and play before. Natasha Romanoff is different. She has never been to any country in the past few years, and she has even dealt with the heads of some small countries. Therefore, she took the initiative to serve as a tour guide after coming to Mexico. "Your Majesty, Mexican meatloaf has always been famous all over the world, you can enjoy it layer by layer." Natasha Romanoff pointed to the stall in front and smiled. Before Kerrigan could say anything, Jane rushed to the stall to buy it. "I have to say that Mexican specialties are not bad, at least Kerrigan thinks they are. The three of them bought some delicious food and wandered around the town casually. Jane also held the camera and took pictures of Kerrigan and Natasha Romanoff. However, the effect of the camera at night was really bad, and Jane was not satisfied no matter how she took the pictures. The three of them walked around for a few times and then walked out of the town. The night view of the Mexican plain was so beautiful that Jane, a girl who grew up in the city, exclaimed repeatedly. Under the night sky without the obstruction of tall buildings or bright lights, Jane ran excitedly on the plain, jumping and jumping. Kerrigan looked at the excited Jane and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It's not bad to go out for a walk once in a while. Natasha Romanoff chuckled and said, in the past, I was just like her, carefree and loved running under the night sky, but unfortunately. Kerrigan said calmly, if you want, I can help you get revenge. Natasha Romanoff was stunned and smiled, thank you for your concern, your majesty, but things have passed. After all, this is my motherland. You are mine now, there is nothing to fear. Kerrigan looked up at the sky, as long as you are loyal to me and loyal to the Zerg, no one can hurt you. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly, thank you, your majesty. After working beside Kerrigan for so long, she has almost figured out Kerrigan's character. Not to mention anything else, it is enough to protect the subordinates' shortcomings. This is very precious to Natasha Romanoff, who has always been insecure. Kerrigan smiled and said, the weather is so nice, do you want to fly together in the sky? Natasha Romanoff happily said, definitely. Kerrigan asked Jane, who was yelling, to come over. She waved her hands, and an invisible force surrounded the two of them. Natasha Romanoff was even more keenly aware that this time, unlike Kerrigan's flight with the two of them, that force was integrating into her body. Be familiar with this power, and I believe you will be able to get started quickly after you start learning psychic powers. Kerrigan chuckled and took the lead in flying into the sky. Natasha Romanoff is beside herself. Kerrigan's attitude is obviously to start teaching her psychic powers. She suppressed the excitement in her heart, and after getting familiar with the power, she floated into the sky. Your Majesty treats me sincerely, and I will never let you down. Jane's psychic abilities were average, not as strong as Tony Stark's. She was even more excited when she felt the power pouring into her body. But her flight is much worse than Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff supported Jane, who almost fell, and said with a smile, get familiar with this feeling as soon as possible. His Majesty is waiting for us in front. You are His Majesty's first maid, so you can't be compared to me. Jane stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, and the two of them flew into the sky together. With the vast plains at their feet and the starry sky above their heads, Natasha Romanoff and Jane were very excited by this beautiful scenery and strange senses. After the two were basically familiar with the feeling of flight, they started the competition. Natasha Romanoff opened her arms and let the wind blow her hair into a mess. I'm flying. Jane laughed, I'm flying too. Laughter and cheers echoed in the sky. Kerrigan looked at the two figures and smiled. Then, a ripple suddenly appeared behind her. Boom. At this time, the sonic boom sound caused by the speed was too fast. In just a moment, she rushed in front of Jane and Natasha Romanoff, try to catch up with me. Jane and Natasha Romanoff couldn't laugh or cry, Your Majesty, we reject this proposal. There is no comparison at all. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distant sky. The light is getting brighter and brighter, colorful and beautiful. This caught Jane's attention. Queen, that is. Natasha Romanoff has seen it all, looks like an aurora. Something's wrong, this is not the North and South Pole, how can there be an aurora? Jane was puzzled. Kerrigan smiled and said, go and see. After that, he flew towards the aurora. Natasha Romanoff and Jane immediately followed. On the ground, astronomer Jane Foster also discovered anomalies in the sky. She hurriedly put on her clothes 1.1 and called her colleagues to prepare for investigation. The group of people immediately got into the car and sped away in the direction of the aurora. Kerrigan took two maids and approached the aurora area. Then, they saw an astonishing scene. An aurora shot straight into the ground, and a figure stood up unsteadily after the aurora disappeared. Natasha Romanoff was extremely surprised. Did someone appear in the aurora? Jane's eyes widened, and she turned to Kerrigan and said, Queen, do you want to go take a look? Definitely, I came to Mexico City just for this guy. After saying that, Kerrigan flew towards the ground. The two followed immediately. In the palace of the god king of Asgard, Odin sat on the throne, frowning. The crystal mirror in front of him showed the scene of Thor falling to the ground. "My child, I hope you can grow up as soon as possible and become a real king," Odin whispered. At this time, 3 figures appeared in the crystal mirror above Thor, who was pointing at the sky and shouting. Odin looked solemn. One of them was the strong man Heimdall had reported before. "Is she going to be harmful to Thor?" Odin shouted, "Unknown strong man, what are you going to do to my son?" Chapter 52. Kerrigan suddenly stopped. She heard an old voice. Kerrigan asked Jane and Natasha Romanoff to stop first, and she smiled and said, "I have heard the name of God King Odin for a long time. Is the man below your son?" Snort. Odin said calmly, "Who are you?" "Odin, although you are the king of gods, I don't like your questioning tone. You need to respect another king." Kerrigan's face fell flat. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at Kerrigan in surprise. "Your Majesty seems to be talking to someone right now?" "Odin, God King?" The two suppressed the uncertainty in their hearts, and instead looked at the madman underground shouting at the sky. "Who is the son of Odin in mythology?" "Thor and Loki, the god of trickery, I think." "This guy doesn't look like Loki." Odin, who was sitting on the throne, was silent for a moment and said slowly, "I am the warlike Odin, the god of decedent, the invader, and the third." As he spoke, dark clouds rolled in the sky around Kerrigan, and lightning and thunder appeared alternately. "I am one-eyed, and I am also called the Supreme, the true questioner. I am Grimnir, warrior blesser, the hooded one. I am the father of God, Gunteril, the staff maker. I have countless names, and more titles than you can imagine. The names of the 2 crows on my shoulders are Hygiene and Mullen. They represent thinking and memory. My wolf names are Fritch and Killy, and I hang myself upside down on the world tree. I am, Odin." 13. As his last words fell, the dark clouds in the sky vaguely condensed into the head of a roaring old man. This horrified Jane and Natasha Romanoff. Kerrigan looked serious. "Then tell me, from which horn did you emerge as the king?" Odin snapped. "You old guy, you have a long name." Kerrigan opened her arms, her body shape began to change, her bone wings stretched out, and the surrounding space began to tremble slightly. Natasha Romanoff looked at this scene in horror, but Jane knew that His Majesty was angry. "I don't have a name as long as yours. I am the insect swarm." As she murmured, the sky turned into a shadow, dispersing the dark clouds of Odin just now. The army was wiped out. Countless huge amounts of spherical creatures emerged from the shadows. "The world is burning beneath my feet." Billions of Zerg roared. Kerrigan's eyes were filled with light, and lavender ripples shone on her face. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to ring in Odin's chest. "I am Kerrigan, king of the Zerg, queen of blades." Odin was silent. Then, he slowly stood up, looked at the crystal mirror, and put his right hand on his chest. "I never expected that a new king would appear in Midgard. I am very happy to meet you, Queen Kerrigan." He recognized Kerrigan's status as king, and the status between kings and kings is equal. Even judging from the strength Kerrigan showed just now, he is definitely no match for him. Kerrigan also retracted his fighting stance. "I am not the local king of Midgard, I just came to this world by accident, so count it as a trip." Odin nodded slightly. "Queen Kerrigan, what are you looking for my son?" Kerrigan glanced at the ground, saw the smoke and dust dropped by the hammer, and smiled. "Although I am just a guest in Midgard, the people here ask me to protect them when necessary, so I also want to know, God King Odin, your intention is to send Thor to Midgard. This is a trial." Odin responded calmly, "Thor is not qualified to be a king now. He is in name only. He has no idea what to do as a king." Kerrigan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "God King, how about we make a deal?" Thor knelt on the ground, begging his father for forgiveness. No respond. He yelled in frustration and vented his dissatisfaction, but all he got was the night breeze. Thor stood up, found a random direction, and walked aimlessly. He didn't know where he was going, and he didn't want to know. Having lost his power and missed the throne he had always longed for, Thor is now heartbroken. Kerrigan and the 3 were suspended in the sky, looking at Thor's back. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Jane asked curiously. "Not urgent." Kerrigan glanced at the speeding car 5 kilometers in front of Thor, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. "Let him suffer first. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that Thor was going to be unlucky. Hurry, the Aurora has disappeared, there are still 3 kilometers left, we still have time to collect data. Jane Foster stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the flying dust once made it difficult to see the road ahead. Drive slowly, my old bones can't stand your torture. Her teacher, Dr. Isaac, held on to the handle. It's okay, teacher, this is a plane and you won't hit anyone. Foster thought Dr. Isaac was afraid of hitting something, so he said nonchalantly. Isaac sighed, I'm not even afraid that you'll bump into someone, but I'm afraid that you'll kill your colleagues. Boom. The car seemed to hit something and made a loud noise. Foster was startled and quickly braked. Everyone poked their heads out of the car windows and found a figure lying down not far away. I told you to drive slower, but if you don't listen, won't you hit someone? Dr. Isaac opened the car door and hurried towards the figure. Foster also jumped out of the car in a hurry. Other colleagues in the convoy also stopped to check the situation. Dr. Isaac checked the man's heartbeat and vital signs and breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem to be dead, but it's better to send him to the hospital. Hurry, get him into the car. As soon as everyone stepped forward, the man also opened his eyes. Dr. Isaac was startled and immediately let go. Oh, you hurt me. The man screamed and rubbed the back of his head. Only then did Dr. Isaac realize that he had just thrown him onto a rock. He was so embarrassed. Sir, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? The man struggled to get up and shouted angrily, You mortals, how dare you sneak attack me? Everyone looked at each other, and Foster walked to Dr. Isaac. Teacher, did you drive him crazy? It was obviously you who knocked him down. Dr. Isaac curled his lips and asked with a smile, Sir? We didn't attack you. My students drove too fast and didn't see you clearly, so they hit you. Let's go to the hospital now, okay? Hospital? What is this? Your main office. The man said something curious, and then shouted loudly, No, I won't leave with you, I want to go back to Asgard, and I want to inherit the throne. That's crazy. Jane, you are in big trouble. Colleagues were talking a lot. Foster stepped forward awkwardly, Sir, please calm down. Stay away from me, mortal, I am Thor. Thor was even more excited, thinking that Foster was going to attack him, so he slapped him without saying a word. Dr. Isaac's quick eyesight and quick hands pulled Foster back. He looked serious, Sir, if you still can't calm down, I will forcefully subdue you. He pursed his lips, and a girl took out her anti-wolf stun device and gestured at Thor. Thor laughed loudly when he saw this, just because of this little thing, you want to subdue me. He laughed loudly and unscrupulously. Dr. Isaac nodded, and the girl suddenly stabbed Thor with the electric shock device. Ha ha ha. Thor was paralyzed by the electricity, his eyes blackened and he fainted. Not far away, Kerrigan and others, who were watching all this with psychic invisibility, held their foreheads. The majestic Thor was subdued by a human using an electric shock device, it was true. Jane rolled her eyes. A shame. Natasha Romanoff added lightly. Kerrigan sighed slightly, let's go, it's our turn to play 360. Foster and others were preparing to carry Thor, who fainted, into the car when a voice came from not far away. Sorry, can you give him to us? Everyone raised their heads and saw 3 figures walking not far away. All are women. The 3 women are extremely beautiful. The one on the left is young and charming, while the one on the right is charming. The one in the middle is even more indescribable. Her face is as beautiful as a goddess and her swaying figure makes many people's hearts flutter. Several men in the motorcade began to tidy up each other's clothes, Dr. Isaac also tightened his tie, and several girls looked a little confused. Dear madam, do you know this man? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. I know his father. Ahem, that's good. I'm sorry, we drove too fast just now and accidentally knocked him down, but he was too excited, so we had to subdue him. Do you have transportation with you? If you don't mind, I'll send you all back to town together. Dr. Isaac said with a smile. No need, we can just take him back. Natasha Romanoff said coldly. Foster stepped forward, Excuse me, where are you taking him? I caused the trouble. If possible, I want to apologize to him when he wakes up. Kerrigan glanced at Thor's future girlfriend, but why was she looking at him strangely now? Dominate the charm of this passive, alas. Kerrigan sighed in her heart and glanced at Foster. We will stay in a hotel in a town not far away temporarily. If you really want to come and apologize, then come. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, grabbed Thor's collar with one hand, and lifted him up easily. Everyone was surprised. How could this beautiful queen be so powerful? Just now, it took 3 or 4 men to lift this guy. Let's go now, see you later. Natasha Romanoff dropped these words, picked up Thor, and followed Kerrigan away. Everyone looked at her relaxed steps and took a breath. Everyone, walk slowly. Chapter 53. When Thor woke up, he found himself lying on a soft bed. It was already bright. Thor jumped out of bed and began to explore his surroundings. Everything around him was a bit novel to him. After all, there was no such furniture in Asgard. Why is this piece of furniture so long? Thor pressed his hand on the sofa in front of him. It was soft and quite comfortable. Just then, the door opened. Thor immediately looked at the door warily. A woman with a pretty face stood at the door holding a tray. Are you awake? Your Majesty is indeed right. Thor frowned and asked, where is this? Who are you? I am His Majesty's maid, you can call me Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff walked into the room and put down the tray in her hand. Eat, you must be hungry. Looking at the rolled food on the tray in front of him, Thor glanced at Natasha Romanoff, very wary. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, it's not poisonous, just eat it. Thor shook his head, no, I am Thor, how can I eat such ugly food, and there are no tableware? Go and get me silver tableware. Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows. His Majesty said before he served the meal that this boy was used to being pampered, so he must be less tempered and don't need to coddle him. She snorted coldly, eat it or not. After that, he turned around and left. Thor was stunned for a moment, and his temper grew. He shouted at Natasha Romanoff's back, change tableware and food for me immediately, otherwise even if I starve to death, I won't eat even if I jump off the bifrost. This person is so rude, I won't eat it, let's see what you can do to me. He crossed his arms and looked at the door angrily, waiting for Natasha Romanoff to come back and apologize. Gilyalu. My stomach growled unsatisfactorily. The aroma of the roll-shaped food in front of him floated into Thor's nose, making his hunger even stronger. Thor licked his lips and involuntarily reached towards the meat roll with his hand. He quickly took it back as if he was electrocuted. No, I am Thor. If I want to hold back, I have to make that guy come back and apologize. With a stronger sense of hunger, Thor began to lick his lips more frequently. Otherwise, try it. He grabbed the meat roll and bit into it. Oh, it smells so good. Natasha Romanoff came to Kerrigan's room angrily. Your Majesty, that boy is so rude. He wants me to change him to better tableware and food. Kerrigan, who was meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. He is immortal now. He will still eat when he is hungry. Don't worry about him. Go and prepare more food. God King Odin paid so much price, it is our fault to let his son starve. Natasha Romanoff pouted and went out to prepare food. Kerrigan sighed, the ultimate truth of the universe still smells so good. Thor, who finished the meat roll in a few mouthfuls, did not feel full, but instead became hungrier. He stood up and shouted, Maid, is there any food? Natasha Romanoff, who was busy in the kitchen, twitched her lips and decided to add some spice to this BD. She whipped out a bunch of meat rolls in a few moments and stuffed them with mustard and toothpaste. Natasha Romanoff took the pile of food and glared at Thor. Eat. Thor was overjoyed, took the plate and ate. Natasha Romanoff muttered disdainfully, here's Thor. Thor, who was busy dealing with food, didn't care about this. For Asgardians, eating is a sacred thing. So spicy. As soon as Thor swallowed a piece of meat roll, he felt his throat burning. A smile flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes, UBD so cool. Unexpectedly, Thor became even more energetic and started eating like crazy. Kerrigan, who was sitting in the room, sighed. She stood up and walked to the living room, get him some water. His intestines and stomach can't withstand such torture. Natasha Romanoff stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and ran to pour water. She became more and more relaxed in front of Kerrigan. Thor, who was enjoying his meal, raised his head, what water do you want? I want wine. Only then did he notice Kerrigan and raised his eyebrows, who are you? Come on, bring me a drink. Kerrigan narrowed his eyes, and Thor immediately felt something terrifying staring at him. He was so frightened that he stepped back and fell off the chair. If you want to be the first god to die of diarrhea, drink as much as you can. Kerrigan dropped these words and said to Natasha Romanoff, Jane will be back soon. Let this kid put on clean clothes and come to me again. As you command, Your Majesty. Natasha Romanoff said quickly while holding a glass of water and snickering. After Kerrigan left, Thor asked blankly, Who is she? Natasha Romanoff threw the water glass in front of him. Your Majesty. America. Nick Fury looked at the information in front of him in silence. He rubbed his brows. Agent Phil Coulson, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip. The captain is still adapting to his own strength, so it's not convenient for him to go out. Agent Phil Coulson sitting opposite nodded, I'll leave now. Well, be careful and remember to keep an eye on that hammer. Fury warned. After Agent Phil Coulson left, Fury opened a new piece of information. Asgard. Although he learned from Natasha Romanoff that Kerrigan was the king who could talk to his father, Thor was still a little unconvinced. After all, in his opinion, his father was the Lord of the Nine Realms, and Kerrigan, the pheasant king who emerged from nowhere, could compare. Although this guy is indeed very strong, for the sake of his father, he definitely doesn't dare to do anything to him. Thor wore new clothes and looked at Kerrigan arrogantly, send me back to Asgard quickly. I want to go back and inherit the throne. Kerrigan glanced at him, Natasha Romanoff, teach him how to talk. Natasha Romanoff, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward and picked Thor up. Thor was extremely surprised and wanted to break free, but found that his hands and feet were imprisoned by some kind of force. He immediately yelled loudly. Hey, let me go. Oh. Natasha Romanoff punched Thor hard on the waist. Natasha Romanoff, be more ladylike, it's too violent. Kerrigan said calmly. Okay, Your Majesty. Natasha Romanoff changed her method of teaching Thor. She used the spiritual power she had just practiced last night, waved her palm, and slapped Thor on the face with an invisible slap. Damn it, I'm Thor of Asgard. Snapped. My father is the god King Odin, and I want my father to kill you. Dia. After a few moments, Thor's face became swollen. Don't fight, don't fight. Thor shouted incoherently. Stop for a moment. Kerrigan said calmly, and Natasha Romanoff stopped immediately. Now, can you speak properly? Thor raised his pig's head, aren't you afraid of my father's anger if you treat me like this? Natasha Romanoff, continue. Kerrigan said coldly. Jane came over with a smile, Queen, I want to play too. Kerrigan gently raised her chin, go, but remember that he is an ordinary person now, don't be too harsh. Okay. Jane ran to Natasha Romanoff excitedly, and the two were ready to use the psychic hammer Thor together. Thor quickly shouted, stop fighting. Stop fighting. The weird power used by this woman just now was already too much for him to bear. Now there is another one, who can withstand it? Your Majesty, please stop your maids. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly, I thought Thor would be so strong, but why did he give in after a few seconds? Let him down. Jane curled her lips, this guy gave in before she even took action, which was really disappointing. Thor didn't dare to speak. After being put down, he rubbed his face and sighed. Listen, kid, your father handed you over to me, so now, all your actions in Mid-Aelgard must obey my command. Kerrigan stood up with one hand on her hips, this is your only chance to return to Asgard. Definitely, you can also choose to give up. Thor raised his head, why did father send me to Midgard? Kerrigan said calmly, learn how to become a qualified king. Jane Foster was about to go out to find Kerrigan and the others, but found a motorcade approaching from a distance. A man with a very kind face got out of the car and walked towards her. He is polite and affable. Hello, Ms. Jane Foster, IMS.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. We believe that your research involves a security threat, and we want to recall all of your research equipment and data. Hearing this, Foster was stunned for a moment, and then became angry. For a scientist, moving in equipment and data is equivalent to killing them. In fact, these things are more important than life. No, we are just astronomers, how could we be involved in any security threats? And this is Mexico City, not Ami. She tried to stop Phil Coulson, but was directly interrupted by Dr. Eric, who came out after hearing the noise. It is our duty as citizens to cooperate with the investigation, please feel free to do so. Agent Phil Coulson immediately ordered the soldiers to begin moving various facilities in the residence. In order to prevent Foster from causing trouble again, Dr. Eric led everyone to the water tower of the residence. Doctor, how could they do this? Foster didn't understand. Dr. Eric sighed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not someone to be trifled with. It's best not to deal with them. This is Mexican music. They are so grand, aren't they afraid of causing disputes? Foster was a bit reluctant. Dr. Eric scratched his head, it seems that you are obsessed with astronomy and have completely ignored the ground. To America, Mexico is like the back garden of their own house. Let's not talk about this. I used to know a scientist who studied gamma rays. Ever since I heard that he was related to SHIELD, he disappeared. Stay as far away from those guys as possible. Foster could only watch helplessly as Agent Phil Coulson vacated their residence and the motorcade drove away, raising smoke and dust. The upset Foster sighed, and was still going to go to the town to find the ladies from last night. Chapter 54. King. Thor murmured quietly. Now that I have lost my divine power and become immortal, how can I still be qualified to learn to become a king? It seemed like this kid was badly beaten. Kerrigan said calmly, how can you be sure that you can't regain your divine power? Thor's eyes widened in surprise, but my father has clearly exiled me. But he also lost your hammer to Midgard. He struggled to get up, are you sure? I don't need to lie to you, but you are not qualified to pick up the hammer now. Kerrigan said coldly. Thor didn't hear this. He only knows that his father has not given up on him yet. Otherwise, why would he send Mjolnir's hammer to Midgard? Yes, this must be my father testing me. I still have a chance. Thor's expression suddenly became high, I am so familiar with the hammer of Mjolnir that I cannot be more familiar with it. How could I not pick it up? I am Thor. The glory of the northern gods, you don't believe it? It's just right. How about we go and take a look? Kerrigan chuckled. Just go. Thor was confident. Natasha Romanoff and Jane looked at each other and knew that His Majesty was going to trick someone again. Kerrigan was thinking about going out when she suddenly raised her eyebrows. A guest is here, Jane, go and open the door. Yes, Queen. Jane stepped forward and opened the door, and saw Jane Foster, who was about to knock on the door. Foster was stunned, but quickly said with a smile, hello, I'm here to apologize. Jane looked back at Kerrigan, and Kerrigan said softly, invite her in. Foster walked into the room and saw a man with a bruised nose and face rubbing his face, Kerrigan sitting on the sofa, and Natasha Romanoff standing beside him. She couldn't help being stunned for a moment, who are here? Kerrigan pointed at Thor, he is the guy you bumped into last night, but don't worry, this guy is rough and thick-skinned. He will be fine after a sleep. But the injury on his face, 710. Children are disobedient and need to be taught a lesson. Thor heard this and was about to refute, but was forced back by Natasha Romanoff's eyes. The corner of Foster's mouth twitched. How could such a tall and sturdy man still be a child? Kerrigan stood up, we are going out now. If there is nothing else, please leave. Foster forced a smile, why is this powerful queen so unkind? She thought for a while and asked, where are you going? I've been working in this town for a long time. How about you let me be your tour guide to apologize? Kerrigan glanced at her strangely, what's going on with this little girl? She even ordered her to be kicked out, and yet she still insisted on following her for nothing? Although Jane Foster and Thor had a relationship in the original plot, Foster also suffered a lot. Moreover, Thor had a lover in Asgard, and he also traveled to the Earth to flirt with women. He was really a scumbag. Now that Thor is in her hands, Kerrigan doesn't want this girl to get involved in this matter. Isn't it good to be an astronomer? The place we are going to is not a good place. It is guarded by SHIELD. Kerrigan said calmly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Then I want to go even more. Foster looked solemn. Foster gritted his teeth, those bandits took away all the equipment and data in our institute. I must find a way to get it back. Your Majesty, what is S.H.I.E.L.D? Thor asked. His Majesty? Foster heard Thor address Kerrigan and glanced at her in surprise. What kind of person can be called Your Majesty? Natasha Romanoff answers Thor's questions. S.H.I.E.L.D is an agency in America that specializes in managing extraordinary events, and America is one of the most powerful countries in the world. Thor understood, the hammer of Mjolnir is in their hands now. Well, they can't hold the hammer, so they can only temporarily set up a camp to conduct preliminary research. Kerrigan said, Miss Foster, I can take you with me, but you must follow the command. Foster nodded. Everyone immediately set off and drove to S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary location. Along the way, Jane and Foster also chatted. When they found out that each other had Jane in their names, they called them destined. They also have their own opinions on SHIELD. Foster thinks S.H.I.E.L.D is like a band of bandits. Jane thinks that the people of S.H.I.E.L.D are ungrateful. Your Majesty has helped them many times, but they don't want to be grateful. She also thinks that His Majesty's price is too high. Natasha Romanoff, who was driving the car, wanted to speak again and again, but decided not to. Thor was a little silent. He was not sure whether he could pick up the hammer and regain his strength. The motionless Kerrigan suddenly said, There's someone blocking the road ahead, Natasha Romanoff, you know what to do. Yes, Your Majesty. Natasha Romanoff began to slow down the car, and soon everyone saw an outpost. Sorry ma'am, there is a warning zone ahead and no passage is allowed. The sentry said with a smile. Natasha Romanoff glanced at him and took out an ID from her arms. The sentry's expression changed and he immediately ordered to let him go. Miss Natasha Romanoff, what did you just show that sentry? Foster asked confused. Natasha Romanoff threw her ID at any time. Foster took a closer look, S.H.I.E.L.D high-level agent Natasha Romanoff. She was shocked, aren't you His Majesty's maid? Sister Natasha Romanoff used to work at SHIELD. Now she's hanging out with us. Jane laughed, and S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't dare to take back her ID. Foster nodded slightly and looked at Kerrigan, who was sleeping with her eyes closed. What is the identity of this Your Majesty? And which country is she the queen of? Foster became extremely interested in Kerrigan. The car stopped at S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary location. Agent Phil Coulson, who received the news from the sentry, came out. Long time no see, Tasha. Natasha Romanoff ignored him and got out of the car and opened the door for Kerrigan. Phil Coulson, long time no see. Kerrigan stepped out of the car and said with a smile. Phil Coulson's teeth are a little sore. Why is this guy here too? And S.H.I.E.L.D has received no news at all. He looked deeply at Natasha Romanoff, smiled and saluted Kerrigan. I didn't expect that I could see His Majesty in such a remote place like BDFG. Kerrigan didn't waste any time. Okay, I came here with no intention of chatting with you. I was entrusted by this kid's father to train him. I brought him here this time for the hammer. Phil Coulson frowned. I wonder how Your Majesty knew the news. I asked his father. Kerrigan pointed to Thor, who was standing aside and looking at the camp curiously. Director Nick Fury should have told you who the owner of that hammer is. Phil Coulson was silent for a moment. Okay, please follow me. Asgard. Loki arrives at Odin's chamber. Father, I have a question. Odin, who was looking at the crystal mirror, said calmly, Tell me. I fought against the giants of Jotunheim before. Other Asgardians suffered frostbite after touching the giants of Jotunheim, but my body became almost the same as theirs. What happened? Loki didn't want the answer he came up with from his father. Odin was silent for a moment and then spoke slowly, My child, actually, you are not my biological son. When Odin told everything about that year, Loki looked gloomy. Odin also felt sorry for the child and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. In fact, over the years, I have regarded you as my biological son. You, like Thor, are qualified to inherit the throne of Asgard. Unexpectedly, Loki exploded instantly. No, my appearance is a mistake, a lie. Put away your hypocritical attitude. You never thought of letting me become the king of Asgard. Growing up, you always favored your brother, and I, a foreigner, will never inherit the throne. Odin was so angry at Loki's words that he trembled all over and slowly fell down in anger. Loki panicked now. He rushed up to check on Odin. An invisible force prevented his divine powers from exploring. Odin's sleep. Loki frowned. The divine power of an Asgardian is proportional to age. When the divine power reaches a certain level, it is necessary to adjust the divine power in the body through sleep. However, Odin's power is too powerful and will be adjusted through Odin's sleep at certain intervals. Itself. Odin's sleep has been getting longer and longer in recent years, otherwise Odin wouldn't have started choosing a successor between him and Thor. He sighed and quickly called the palace guards to escort Odin back to a safe place to sleep. Loki was so distraught that he could only go to his own bedroom first. But he didn't know that Odin, who had just been sent to his deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes again. Queen Frigga walked up to him and said sadly, "Is it really okay for us to do this?" Odin looked at the magnificent ceiling with one eye. In order to allow Thor to grow up as soon as possible, in order to prevent the twilight of the gods, we can only do this. But Loki, this is all destiny. Go ahead, God Queen, and let Loki take charge. With that, Odin closed his eyes again. Frigga sighed helplessly and came to Loki's palace. After seeing the god, Loki asked excitedly, "Mother, how is father now? When will he wake up?" Frigga sighed, "I don't know about this. In the past, when the God King entered Odin's sleep, we would all be prepared, but this time he entered Odin's sleep in advance, and we were not prepared at all." Loki was silent. He spoke again, "Then mother, why do you hide my true life experience from me?" Frigga stroked her adopted son's hair, "The God King doesn't want you to feel that you are different from others, but we all really regard you as our biological son." Loki sighed. Frigga calmed down, "Now that the God King is sleeping and Thor has been exiled, Asgard cannot be without a king for a day. You can only shoulder this burden." Loki's eyes widened in surprise, "Me? My father still approves of me in his heart." Loki was overcome with excitement. He shouted loudly, "Mother, please believe me, I will definitely take good care of Asgard." Frigga gave Odin's scepter, the eternal spear, to Loki and temporarily handed the throne to Loki, who became the legal acting king of Asgard. Loki sat on the throne, feeling extremely excited, but he also thought of his brother who was training in Midgard. "I'm sorry, brother, I can't let you block my path to becoming king." Chapter 55. In a tavern in Asgard, several tall young men and women were drinking to soothe their sorrows. "You said that the God King is so good, why did he banish His Highness Thor?" "Yes, His Highness Thor obviously did nothing wrong." Several people were chattering, especially the woman in the middle, who grabbed the wine glass and drank hard. "Sif, stop drinking." One of them grabbed Sif's glass, "We have to do something." Sif was even more depressed because she was not only Thor's comrade in arms, but also his lover and fiancé. "Is there anything you can do? How about we petition the God King? Give it a try, although there's little hope." Everyone was discussing in a hurry. Sif slapped his hand on the table, "Let's go now, let's petition the God King now." However, when everyone came to the throne, what they saw was Loki holding the eternal spear. "Father entered the sleep of Odin, and now, I am the king of Asgard." Looking down at the crowd, Loki felt a little proud. "Your Highness Loki!" Sif shouted eagerly. Loki's eyes narrowed, and Sif realized that he had made a mistake. Although Loki was only the temporary king, he could not be called His Highness. "God King, please allow us to go to Midgard and bring back your brother." 407 Sif's brother said solemnly. He expected to hear Loki's words of permission, because the relationship between the two brothers Loki and Thor was very good. However, "No, I refuse." Loki's voice became serious, "It was my father's idea to banish him. I am not qualified to cancel my father's order. Also, no one can search for Thor." Everyone had no choice but to retreat. But Sif was unwilling to give in. She had other plans in mind. "This is it." Agent Phil Coulson pointed to the hammer in the pile of dirt in front of him and said, "We tried various methods but couldn't pick it up." Other agents in the camp also came over, and Hawkeye bowed to Kerrigan and others. Thor smiled disdainfully, "Then definitely, this hammer belongs to its owner." He stepped forward and was about to pick up the hammer triumphantly. Hey! Hey! Why can't you pick it up?" Thor looked at the eyes of the people around him and grinned, "Wait a minute, I didn't use my strength just now." He worked hard with both hands again, but the hammer didn't move at all. There were murmurs among the crowd. Kerrigan watched with interest as Thor pulled the carrots there. Bang! Thor's hand slipped and he flew out. Agent Phil Coulson shrugged, looks like he can't. That hammer was sealed by his father. Only if this boy meets his needs can he take it. Kerrigan said calmly. For the time being, this young man who may be Thor can't move the hammer? Then let's keep the hammer under our s.h.i.e.l.ds care. Phil Coulson said with a smile. Kerrigan glanced at him, do you think that's possible? After saying that, Kerrigan stepped forward and picked up the hammer. What is going on? It's impossible, God, how did she do it? The s.h.i.e.l.d agents were shocked, and Jane, Natasha Romanoff, and Foster were also puzzled. The most surprising thing is Thor. He pointed at Kerrigan, his mouth wide open, completely unable to believe his eyes. Phil Coulson frowned, Your Majesty, is it against the rules for you to do this? This hammer doesn't belong to SHIELD. I'm just keeping it temporarily for its owner, and the owner is sitting right there. What's the problem? Phil Coulson was speechless. It was really uncomfortable to feel like he couldn't beat him again and again, and he couldn't get anywhere even if he tried to mess around. But this hammer threatens the safety of the Earth. Agent Phil Coulson gritted his teeth and forced out an excuse that was not a reason. Kerrigan glanced at him sideways, isn't that right? If I hold it, it won't threaten the security of the Earth. Kerrigan looked at Thor and said, How long are you going to sit and rest? Go back. Thor stood up quickly and reached out to touch the hammer. Natasha Romanoff rushed forward and glared at him, and Thor could only retract his hand angrily. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow, by the way, Jane, did you bring your camera? Jane took out the camera from her arms, definitely, Queen, what do you want to do? Kerrigan smiled and said, This is a weapon of the gods. It will be out of print in the future. Let's take a group photo. Your Majesty, what do you mean by out of print? Thor asked doubtfully. Kerrigan smiled mysteriously, You will know later, stand on the side and take a photo together. What the hell is your Majesty doing? Phil Coulson was full of questions, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only watch Kerrigan pulling everyone to pose together. The s.h.i.e.l.d agents couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This place has become a tourist attraction. Phil Coulson, are you interested in joining us? Even though you are from SHIELD, I'm afraid you can't take pictures with this artifact, right? Kerrigan extended the invitation. Do I have a part too? Phil Coulson looked confused. Just do it if His Majesty asks you to do it, stop talking nonsense. Natasha Romanoff pulled him over. Jane was about to set up automatic photography when Kerrigan pointed to Hawkeye over there, the one with the bow, Yes, that's you, come here and take pictures for us. Hawkeye's mouth twitched, but he still complied with her request, holding the camera and pressing the shutter. I also want to take a photo with this artifact. Hawkeye looked at Phil Coulson a little aggrievedly. See you later. After taking the photo and saying these words, Kerrigan led everyone to leave. She seemed to remember something, pointed at Jane Foster and said, Give their things back. Phil Coulson was about to retort, but seeing the look in Kerrigan's eyes, he quickly agreed. After Kerrigan and others left, Phil Coulson raised the phone bitterly, Sir, something went wrong. After receiving the news, Nico Fury cursed Misfok, but he had no choice but to admit it. However, he ordered Phil Coulson and others not to evacuate yet, and then look at the situation to see the consequences. On the way back, Foster thanked Kerrigan repeatedly. Kerrigan could be said to have saved her research life. Kerrigan said calmly, You should not be involved in this in the first place. Thor hesitated to speak, but Jane had no worries, Queen, didn't you say that this hammer was sealed by the God King? How could you pick it up so easily? Kerrigan waved the hammer casually, It's easy to pick up the hammer, as long as the God King approves it, it can be regarded as a trusteeship. Thor on the side breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his father had given permission. Otherwise, if everyone could pick up his own hammer, where would he put his face? Kerrigan glanced at him without leaving any trace, letting this silly boy save some face. However, at night, Jane felt itchy looking at the hammer, and asked Kerrigan to help her get permission from the God King. Kerrigan chuckled and said, Actually, I just wanted to save some face for that kid. As long as the power in the hammer is not activated, anyone with a pure heart and a strong will can pick it up. Jane is dumbfounded, Is it so simple? Any spiritual practitioner can pick it up as long as he keeps his mind steady. Kerrigan casually threw the hammer to Jane. Jane was startled, but the hammer in her hand was light and airy. She was happily swinging the hammer around, and Natasha Romanoff was also playing with her like crazy. Suddenly there was a plop outside the door. Natasha Romanoff was stunned, opened the door and saw that Thor's eyes were blank and he fell to the ground. Your Majesty, you said you want to teach me how to become a king, what should I do? After seeing Kerrigan's strength, Thor became very well behaved. There is nothing wrong with giving in front of such a strong person. Kerrigan, who was tasting snacks, glanced at him. As a king, you should be considerate of the people and know their sufferings. You go to work now to make money to pay for your food and clothing these days, understand? Thor was dumbfounded. He's a dignified Thor, and he's gone to work? How is this okay? I will never do those despicable things. Dirty. Kerrigan's voice was a little cold. You have no idea how your subjects are living. How can you lead them to live a better life? If you stay high for too long, your subjects will abandon you. Natasha Romanoff, tell this kid to find a sandbag at the construction site. His muscles are perfect for hard work. If he dares to disobey, don't hold back. Natasha Romanoff readily agreed. Thor was panicking now when he saw Natasha Romanoff's smiling face. This woman was too cruel. Now his mortal body is really no match for her. He could only accept Kerrigan's conditions bitterly and work to make money. Queen, will Thor's father be angry if we treat him like this? Jane asked carefully. Kerrigan chuckled and said, angry? Nothing can be done without cutting it. His father doted on this kid too much before, and now he can only make amends. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. Jane was horrified. She looked at Thor's back and secretly thought she could only wish you good luck. Thor is quite serious about his work. I have indeed made some progress these days. Not only has I become much more tactful in my dealings with others, but I have also learned to cook and wash clothes. Jane Foster was really shocked when she saw Thor in an apron cooking. Is this still the grumpy guy she saw before? 1.3 Speaking of which, Foster always runs to Kerrigan these days when he has nothing to do. Although she said it to express her gratitude, Kerrigan could tell that the girl was looking at him more and more wrongly. Take it one step at a time. Kerrigan sighed slightly. Should we arrange another maid? Jane walked to Kerrigan's room bored. Queen, the wind and sand here are so strong. After taking a shower and walking around for a while, you will be covered in ashes. If you reach the 3rd level of psychic power, you don't have to be afraid of these external factors. Kerrigan laughed. Foster, who was sitting aside, couldn't help but ask, psychic power, is it super ability? You think so, that is. Kerrigan stood up. I'm a little tired. Jane, call Natasha Romanoff, let's go to the hot springs. Jane and Foster stood up together. Queen, there are no hot springs in this town. Your Majesty, where is the hot spring you mentioned? Kerrigan was stunned. She forgot which Jane it was. Forget it, let's just go together. Kerrigan chuckled and said, if I say yes, then there will be. Go, Thor, come here. After a tiring day, Thor came to Kerrigan with doubts. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Natasha Romanoff threw him a shovel and pointed to the backyard of the room. Your Majesty is ordered to dig a hot spring. Chapter 56. What? Thor opened his eyes wide. I am Thor, you asked me to dig a hot spring for you. Kerrigan, who was sitting on the sofa, picked up the hammer at her feet and threw it up and down. Thor's mouth twitched. I'll do it right away. Kerrigan looked at his back and said coldly, Thor, there is an ancient civilization in the Far East. They have a proverb, when heaven is about to entrust a great task to a person here, he must first work hard and work hard for it. The muscles and bones are hungry, the body is empty, and the actions are messed up. Therefore, if you are tempted to endure, you will benefit from what you can't do. I hope you can remember this sentence. Thor listened to Kerrigan's strange proverb, could only remember it in his heart, and began to dig the hot springs. Thor brand coolly, everyone who has used it says it is good. Although Thor has now lost his divine power, his physical body is still far more powerful than humans. In just half an hour, Thor dug a pit dozens of meters wide and about 1 meter deep in the yard. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty, is this okay? Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. That's right, go down and rest. Thor nodded and was about to leave when he heard Jane ask curiously, Queen, what should we do next? Is this just a pit? Jane, Natasha Romanoff, although you two have learned psychic powers, your progress is not obvious. Especially Jane, who has been studying with me for so long, has not yet touched the threshold of second-level psychic powers. Kerrigan walked to the pit and held out a finger. Jane lowered her head in shame. She really didn't work hard in this regard. After all, her own mutant spider ability was also very strong. I told you that psychic energy is the transformation of the power of the mind into reality. As the saying goes, all your wishes come true. Kerrigan pointed her finger in the air. 13 Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the mountains of soil that Thor dug out and put aside condensed into entities and turned into bricks. Kerrigan turned her fingers into palms, and with a flick of her hand, the bricks flew up, stuck to the walls of the pit, and then solidified. Then, a burst of flames burst out from the pit. Everyone was startled. Jane and Natasha Romanoff quickly jumped over. Your Majesty, danger. Kerrigan smiled and said, it doesn't matter, this is just me using my spiritual energy to draw the natural gas from the underground to burn, and it will be extinguished later. Kerrigan put her hands behind her back and looked at the blazing flames in front of her. Psychic energy will become stronger with the strength of the mind. Only by firm belief can you be invincible. The air movement caused by the fire blew Kerrigan's hair and illuminated her face. Foster, who was standing behind her, looked at Kerrigan, who remained calm in the face of the flames, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. With the flames, the adobe bricks began to change, becoming more solid. Went out. Rise. Kerrigan raised his hand, and a clear spring gushes out from the center of the pit. She actually used her psychic powers to introduce underground water into this pit. Thick steam spurted out, but Kerrigan waved it away. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at Kerrigan as if they were seeing the creator. Your Majesty, are you really not a god? Thor asked in surprise. This kind of manipulation of ability is so outrageous that Thor can't imagine that power can be used in this way. You know, all he knows how to do is hit it with a hammer. Even his father may not be able to control it so accurately. I am a king, not a god. Kerrigan said calmly, go and rest, you have nothing to do here. Thor scratched his head and turned to leave. Jane and Natasha Romanoff looked at Kerrigan with longing. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow and said, change my clothes. As you command. The two immediately changed her clothes. Foster looked at Kerrigan's back, her face a little red, but for some reason she just wanted to see it. Jiang held up her sleeves and tested the water temperature with her white and tender hands. It was just right. Kerrigan walked into the hot spring she built, placing her hands casually on the edge. The warm water soaked all over her body, making her feel somewhat comfortable. Sure enough, bathing in hot springs is the most comfortable. Natasha Romanoff diligently brought a pot of wine, and Jane walked into the hot spring wrapped in a bath towel and began to gently rub Kerrigan's body. Kerrigan glanced at Foster, who was blushing. Aren't you coming with us? Ah, here it comes. Foster quickly took off his baggage, wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked into the hot spring. Natasha Romanoff poured her a glass of wine, which Foster drank in one gulp. Then he puffed out his tongue and said, it's so spicy. Kerrigan couldn't help but laugh. This is not red wine, this is white wine. I guess you have never drank it, how dare you take a sip. Foster lowered his head in embarrassment and buried his head in the hot spring to blow bubbles. Jane helped Kerrigan tan her face, maybe because of the hot springs, her face was getting redder and redder. Looking at the generous Kerrigan, Jane's eyes were a little intoxicated. As soon as Kerrigan picked up a glass of wine, Jane reached out and took it away. She smiled and said, Queen, actually, there is another way to drink this wine. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow and said, oh? Tell me. But she saw Jane drinking down the wine in one gulp and suddenly approaching her. Natasha Romanoff and Foster looked at this scene in surprise. This is too exciting. But Kerrigan and Jane had no other ideas. The sound made by the two of them was very small. At most, it seemed like someone was sighing in front of the open window, admiring the distant twilight in April. My little kitten, you are playing with fire. Kerrigan whispered after tasting the wine. Perhaps due to the temperature, her skin was slightly red, and her face was also flushed, making her look even more beautiful. Queen, as your maid, I have not yet fulfilled my duties as a maid to you. The blush on Jane's face increased. Kerrigan only felt that every wisp of air brought by Jane's breath was full of sweetness and fragrance. The red color that is close at hand is like a mango bearing fruit for the first time. Even though it is green, it cannot hide the sweetness in the center. Jane felt that when she served the queen, she felt like she was tasting lotus flowers. The dragonfly touches the water like a breeze. Natasha Romanoff and Foster looked red in the face. Foster, this little girl, shyly hid in the water. Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth, stood up and walked towards the two wild rice bodies. Kerrigan smiled sweetly and put his arms around her neck. The laughter gradually became weak, leaving only the breathing of different frequencies, echoing in the night sky, unable to subside for a long time. After admiring the beauty of the night with the maid, Carrie stood up happily and prepared to get dressed. Unexpectedly, that unique touch pounced directly on her back. His Majesty! Foster said with misty eyes. Miss Foster, this matter has nothing to do with you. Kerrigan chuckled, they are my maids. Foster gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, can I be your maid? Kerrigan held her face up and looked at her legs that were tightly clamped due to the surge of dopamine. When you are my maid, you will never be the astronomer who can be peaceful again. No matter how vast and magnificent the sky is, it cannot compare to the beauty that can be seen around you. Foster took a deep breath and said. Ha, that's a good point. Kerrigan chuckled, held Foster's face, held her slender waist, and leaned over. Refreshed, Kerrigan returned to her room. Relaxed. She said to herself, it seems that I suppressed myself too much before, and it feels good to release it appropriately. She clearly felt that her application of psychic energy had vaguely progressed further. A clear mind is also a prerequisite for spiritual improvement. Kerrigan has another maid. However, this did not bring any disturbance to their lives. Tasting fine wine has become the first thing Kerrigan and the others do when they soak in the hot springs every day. The miserable Thor was forced to buy wine by Jane with a grimace on his face. This guy was good at drinking wine and his taste in wine was quite good. However, Kerrigan ordered him to abstain from alcohol. This kind of life was unbearable for Thor. On this day, he took the red wine he had just bought and said, Your Majesty, please, let me take a sip. Jane, go get the corkscrew. Kerrigan was too lazy to do anything. She glanced at Thor and said, Have you really made any progress these days? Why haven't I made any progress? I work so hard to make money. Thor's eyes widened. Working hard and sighing all day long. Kerrigan said calmly, Some people say that in order to be a general, you must first heal your heart. If Mount Tai collapses in front but does not change his appearance, and when an elk rises to the left but does not blink his eyes, then you can control your interests and wait for the enemy. Likewise, to be a king the same is true, whether it is difficulties or opportunities, the king must have the strongest mentality to face it, otherwise how can you shoulder the heavy throne? Thor's eyes widened, somewhat confused. Seeing this, Kerrigan sighed, Thor, do you really understand what a king is? Isn't the king just like his father, sitting on the throne and giving orders? Thor asked. The education of Asgard's heirs really failed. Kerrigan glanced at him, Your father suffered a lot for that throne, but you think he only needs to give orders. Natasha Romanoff, give him a foreman position at a nearby construction site and let him know what a leader is. Thor, if you can stand out on your own at the construction site, you can drink. Thor was dumbfounded. He just wanted to ask for a drink, but why did his burden become heavier for no reason? But now that Kerrigan had given the order, he had no choice but to accept it. After Thor left, Jane picked up the red wine and prepared to open it. However, the diameter of the bottle opener is a bit wrong. Kerrigan casually picked up the wonderful hammer beside her. Use the hammer handle to unscrew. Your Majesty, can this thing also be used as a bottle opener? Natasha Romanoff asked in surprise. It works pretty well, you can try it. Kerrigan waved her hand, let's go to the hot springs. The three girls smiled and opened the red wine with hammers. After changing their clothes, they followed Kerrigan to the swimming pool. Cheers! This wine is not bad. I'll use this hammer to open wine next time. In the side room, Thor felt sad as he listened to the chatter and laughter in the distance. Mimjalnir, you are so miserable. Chapter 57. At the construction site, Thor, wearing a safety helmet, completed the inspection and was extremely satisfied. Although I was in a hurry at first and didn't understand anything, I was even told a few things by my workers. But it was Thor who picked up on it quickly after all. In just 1 week, he completely subdued more than a dozen of his workers, and the progress of the project was greatly improved. For this, Thor also received an award from the construction company. Well done, look forward to your promotion and salary increase. The manager patted Thor on the shoulder and handed Thor a wad of money as a bonus. Thor happily put away the bonus. Although Thor had received countless praises and honors in Asgard, in this small construction site, Thor felt that this kind of commendation made him even more happy. But he also has some doubts. He doesn't know why he feels more happy when receiving awards from mortals. For this reason, he raised questions to Kerrigan after get off work. Your Majesty, I was admired by everyone in Asgard before, but why am I more happy with the respect shown by others in Midgard? Kerrigan, who was sitting opposite, nodded slightly. You can raise this question. It seems that you have made great progress. Thor, before in Asgard, you were the son of the God King. Thor, what did people say when they respected you? Thor thought for a moment. Most people in Asgard praise me as worthy of being the son of the God King, and I have not insulted my father's bloodline. Yes, they praise you, maybe because of your outstanding military exploits, but more importantly, they praise you for your father's sake. Kerrigan chuckled and said, on Earth, people here don't know your identity. You are not the son of the God King, nor a high-ranking god. They praise you because they are completely conquered by your ability. Although it is also a compliment, but it's completely different. Thor suddenly understood. He leaned down and said sincerely, thank you for your teaching, Your Majesty. Kerrigan asked again, what else have you learned about your work these days? Thor looked embarrassed. I finally understand my father's hard work. Although I only have a dozen people under my command now, there are too many troubles. Most of the workers here are locals. Many of them have developed the bad habit of taking hallucinogenic drugs. They do not work seriously. Absence from work every 3 days is common. Occasionally, they steal building materials and sell them privately. Thor expressed his bitterness. In order to solve these troubles, I had to do it myself at first, and used my own wages to subsidize these people so that they could concentrate on their work, and then I reluctantly made everyone listen to me. In fact, the work is not hard, and the amount of work is it's not much. If we work together, we will get results soon. It's so troublesome to manage more than a dozen people. I can't imagine how much pressure my father must be under. You're right. Kerrigan stood up and said, the throne and crown are as heavy as 1,000 pieces. She smiled and said, I have also read you many books about human emperors on Earth these days. What do you think? Thor scratched his head. Most emperors are unqualified. They either perish for selfish desires or are cruel and unkind. Only a small number of emperors can achieve great achievements. Then what do these emperors who established great achievements have in common? I have analyzed that most of these emperors were the founding emperors, because they had extremely strong prestige and could effectively implement their governing ideas. And those emperors who inherited the throne and made achievements were mostly based on their predecessors. Kerrigan shook her head, the former is right, but the latter is wrong. To the appearance of those successors. Kerrigan said with her hands behind her back, the king must be as vigilant as facing an abyss and as vigilant as walking on thin ice. Those successors only conquered the world after they were cautious and accumulated strength. Your Majesty, I think what you are saying is wrong. Thor retorted, if the king of the world is not to expand the territory or make achievements, but to be cautious and walk on thin ice, then this king might as well be changed to the word forbearance. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction. Thor, you have lofty ambitions, which is a good thing, but you are not your father. The giants of Jotunheim are eager to take back their glory. And your brother Loki is also coveting the throne. Now you go back to inherit the throne. If you still act like before, I am afraid that the only outcome will be the annihilation of the country. Thor laughed, no, Loki is my brother, he will not harm me, and the giants of Jotunheim are no match for Asgard. Naive guy. Kerrigan's eyes became dull. Everyone has their own thoughts. As a king, you should be more vigilant than others. Because you don't know if someone will want to overthrow you and replace you, even if he is your brother. Royal power has no family ties. Kerrigan tore away the last disguise. I heard from your father that during your coronation ceremony, a group of giants of Jotunheim broke into your father's treasury and tried to take away their artifact, the casket of ancient winters, right? Your Majesty, do you also know? There is such a thing, but my father has arranged for the destroyer armor to kill them all. But your coronation was also ruined. Kerrigan sneered. Thor, as far as I know, the teleportation between Jotunheim and Asgard where the giants of Jotunheim live can only be done through Bifrost, and how many people can open Bifrost? Thor was shocked. Bifrost is Asgard's only way to the outside world, and only Asgardian Heimdall and members of the royal family have the authority to activate it. Heimdall is a legendary figure who is loyal to the royal family, and there is no reason for him to do this. Father and mother have no reason to ruin their coronation ceremony. So, no, this is impossible. Loki is my brother, he will never betray me. Thor jumped up, holding his head and shouting. Naive, thank you for showing me so much imperial history. Are there many examples of brothers fighting for the throne? Kerrigan said seriously, I tell you Thor, only the most ruthless can wear that crown and secure that position. A place of deep sleep. Surrounded by light, Odin fell asleep quietly. However, the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Thor, grow up as soon as possible. It seems that Queen Kerrigan is indeed a qualified king. The so-called king is not a ruthless person. But I seem to have protected Thor too well. No, I have to wake up Loki, otherwise there will be no place for my old face. He quietly opened the crystal mirror for Loki. Come, Queen Kerrigan, let's see if the king you trained can defeat his brother. Odin fell asleep again, satisfied. On the throne of the god king of Asgard, Loki was holding the power and looking at it happily. This feeling of being in control of everything is exactly what he is pursuing. The throne is mine. Brother, I won. Loki thought proudly. But we can't take it lightly after all, my father gave me the hammer as well. Loki thought for a moment and decided to see what Thor was doing. I remember that my father owned a crystal mirror that could specifically view what was happening in the 9 realms. Loki asked Frigga for the crystal mirror again. When he saw Thor wearing a weird hat and a suit and leather boots directing people to work, he smiled and said, Thor is doing well. However, the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Thor in the mirror looks majestic and unsmiling, and the people around him admire him extremely. Looks more and more like God King Odin. No, what happened? Thor is just a mortal now, but he is not frustrated or depressed. No, I will never hand over the throne to you. I will not lose. Veins bulged in Loki's hand as he held scepter. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of his sleeping place, secretly making a decision in his heart. Lord Heimdall, please send us to Midgard, we are going to find His Highness Thor. Sif led everyone to kneel in front of Heimdall and whispered. Without the order of the God King, Bifrost will never be activated. Heimdall said solemnly. Sif has a headache, this Heimdall is really unkind at all. These days, she and her comrades often come to give Heimdall wine and food, just asking him to be accommodating, but this guy accepts all the gifts as ordered, but still refuses to let him go. Shameless. Bifrost is sacrosanct, go back. Heimdall is preparing to take action and drive everyone away. A voice came to my ear. Send them off. Heimdall was stunned and whispered, God King, is this really good? It doesn't matter. Wang Zhao's voice dispersed, and Heimdall took a deep breath, I will open Bifrost for you right now. Sif and others were stunned, then overjoyed. Loki held the scepter in his hands, thinking a lot in his mind. Do you really want to do that? At this time, he saw the light when Bifrost was turned on. In an instant, Loki's face turned livid. Heimdall would never dare to open Bifrost privately. Father, you forced me to do this. Loki squeezed out a few words from his mouth and came to Bifrost's side. Asgardian Heimdall, why did you activate Bifrost without my order? But Heimdall looked at him deeply, knelt down on one knee, took off his Asgardian helmet, and put it aside. God King, my subordinates are not doing well in guarding Bifrost. Please punish me. Loki was furious, but he couldn't do too much to Heimdall. Heimdall had guarded Bifrost for countless years, with hard work and no credit. He had a great reputation in Asgard. If he dealt with it rashly, he would only make people dissatisfied with the roadbed. Loki forced out a sentence. Then you will be punished to guard the kingdom of the dead. Heimdall said calmly, I obey, God King. Loki looked at his leaving figure, feeling more and more resentful in his heart. He looked at Bifrost with growing displeasure. Thor, don't even think about coming back. Chapter 58. See you tomorrow, manager. Goodbye manager. After get off work, the workers walked out of the construction site in 2s and 3s and said hello to Thor. Thor said goodbye to everyone with a smile, then locked the door and turned to leave. He put away his smile and his eyes became a little cold. These people have basically obeyed my orders completely. Even the foreman who took my position no longer dared to PK in front of me. Your Majesty is indeed right. As a leader, you must have grace, but you must never lose your authority. After Thor was promoted to the manager of the construction site, several foremen at the construction site jointly tried to make him lose face. Fortunately, Thor now knows that if you want others to listen to you, the first thing you have to do is to establish your authority. He severely dealt with the people who were leading the troublemakers, served as a warning to the monkeys, and solved many problems in workers' lives. With both kindness and power, he quickly took control of the construction site. However, he still cannot agree with Kerrigan's statement that the king must be a wolf. He still hadn't made up his mind to really deal with Loki. Let's get recognition first and then get back the divine power. Thor sighed slightly. Just as he was about to drive back to the hotel, he saw colorful lights suddenly light up in the sky. That's the light when Bifrost is turned on. Thor looked shocked and immediately rushed in the direction of Bifrost. Inside the hotel, Kerrigan glanced at the light in the sky and called Natasha Romanoff, "Go prepare food for 4 people and book 4 rooms." Natasha Romanoff nodded and went to do it immediately. After the light disappeared, Sif and others appeared on the ground. This is Mid-Aelgart? The environment is terrible. The air quality is far worse than Asgard. Everyone was talking about the Earth's environment, and then they saw a strange iron box approaching quickly in the distance. Everyone was shocked and immediately prepared for battle. However, the iron box stopped not far from their 003, and a man in a suit and ties walked out. "Hey, long time no see. Report, that strange light appears in the sky again." The S.H.I.E.L.D agents guarding the town soon discovered something unusual in the sky. They immediately went to investigate. However, this time they found nothing. Phil Coulson thought for a long time and planned to send someone to stay behind while he went to Kerrigan to ask what was going on. That His Majesty can communicate with the God King, so he might know something. However, as soon as he arrived at the hotel where Kerrigan was staying, a sentence came to his mind: "Go back, this matter has nothing to do with you." Phil Coulson is not surprised either. He is friends with Tony and knows some psychic abilities. "Your Majesty, the Shenjue Bureau has the authority. When I say it has nothing to do with you, it means it has nothing to do with you." A breeze blew by, and Phil Coulson retreated dozens of meters away. Phil Coulson was surprised, but immediately apologized and left. After receiving the news, Nick Fury thought about it and asked Phil Coulson and the others to keep an eye on him first. Now he doesn't dare to do anything to the Zerg tribe, let alone the middle tribe in the circle. In the hotel, Thor was introducing his comrades to Kerrigan. At first, Sif was a little wary of Kerrigan, but after hearing Thor say that Kerrigan was a king with the same status as the god King Odin, he immediately knelt down and apologized. "This vision is really good." Kerrigan was satisfied. Sif's brother asked hesitantly, "Your Majesty, why do you want to live in such a mediocre house? You must know that the palaces where our god king lives are all magnificent." Kerrigan picked up the wine glass and was not angry. "These Asgardians saw it too one-sided, BDBB. You are all warriors who revere the God King and Thor. Then tell me, do you revere the God King because he is the God King and lives in a luxurious palace, or because he has established great achievements?" Sif loudly said, "It is definitely the great achievement of worshipping the God King." Kerrigan chuckled and said, "If the God King also lived in this kind of house, would you still respect him? How could a house interfere with our reverence for the God King?" So, Kerrigan motioned to Foster to pour him wine. "External factors will not affect the worship in your hearts, because you know why you worship him, and those luxurious decorations are just embellishments of the king." Thor on the side nodded repeatedly. "Okay, Thor, I'll leave it to you to receive your comrades. You haven't seen each other for a long time. You must have a lot to talk about." After drinking a few glasses of wine, Kerrigan Cu left with a faint smile. These soy sauce people are not worthy of her attention. "Your Highness, what are you doing in Mid-Aelgart?" As soon as Kerrigan left, Sif approached Thor and asked. "I work and study here and have a pretty good life." Thor touched Sif's hair. "Why did you come to Middelgard?" Sif was silent for a moment. "The God King has entered Odin's sleep, and your brother, His Highness Loki, is temporarily commanding Asgard. We would like to invite you back." Sif originally thought that Thor would leave with them without saying a word, but Thor shook his head repeatedly. My studies are not over yet. Your Highness. You have only seen the surface. Although Loki is sitting on the throne, who does he have in Asgard to support him? Thor shook his finger proudly. Heimdall will send you to Earth, oh, Midgard, which means that he does not support Loki. Who does Heimdall represent? Everyone was shocked. Heimdall could only represent one person. Even my father doesn't support him. My poor brother is being used as a whetstone for me by his father and he doesn't even know it. Perhaps because he drank too much, Thor started talking nonsense. Sif and others lowered their heads, pretending that they were deaf and mute. After sobering up early the next morning, Thor asked everyone again, did I say something wrong last night? Sif had quick eyesight and quick hands, and said before anyone else could speak, Your Highness, you just said you wanted to go home, and you also said you learned a lot on Earth. Thor looked at her deeply. In the next period of time, you will study hard with me on Earth first. Later I will take you to visit the town and where I work. As you command. Everyone quickly agreed. After Thor left, everyone was sweating profusely. Sif trembled and looked next door. What did that queen teach His Highness Thor? Keep your voice down. Sif's brother covered her mouth. There was silence in the room. In the following days, the four Sifs became workers at the Thor construction site. Sif had better luck and became Thor's secretary. Her brothers and others were brick movers. But this kind of strenuous work is trivial to them. It's just that Thor doesn't pay wages to the four of them. When Kerrigan asked Thor, Thor vowed, it doesn't matter, they all respect me as their master, and the currency of the earth is of no use to them. Madness. Kerrigan said coldly, uselessness and failure to give are two different things. Only a king with clear rewards and punishments can be recognized by his subordinates. You are very courteous to your workers, so why are you so cold to your real workers? But your majesty. Don't say nonsense like they all listen to you. The so-called loyalty is just because the price of betrayal is not big enough. Let me ask you, if Loki comes to Earth now, let Sif be the queen of the gods and let the other three people in Asgard if you hold an important position, do you think they will betray you? Kerrigan stared at Thor seriously. Thor's heart sank. No, I don't know either. Your men came to you, maybe because they admire you, but why do they keep trying to persuade you to return to Asgard to inherit the throne? Kerrigan sneered, it's very simple. They are your friends to begin with. After helping you ascend to the throne, they will also have merit and will be reused. The merit of Konglong is a huge credit. Perhaps Sif really loves you and wants you to ascend the throne, but the other three may not have such plans, so you have to completely convince them. Thor's mouth was a little dry. Kerrigan dropped the last word. No one can trust a king. You can only take it if I allow you to take it. Asgard. With a flash of light, Loki used Bifrost and returned. He sighed. This feels really weird. Just now, he reached a cooperation agreement with Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim. Although he felt that this approach was sorry for Asgard, Loki did it anyway. He returned to the throne and took out the crystal mirror to check Thor's condition. When he saw the four people following Thor, Paige sneered, want to help him come back? Then let's die together. Loki directly activated the control authority of the destroyer armor in the scepter. The destroyer armor is made of Asgard's URU metal material. It is nearly indestructible and can destroy all known matter on its own. In essence, the destroyer armor is an armored robot that can be controlled autonomously or controlled by humans, and can only be used by the God King. Following his command, the destroyer armor stepped onto the Bifrost. Not long after, that strange light appeared again in the sky of the town. Agent Phil Coulson immediately led his troops to guard near the light, preparing to see what the hell was going on this time. Kerrigan saw the light and thought for a moment. Natasha Romanoff, ask Thor to come back. I have something to ask him. Natasha Romanoff took the order and left. Kerrigan looked at the hammer at her feet and said calmly, Odin, if you feel satisfied, give this power to Thor later. The hammer lit up slightly with a flash of lightning. Old guy, he looks like he's pretending to be sleeping. Kerrigan ignored the hammer. Soon, the light in the sky disappeared. A tall figure appeared on the ground. Agent Phil Coulson led everyone to look at the figure curiously. Is this Mr. Tony Stark's new suit? Who knows? Although the relationship with him has eased, the kid didn't tell us anything. Agent Phil Coulson shrugged and walked towards the suit. Chapter 59. Tony, is that you? Agent Phil Coulson approaches the destroyer suit and tries to touch it. Buzz, the destroyer armor's eyes glowed red, startling Phil Coulson. He's not Tony. Retreat quickly. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents ran away frantically crying. On the other side, Kerrigan stood in front of Thor holding a hammer. Thor, Loki has sent the destroyer War A to deal with you. Thor was startled, but then breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Sure enough, he made the first move. Kerrigan smiled and said, what are you going to do? Before Thor could answer, Sif and others stood up. Your Highness, let us stop the destroyer armor. You haven't gotten your power back yet, so leave it to us. Thor frowned, this is my battle, let me do it myself. No more words. Thor waved his hand and said to Kerrigan, Your Majesty, I'll set off right away. Kerrigan shook her head, you are indeed no match for the destroyer now. Thor, let me ask you again now, are you king? Thor took a deep breath, the king has the world in his heart and protects all people. But the throne of the emperor is cold to the bone. If the person who sits on it is not colder than it, how can he sit on it and sit firmly? I'm going to defeat Loki and take back my throne. Even if you have to kill him for this. Thor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sif and others were frightened. They lay on the ground and did not dare to look at Thor's back. A hint of appreciation flashed in Kerrigan's eyes, a child can be taught, but the king's coldness is only for the enemy. For your people, you must uphold the heart of protection. The hammer in her hand slowly floated up and came to Thor. Now, take back your divine power, prove your name as Thor, and fight for the glory of the northern gods. Thor held the handle of the hammer in front of him, trembling. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he roared and raised the hammer. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky and lightning and thunder intertwined. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water column penetrated the roof and hit Thor's body. Endless thunder struck Thor's body, and his clothes gradually turned into a set of mighty armor. Ha! Thor's eyes sparkled with lightning, and his voice became hollow and more majestic. I am Thor. Lightning crackled with his body, but Thor felt no discomfort at all. He held the hammer tightly and knelt down on one knee. Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen. Go ahead. Kerrigan said with a smile. Thor nodded, stood up, and jumped into the sky. Seeing Thor's retreating figure, Sif and others reacted. After they apologized to Kerrigan, they hurried out. Foster, pack your things, we should go. Kerrigan said calmly. As you command, Queen. Foster smiled and went to pack his things while Natasha Romanoff went to pay Thor for destroying the roof. Jane came over and said, Queen, are we going back? Almost, let's watch a show at the end. Kerrigan touched Jane's little head, that God King will not give up easily. When the destroyer armor was actually activated, S.H.I.E.L.D men immediately attacked. But these guns can't even scratch the itch of the destroyer armor. At the same time, the Ancient One far away in the Himalayas sighed helplessly. She felt that she was such a failure as an Asgardian magician that everyone would run to the Blue Star. What on earth is God King Odin doing? Ancient One frowned. She waved her hand, opened a portal and went to take a look. However, after feeling the familiar aura through the portal, Ancient One gave up its past plans. Is His Majesty Kerrigan over there too? That's okay. Ancient One closed the portal and entered meditation again. The destroyer armor is so powerful that it can knock back the S.H.I.E.L.D agents defending it in a few clicks. Phil Coulson urgently mobilized the local garrison in Mexico to subdue this weird armor. However, after a round of bombing, the destroyer armor emerged from the smoke and continued to move towards the town. Just when everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D was at a loss what to do, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and a figure dropped from the sky holding a hammer. Boom! The destroyer armor instantly flew backwards, and half of its body was shattered by the power of the thunder and lightning. But this small injury is just an itch for the destroyer armor. With just one breath, its shell returned. Loki, who was sitting on the throne, sneered, Thor, you can never come back. Kill him. The destroyer armor stood up again and immediately fought with Thor. Thor was not afraid in the face of danger. He flew up with a hammer and knocked the destroyer away. He instantly jumped on top of the armor and smashed it down hard. The huge amounts of noise made the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watching the game cover their ears, and blood oozed from the ears of Phil Coulson agent. Quick, people! Evacuate the residents of the town immediately. Everyone hurriedly carried the wounded away and watched the armor and Thor fighting in the sky from a distance. Is this the power of gods? Kerrigan sat on Awaken's throne, quietly watching Thor and the destroyer armor fight each other. This thing is really difficult to deal with. Although its attack power is not strong, its recovery speed is really terrifying. Natasha Romanoff expressed her opinion. That's because Thor's power is not strong enough. All we have to do is destroy the armor before it can be restored. Kerrigan chuckled, but she was also a little curious, because in the original movie, Thor exploded and tore the destroyer's hand off. Why is the destroyer still so strong now? Could it be? Kerrigan looked up at the sky and whispered, "Old guy, are you just kidding?" The three mates were speechless. Say so. Thor was really in a tough fight. The destroyer armor was previously in the hands of his father Odin, so Thor only knew that this thing was the royal family's secret weapon. Now after actually facing each other, Thor instantly understood why it was a secret weapon. The attack power is really not that good, the attack method is very simple, only the high temperature beam on the face is slightly threatening. But it really can't be beaten to death. Even if it is smashed to pieces, it only takes a few seconds to restore it to its original state. After knocking the destroyer armor away again, Thor thought crazily in his mind about how to destroy the destroyer. A voice sounded in his heart, "Keep attacking one area." Following this voice, the destroyer in front of him seemed to have his hands and feet tied up by something, and fell to the ground. Thor instantly understood that Kerrigan was helping him. He was overjoyed and immediately followed the instructions to attack the destroyer, heading towards a point. Kerrigan was right. Odin in the sleeping place stopped pretending to be asleep and replenished the destroyer's energy so that he could keep fighting. The destroyer is as strong as it gets, but it also needs energy to drive it. If Odin hadn't kept supplying the destroyer, it would have been smashed into scrap metal by Thor. A smirk flashed at the corner of Odin's mouth. "You brat, instead of admiring your father, you admire the queen more? Let you suffer more." Loki, who was sitting on the throne, also felt something was wrong. Is this destroyer so strong? In the past, when dealing with several infiltrated giants of Jotunheim, I had to charge up my energy to continuously release ray attacks. Why was it so powerful in Midgard and kept firing? DLT. Trapped on the ground and beaten violently, destroyer could only continue to release beams to attack Thor. Thor was careless and was hit in the face by the beam. Fortunately, I have divine power to protect my body now, and it only scratched the skin a little. Thor was furious and pushed the destroyer's head to the ground. His muscles bulged high, and he raised the hammer and smashed the back of the destroyer's head like crazy. The destroyer also shot beams wildly, but he could only take himself underground. Thor's attack frequency is as fast as lightning, leaving the destroyer no time to recover. Crack! The core of the destroyer's head could no longer bear it and was smashed into pieces by Thor's hammer. Thor let out a long breath and finally subdued this iron lump. Odin, who was in his sleeping place, felt the message of the destroyer's complete destruction, and smiled, "Well done, but I still want to add some spice." Loki was a little panicked. With the destroyer gone, would he really be his elder brother's opponent? He paced around the throne. "There is still a way." "Yes, there is a way. I have contacted Lauf, and he will sneak into the sleeping place soon. As long as I kill my father, Bifrost will still be in my hands, Ganner I will never return to Asgard." He no longer cared about the destroyer, but anxiously waited for Lauf's arrival. Thor carried the hammer and planned to say goodbye to Kerrigan and return to Asgard to fight for the throne. Sif and others quickly came to congratulate him. Thor just nodded slightly and did not smile. Having said that, he still felt a little sad if he really wanted to attack Loki. But the matter has come to this, I must do this. However, the noise behind him immediately caught his attention. Thor pushed everyone away and looked solemnly at the deep pit made by the destroyer. Sure enough, the destroyer climbed out of the pit again. Thor's eyes widened. The current destroyer holds a spear in his hand, has spikes on his head, wears a skirt and armor on his waist, and has a cloak on his back. What's going on? When did the destroyer take this form? Thor couldn't believe his eyes. The destroyer raised his spear and stood quietly opposite Thor. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red. Kerrigan on Awaken stood up and said, "Old guy, you can't afford it, can you? As she said that, her figure instantly disappeared from the throne. The three mates were shocked. What happened? In the Himalayas, Ancient One suddenly opened his eyes. God King, Talon Star is not your amusement park land. Chapter 60. Thor's pupils shrank and he immediately threw the hammer away. The hammer hit the destroyer's face with great force, and lightning instantly surrounded the destroyer's head. But the destroyer didn't pause at all, but rushed towards Thor faster. Thor couldn't react at all. I can only watch helplessly as the spear stabs my head. Your Highness! Sif and others roared and tried to block the shot, but it was too late. Just when Thor was desperate, the spear stopped. Only a tiny distance away from his pupils. Kick kick, the destroyer armor made noise all over, as if it was fighting against some powerful force. Kerrigan is here. She stretched out her right hand, but the destroyer armor was unable to move at all. Thor was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, his body flew out and floated to Sif and others. Then, Kerrigan turned her palm into a fist, and the destroyer armor was instantly torn into pieces by psychic energy. God King, what do you want to do? Kerrigan frowned and looked at the sky. The sky was changing, and dark clouds covered the sky. Then, an orange portal appeared next to Kerrigan, and the Ancient One magician stepped out. Seeing the Ancient One, Kerrigan nodded slightly in greeting, then stared at the sky and said 373. The Ancient One magician didn't make a sound, he just stood with Kerrigan and looked at the sky. The dark clouds gradually formed the image of an old man. It was Odin. As soon as he appeared, Thor shouted in surprise, Father! Odin smiled and nodded to Thor, Thor, I have seen your growth. Thor still wanted to talk to Odin, but he couldn't. Odin looked at Kerrigan and the Ancient One who were waiting, and smiled, Don't panic, you two. I just want to talk to Queen Kerrigan. Queen Kerrigan, I am very grateful for your teaching to Thor, but you seem to be too extreme. I want Thor to have a deeper understanding of the meaning of protection. Ha, God King, don't say such things to lie to children. I think your hands are itchy. Kerrigan sneered. Odin is not a king who follows love and peace. The giants of Jotunheim were almost killed by him when he was young. Asgard is high in the 9 realms and has never relied on benevolence and morality. It only depends on their strong force. Ha 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 ha, Queen, you really hit the spot, yes, seeing such a strong person like you makes my hands itchy. Odin laughed loudly, I have ruled the 9 realms for countless years, and I have never seen the power you use. Although I would like my Asgard army to have a hearty battle with the Zerg, but that would not be good for both parties, or it's better if we do it ourselves. Ancient One said calmly, if you want to fight, I have no objection, but we must not start a war on Talon Star. The Ancient One, who has dealt with Odin many times, knows Odin's temper well. This guy is an out-and-out war madman. And I always like to be the first one. Under his influence, Asgardians have become guys full of muscles. One of the reasons why Loki is not popular in Asgard is that this guy prefers to use his mind rather than force. It's not up to you, magician, this body is just an incarnation, Shilin you can afford it. Odin said with a smile, Queen Kerrigan, you think a king must be ruthless, I think a king must have great love. Neither of us can agree with the other, so why don't we show the truth to our subordinates? Hypocritical old thing, still talking nonsense under such circumstances. Kerrigan snorted coldly, just what I want. I also want to see how powerful the Lord of the 9 realms is. Ancient One narrowed his eyes, in this case, I can only fight with you two. Kerrigan's body began to gradually change, revealing her true form. Odin is the strongest enemy she has ever encountered. Even if it is an incarnation, she must go all out. Ancient One formed a seal with his hands, and the light of mana began to shine. Thor, who was standing aside, didn't know what was going on. Why did his teacher and father start a fight? He frantically wanted to speak to persuade, but no sound came out. Kerrigan's bone wings flapped and she instantly reached high altitude. Ancient One stepped on it and flew into the sky. Odin watched with a smile as the two men came to him. He held his right hand and a spear appeared in his hand. The three of them stood in a triangle, ready to take action at any time. Odin said calmly, you two, please. Kerrigan immediately waved her hands, and her spiritual energy gathered the surrounding clouds, turning them into thunderclouds. Lightning as thick as a bucket struck Odin instantly. Even if the Ancient One says he will fight her, the main enemy is still Odin. At the same time, Ancient One also attacked Odin instantly. The mana condenses into overwhelming ice spikes, killing Odin. Faced with attacks from both sides, Odin remained calm and retreated to avoid the ice spikes and lightning strikes. He stretched out his spear, and lightning immediately condensed at the tip of the spear, and instead struck Kerrigan and the Ancient One. Kerrigan sneered, and the lightning that missed turned around and hit Odin's vest again. Then, she used her spiritual energy to transform into a giant palm and smashed the lightning sent by Odin into pieces. Ancient One drew an arc with his right hand and used the teleportation circle to banish the incoming lightning to a different space. Odin did not expect that Kerrigan still had the ability to control the attacks that had been used, and lightning passed through her chest. However, this kind of damage is almost nothing to him. This incarnation is the combination of clouds and divine power, and it is very durable. Queen, the precision of your control of power is beyond my imagination. Odin praised, but this power is a bit small. Kerrigan said calmly, then try this again. As he spoke, densely packed sword blades appeared in front of Kerrigan. These sword blades formed by spiritual energy and clouds attack Odin endlessly. Odin immediately used weapons to scatter them, but even if those sword blades dispersed, they slowly condensed and attacked again. The constant attacks forced Odin to defend first. Ancient One paused slightly. If Kerrigan could suppress the God King, she would not be ready to take action. Seeing that Odin was suppressed, Kerrigan was overjoyed and condensed a ball of dark blue light in her hand. Kinetic blast. Huge amounts of light ball hit Odin's head directly, and the light like the sun lit up instantly. Only a loud noise was heard, and the nearby clouds were almost completely dispersed. In the small town, Thor finally regained the ability to speak, but when he saw the dazzling light in the sky and the loud explosions from time to time, his heart tightened. So strong. Immediately, he had expectations for powerful power. Thor looked at the hammer in his hand, holding it tighter and tighter. After the explosion, Kerrigan immediately looked towards the center of the explosion. I just used nearly half of my psychic energy to use kinetic energy blast. Odin probably suffered a big loss. However, Odin's clear voice sounded again. Queen, what a trick! Half of Odin's incarnation was blown into nothingness, but he still had the ability to speak. He looked down at the avatar and sighed, this body is really weak, and I can't even show my strength. Kerrigan gritted her teeth, this old guy is really tough to beat. She was about to accumulate the remaining psychic energy and give him a kinetic blast when she saw Odin wave his hand. Okay, Queen, let's stop here today. This body is not very enjoyable to play, and the venue is not comfortable. Next time we go to the universe to compete. Odin took back the spear with a smile, definitely, I am still very satisfied with the deal between us. Just come to Asgard to get the reward when you have time, or I will arrange for Thor to be sent to you. Kerrigan nodded slightly, that's good, I also hope to have a real battle with the God King. I'm old, I can't compare to a young man like you. Odin's body gradually faded, I have to take care of some housework, so I won't stay any longer. The magician and the queen are also welcome to come to Asgard for tea. With that said, his body disappeared. In the small town, Thor and others who were looking at the sky suddenly discovered that colorful lights appeared around their bodies. Bifrost! The God King is taking us back. Everyone was startled and immediately disappeared on the spot. In the sky, the Ancient One magician and Kerrigan looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The God King is really hard to evaluate. The Ancient One smiled and said to Kerrigan, I wonder when your majesty will be free to come to the Himalayas as a guest. It will take a while, very soon. Kerrigan chuckled, you also know that I promised to protect mankind. If a war breaks out and causes a large number of casualties during my visit to the Himalayas, I will be sorry for the protection money they paid. That's true, but I believe you are farsighted and have made preparations, right? Ancient One asked. Just a little bit. Kerrigan smiled and said goodbye to the Ancient One, then returned to Awaken and flew in the direction of America. 4.5 Ancient One looked at Awaken who was walking away, his eyes flashing. As expected, you also have the ability to predict the future. Thor and others returned to Asgard again. At the moment, Loki brought Lauf to the place of sleep. Lauf looked at the door and said coldly, are you sure that old guy fell into Odin's sleep? Loki said calmly, that is definitely, and the number and frequency of his falling into Odin's sleep are getting more and more serious. I suspect that his time has come, and I will not doubt that he will die in his sleep next time. Lauf nodded with satisfaction and opened the door. The guards of Odin's sleep had long been sent away by Loki, and the two of them arrived at the crystal where Odin was sleeping smoothly. Looking at the body of Odin sleeping in the crystal, Lauf felt murderous intent in his heart. The revenge of the giants of Jotunheim will be completed today. Loki, who was standing aside, looked at Lauf's waving blade, feeling a little unbearable in his heart. But it was quickly erased by him. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. However, the moment Lauf stabbed him, the crystal burst out with dazzling golden light, and Lauf was instantly ejected. Loki was shocked. What happened? But Odin slowly sat up and said with a slight smile, "Come and see if the end is coming." Chapter 61. Thor, standing on the Bifrost, was still a little confused about where Heimdall had gone. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the distance. Problem occurs. Thor was startled and immediately led Sif and others towards the direction of the sound of fighting. But in Asgard's God King Square, a large number of giants of Jotunheim were fighting with Asgard soldiers. Where did these giants of Jotunheim come from? Sif drew his sword and pierced the chest of a giant of Jotunheim and asked in a deep voice. Thor swung his hammer and smashed away the giants of Jotunheim. Who else, my good brother? Now Thor's heart felt cold. Loki, for the sake of the throne, you are really determined to deal with Asgard. Not good, father. Thor reacted instantly. You organize an army to resist immediately. I am going to save my father. After saying that, he jumped up and flew towards his sleeping place. In the sleeping place, Lauf struggled to get up. He looked at the helpless Loki and said viciously, "You actually lied to me." Loki didn't know what to say. He looked at Odin, had a plan in his mind, and then knelt down on one knee. He said with joy on his face, "Congratulations, father, on surviving the sleep of Odin. Father, I tricked Lauf into coming here. Please kill him yourself." You. Lauf's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that this BD could frame him under such circumstances. It's not right to call it a frame-up, but why did you put all the blame on me? A ray of light emerged from Odin's body, and the golden armor emerged. He shook his right hand, and the scepter in Loki's hand instantly appeared in Odin's hand. Loki lowered his head, not daring to look into Odin's eyes. Odin's eyes flashed with pity. Loki, you disappoint me. Hearing this, I was sweating profusely, father. Odin waved his hand, making him unable to speak or move. Now, shut up. Loki could only watch as Odin walked to the gate. But Odin did not rush to deal with the two, but stood quietly. Soon, a group of people entered the sleeping place. Father, are you okay? Thor asked loudly. Odin shook his head slightly. Thor, you handle this matter. Thor took a closer look. On one side was Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim who had brought him shame. On the other side was Loki. He quickly understood everything. Loki, how dare you? The angry Thor raised his hammer and was about to smash it down, but he held back. After all, the person in front of him is his younger brother who grew up with him. Thor took a deep breath and said dully, Father, it's up to you to deal with it. You are the God King. A smile flashed in Odin's eyes. It seems that you have kept in mind Queen Kerrigan's teachings to you. His voice became cold. I, Odin, am the God King of Asgard and the Lord of the Nine Realms. You can't take what I give you. A bolt of lightning surged from the tip of Odin's spear, shattering Lauf into pieces as he fell to the ground. Loki looked at all this, his pupil shrank, and he wanted to ask for Odin's forgiveness, but he could only whine helplessly. Odin turned to look at Loki again, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. As for you, Loki, you will be banished forever. Odin is still old after all, and the father-son relationship with Loki is not fake. Because of their previous friendship, Odin decided to spare Loki's life. Loki lowered his head, seeming to accept his fate. Take him to Bifrost. After Odin said that, he walked out of his sleeping place. Looking at his dejected brother, Thor closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. He lifted Loki up and led him to Bifrost. Odin ducked and appeared in the main square of Asgard. At the moment, the giants of Jotunheim were fighting fiercely with the Asgard army. But Odin just raised his spear and slammed it on the ground. In just an instant, all the giants of Jotunheim fell to the ground. Eradicate these guys who have tarnished the glory of Asgard. Odin said majestically. The warriors of Asgard roared with excitement and thrust their blades into the chests of the giants of Jotunheim who could not resist. After dealing with the foreign enemies, Odin strolled to Bifrost. Thor was holding Loki, waiting for him. Odin waved his hand and restored Loki's ability to speak. Loki opened his mouth and said, "Father, please don't banish me. I am doing this for Asgard." Unexpectedly, Odin looked even more disappointed after hearing this. "Loki, my child, you want the throne, that's okay. I think it's okay if you attack your brother, but how could you be stupid enough to join forces with Lauf?" He looked at Thor. "Thor, Queen Kerrigan taught you a lot, but there is one more thing she didn't tell you. Those who contact foreign enemies to obtain the throne will never be recognized." Thor understood. Odin pointed to the vast space under Bifrost. "You, go down by yourself." Loki clenched his fists tightly and suddenly exploded. "You inhumane tyrant! You deceived me, gave me hope, and now you want me to jump into the abyss myself. The name you gave me is the god of deception, but you are the real deceiver. Even if I am going to be exiled, you will never continue to be aloof." As he spoke, cracks began to appear in Bifrost. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and in just a few breaths, Bifrost breaks apart. As Bifrost fractured, its ruins fell into the endless deep space, leading to a breathtaking crack. Odin was stunned. "What did you do? You actually destroyed Bifrost. What have you done?" Loki laughed loudly. "You finally panicked? Without Bifrost, you can no longer guarantee control of the 9 realms. Your throne is unstable. I will be in hell, watching you fall from the sky." After that, Loki jumped off the Bifrost. Odin's face was livid, and he even stopped Thor's hand that wanted to take it. Bifrost is a sacred object that the northern gods spent countless resources to create. Its destruction is unstoppable. Even Odin can't do it. Odin seemed to have aged instantly. His steps staggered a bit, and Thor quickly supported his father. Only then did Thor realize that the once high-spirited god king was as weak as a dying old man on earth. "Thor, you don't blame your father," Odin muttered. Thor looked at Loki's figure disappearing into the cracks in space. His voice was a little heavy. "No, I can roughly understand what you are thinking." Odin smiled happily. "That's good. Although I am your father, I am also the god king of Asgard." Thor nodded slightly. "Now, go back. The destruction of Bifrost cannot be stopped. The 9 realms will open a new chapter. Asgard should also restrain itself." Odin patted Thor on the shoulder. "From now on, this burden will be left to you. God King, Thor." Thor raised his head. "For the glory of the northern gods. For the glory of the gods of the north." Odin, the god king, stumbles towards the palace. Thor looked again at the endless abyss beneath his feet. "Goodbye, brother." On Awaken, Kerrigan is enjoying the fruit brought by Foster. Foster gently peeled the grapes one by one and kicked them in front of Kerrigan with a smile. Natasha Romanoff is holding the phone and listening to Jerry's report. She has not paid attention to the affairs of the new umbrella these days. Now Jerry is alone and has a lot of things to ask her to help analyze. Jane came over with the wine. "Queen, will we see that silly boy again?" "Definitely, and soon." Kerrigan tasted the delicious grapes and chuckled. "Natasha Romanoff, Jane, I have a new task for you." The two were stunned for a moment, but immediately knelt down. "I am willing to fight for your majesty." When Loki woke up again, he found himself lying in a strange space. A disembodied voice sounded. "You're awake." Loki immediately turned around and saw a man wearing a hood whose face 403 couldn't see clearly. "Who are you?" "Don't ask me who I am, loser." There was a hint of mockery in the man's words. Loki was furious. "Failure? Since I didn't die in the space rift, then I will take revenge on Asgard." "Goodwill." The man clapped his hands in encouragement. "How about we make a deal? Trade?" Loki is a little confused. He has nothing now, so what can he do in exchange? "I can help you regain the throne, but first, you need to help me control something." The man raised his right hand, revealing a picture. Loki was stunned for a moment, then recognized the planet in the picture. Midgard. "Yes, it will be your first stop to become a king." Jane Foster's teacher, Dr. Eric, is drinking coffee happily. Although Foster left the research team, the research progress was not affected, and SHIELD also added some research equipment to them as an apology, which made Dr. Eric very satisfied. At this time, a phone call came. "Dr. Eric, this is SHIELD Director Nick Fury. I have a special research and would like your assistance." Dr. Eric was about to refuse when Fury tried to convince him. He shrugged helplessly and refused SHIELD. That was a very irrational behavior. America, SHIELD. Phil Coulson, who suffered a setback at Mexico City, recovered from his injury and resumed work. A true model worker. However, Agent Phil Coulson soon received a message. After receiving Phil Coulson's report, Nick Fury immediately went to a secret research institute. Not long ago, the Tesseract, a treasure that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been researching for a long time, automatically fired a beam of energy. As soon as Nick Fury entered the institute, Agent Phil Coulson greeted him. "Sir, that energy is still rising, and there is a possibility of exploding at any time." Chapter 62. After returning to the New York luxury hotel after a long absence, Kerrigan was in a good mood. She felt better after seeing the nearly 100 mutant genes prepared by Abathur. As a result, Kerrigan immediately began to absorb these genes to increase his integration. As for Jane and Natasha Romanoff, one went to deal with academic issues and the other went to the new umbrella to deal with corporate matters. After taking care of this, they will head to SHIELD. Foster stayed behind to serve Kerrigan. Foster's courage was quite good, and he was not frightened by the appearance of the Zerg. He also tried to chat with the Zerg using psychic powers, and even taught the Zerg the cultural knowledge of the Earth. Kerrigan was really surprised when she saw the insect queens doing aerobics with Foster. But that's a good thing. The Zerg are destined to integrate into this universe, and it is also a good thing to add some fun to their boring life. In the room, Kerrigan slowly opened her eyes. 30% integration. A glint flashed in Kerrigan's eyes. This feels so good. She lowered her mind and wanted to see if there were any special changes in the heart of the swarm. It would be great if there was another Zerg hero unit. Sarah Louise Kerrigan. Occupation, Blade Queen, integration 30.3%, unlocked professional skills, parasitism, kinetic blast, chain reaction, host improvement. You currently have one additional skill point. Speed, strength, wisdom. Psychic power level, 6, more levels will be unlocked with the number of dependents. Psychic abilities unlocked, psychic communication, psychic flight, psychic storm, psychic shield, psychic blade, psychic transformation. Current familia, Zerg, number 221271, ability, dominate charm, gene analysis, gene sublimation. Unlocked buildings, hatchery, lair, split pool, evolution room, hydralisk cave, cockroach pool, tunnel network, flying dragon tower, thunder beast lair. There were cockroach pools and thunder beast nests in the Zerg buildings, which satisfied her. The reproduction rate of the Zerg is astonishing. During this period, Kerrigan had nearly 60,000 more Zerg troops without any sudden attack. This also gave Kerrigan a little headache, because she had never found a way to let the Zerg fly out of the earth. The underground of New York was actually dug through by the Zerg. In the game, both the Mutalosaurus and the king insect can fly out of the atmosphere. But after Kerrigan created the Overlord bug and Mutalosaurus, she discovered that no matter how much they accelerated, they could not break through the third speed of the universe and leave the atmosphere. All the main buildings of the Zerg, except for the upgraded Dragon Tower and the Dragon Tower, have basically been unlocked. Do we really have to wait for the Great Dragon Tower to appear before the Zerg have the ability to enter the universe? Kerrigan thought for a while, came to the New U underground base, and summoned Abathur. Abathur, our army has been unable to enter the universe and establish a new base. I arranged for you to develop this some time ago. What was the result? Abathur pondered for a moment. Queen, according to my analysis, it may be that the physical rules of the Earth in this world are slightly different from the world we were in before, so the Zerg cannot fly out of the Earth. Physical rule. This world can carry multiple power systems, and your analysis should be correct. Kerrigan nodded slightly. Is there a solution? I have some ideas. I am going to transform the king bugs and alien dragons based on human engine structures. Now I have achieved preliminary results. I believe that the first flying experiment will be launched soon. Abathur was a little proud. Kerrigan also didn't care what he said about what was wrong with learning from humans. Although the Zerg are a race that specializes in biological evolution, what's wrong with learning something new? Stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. The evolution of living things can never be achieved behind closed doors. In StarCraft, the Zerg also absorbed the genes of countless outstanding creatures before they could dominate the universe and dominate the world. There are not that many excellent genes on the earth that can allow the Zerg to evolve, so learning some human technology will do. As long as the goal can be achieved, Kerrigan never minds what the means are. Kerrigan was still a little regretful that she didn't get Thor's blood sample this time. God King Odin has been watching, unable to make a move. Although she had a hand in the plot of Thor 1, Kerrigan knew that with Loki's temperament, he would definitely not wait to die in peace. Calculating the time, Bifrost is probably destroyed, and Loki has probably reached a cooperation agreement with Jiang's men by now. Odin could no longer set his sights on the 9 realms, and Earth was truly free. The curtain is finally about to begin. The beginning of Zerg's fame. Queen, our troops are waiting for your review and orders. An insect queen whispered. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Before she came, she informed the insect queens to assemble their troops and wait for her review. Very well, I want to see if they are ready for war. She followed the insect queen down the road. Finally, they came to a vast underground space. It's huge here, almost 1,000 square meters. Nidu's worms are really good at digging holes. The lights in the underground space are a little dim. But this did not prevent Kerrigan from seeing clearly what was in front of him. At a glance, the entire underground space is filled with neatly arranged Zerg. In other words, a sea of insects. The description of the word insect sea is that when the insects form huge amounts of scale in collective numbers, any living thing will tremble. When the overwhelming sea of insects sweeps across, all non-insect life forms will disappear without a trace, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. Whether it was the larger hydralisks and mutalisks, or the smaller cockroaches and springtails, they were all lying quietly on the ground, waiting for Kerrigan's orders. The Nidus worm, which is huge in size, can only stick its head out on the wall to listen to the queen's orders. Kerrigan stepped onto the high platform in front of the insect sea. The alien dragon Lord Galakrond was lying directly under the high platform, and Abathur slowly came to his side and leaned down towards Kerrigan. Kerrigan revealed his true form and looked at his own army kneeling in front of him. Her eyes flashed with fire. Warriors of the Zerg. Our days of dormancy in this world are coming to an end. Soon, the opportunity for the Zerg to become famous in the galaxy will come. Are you ready? In an instant, the entire underground space was filled with excited roars. The screams and screams of countless Zerg species made the underground space somewhat crumbling. The Zerg have been waiting for this day for too long. Galakrond said seriously, Queen, the dragon people can't wait to taste fear. Abathur's voice was a little excited, I can get new material again. Kerrigan was very satisfied with the performance of the Zerg, and she immediately ordered the Zerg to ambush troops throughout the city of New York, waiting for her call. Chiritans. It's up to you to be the first step in the rise of the Zerg. The other side. Nick Fury slowly got up from the ground. He rubbed his chest, which ached from the impact of the bullet, and looked at his body armor. Fortunately I wore it, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Just now, when he was discussing the anomalies of the Tesseract with Dr. Eric, the Tesseract opened a portal. Loki walked out of the portal holding the scepter and controlled Hawkeye and Dr. Eric. Nick Fury wanted to run away with the Tesseract, but was shot down by Hawkeye, and the Rubik's Cube was also taken away. Nick Fury took out his communicator and said to Agent Phil Coulson, who was rushing to the research base. Loki has snatched the Tesseract, and now the war has begun. The Ancient One magician far away in the Himalayas felt that he could no longer serve as a guardian magician. She had already felt it when Loki took away the cube. But the Ancient One discovered that there was something strange happening in the dark side. In desperation, she could only deal with the dark side first. Before Ancient One left, he glanced far away in the direction of Nihilu. Queen Kerrigan, I hope you are trustworthy. Natasha Romanoff drove Jane all the way to the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Their mission this time was to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. and join the Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents saw Natasha Romanoff and said hello. Many female agents also cast envious glances at Natasha Romanoff. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. agent sounds very exciting, it is not as good as being the mate of the Zerg Queen. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all know that Kerrigan is extremely generous to her subordinates and very defensive. Just look at the luxurious clothes and expensive jewelry Natasha Romanoff is wearing, and you will know how chic she is living during this time. Facing these looks, Natasha Romanoff turned a blind eye. She pushed open Nick Fury's office with ease, but saw no one. Natasha Romanoff was stunned, and when she was about to ask other agents, the phone rang. "It's Phil Coulson." Natasha Romanoff frowned and raised the phone. "What's the matter?" Phil Coulson on the other end of the phone sighed. "Natasha Romanoff, there's bad news. Hawkeye is controlled by Loki." Natasha Romanoff's face became a little serious. "What is the specific situation?" "Money is good, you go to s.h.i.e.l.d. first, I will be back soon and we will discuss it in detail then." "Okay, I'm already at SHIELD. When you come back, tell me clearly what's going on." Phil Coulson on the other end of the phone was confused. Why is Natasha Romanoff at s.h.i.e.l.d. now? But Natasha Romanoff had hung up the phone, and he could only ask the flight crew to speed up and notify Nick Fury at the same time. Jane looked at Natasha Romanoff curiously. "Sister Natasha Romanoff, who is Hawkeye?" Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly. "That was the person who took pictures for us last time at Hammer. The guy with the bow." Jane nodded slightly. "Did something happen to him?" "Well, Phil Coulson said he was being controlled by the enemy." Natasha Romanoff took Jane to sit down on the sofa in the office. "You should also know that I used to live in hell, and it was Hawkeye who rescued me. Now that something happens to him, I have to save him." Jane thoughtfully said, "Sister Natasha Romanoff, do you have a good relationship with him?" "There was a little bit, but it has passed. Now I am His Majesty's maid." Natasha Romanoff touched Jane's little head. "Don't test me. Since I have decided to be loyal to your Majesty, I will not have second thoughts." Jane stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. "I am still too young, and this kind of temptation can be seen at a glance." Not long after, Phil Coulson and Nick Fury hurried to the office. When they saw Jane, they were a little confused. "What is this person doing here?" Chapter 63. In the case of Mary Jane, SHIELD only launched its investigation after she appeared next to Kerrigan. Therefore, they don't know much about Jane's ability. Nick Fury thought Jane was here to send a message, so he asked, "Miss Mary Jane, what can I do for Her Majesty the Queen?" Jane smiled and said, "Let Sister Natasha Romanoff do the talking." Nick Fury looks at Natasha Romanoff and has a toothache. "Look at this situation, Natasha Romanoff voted for Yuzu? I clearly wanted to arrange to lurk in to spy on the Zerg intelligence." Natasha Romanoff got straight to the point. "Let me talk about Hawkeye's situation first, and then I will explain to you His Majesty's instructions, Director Nick Fury." Nick Fury's heart sank. But it had already happened, and he was powerless to stop it, let alone ask Natasha Romanoff to return to SHIELD. He sighed and saw the beginning of the plot. "I see." After listening to Fury's story, Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly. "Your Majesty has foreseen all this, and she arranged for Jane and I to join your team to help you solve this trouble." Fury was secretly shocked. His Majesty had foreseen it. What did that mean? But Fury still smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Her Majesty the Queen's support for SHIELD. I will arrange the procedures and prepare the equipment for you right now." Natasha Romanoff waved her hand. "No, you should deal with what you should do first." After that, he took Jane to learn about S.H.I.E.L.D. related matters. Phil Coulson walked up to Fury. "Sir, it seems Natasha Romanoff has rebelled." Fury sighed. "It's not a rebellion, it's just a change of boss. At least now, His Majesty really has no other ideas about the Earth. I'm going to have a small meeting. You arrange for Dr. Banner to immediately track gamma rays. He is the best at this. As long as we track the gamma ray source of the Rubik's Cube, we can find out where Loki is." "Yes, I'm going to experience it right away." Phil Coulson turned and left, and Fury opened the secret room of the office and came to a 750 communications room. He clicked on the communication interface in front of him, and several figures appeared on the screen. "Good morning, Senators." Fury also smiled and greeted everyone. But the Senators were not as relaxed as he was. "Director Nick Fury, the Tesseract is lost and you need to take responsibility." Alexander Pierce came up and attacked Fury. "It's all because of you that the Rubik's Cube was lost in order to control the power that we cannot control." Fury stopped smiling. "You're right, but it's not important. The most important thing now is that an Asgard god has declared war on us, and our relationship with his brother is not good either. We cannot count on his brother to help us. Can't we stop it with the power we have?" "It's difficult, we don't know what's behind that god." Pierce added, "Then you should focus on the second phase of work. Nick Fury's face became serious. The second phase is still under development and is completely unable to cope with the current situation, but our enemies are different. How about asking for help from the Zerg? One female senator asked. As soon as these words came out, everyone shook their heads. We can't completely believe them, and the price of the Zerg's action is very high. It is best for us to protect this planet ourselves. Fury said solemnly, everyone, I apply to restart the Avengers project to gather those with super abilities to deal with this situation. All the senators frowned, and finally agreed to restart the Avengers plan. After Pierce ended the meeting, he immediately notified Snake Nest. The instruction he received was to wait and see what happens and wait for the opportunity to eliminate those superheroes and enemies together. In a training room, the famous Captain America Steve Rogers is working out diligently. In order to adapt to the increased strength, he has spent nearly a month in this training room. Nick Fury came to the training room with a document. Captain America immediately stopped what he was doing. Sir, what are your instructions? Fury just smiled and said, how does it feel? Excellent. Speaking of this, Captain America immediately became excited. The Zerg are indeed right. All indicators of my body have increased by 30% compared to before. Now I can easily defeat my previous self. Don't underestimate the mere 30% improvement. This means that Steve Rogers, who is known as Marvel's 55 to 50 opener, has become a 64% opener. The clan is not trustworthy in this regard. Fury chuckled and said, I guess few people would have imagined that Health Number 1, which is now best-selling all over the world, was not invented by humans. Their medicine is indeed good, but the name is not impressive enough. Captain America shrugged, okay, let's talk about what the mission is. Let's see. Fury smiled and handed the file to Captain America. It's your turn. Captain America read the document and smiled, a bit like the Howling Commandos I formed before. Pretty much, but the members I'm going to recruit for you are all people with extraordinary abilities. Most of them are rebellious, you know. It's normal to be thorny. If these people are not arrogant, there will be a problem. Captain America looked through the list of people Fury selected. It's okay for Dr. Banner. He's much calmer now. Tony Stark? That rich man is a bit difficult. Why are there even Mary Jane and Natasha Romanoff? Aren't they two mates of the Zerg Queen? Fury shrugged. The Zerg Queen said she sent the two of them to help us, but she didn't mention the price. So I can only treat Her Majesty the Queen as showing mercy and gave us a hand because of our poor financial situation. Who knows? Captain America smiled and said, but with the two of them here, at least we feel more secure. This shows that the Queen has a good impression of humans, otherwise she would not send her men to help. I hope so. Get ready, I'm still heavy. What is the most talked about news recently? That is Stark Industries chairman, Mr. Tony Stark's Stark Industries building is about to be completed. For this new building, BDDH, this superhero and billionaire personally went into the sea to repair the cables, which can be said to have invested huge amounts of hard work. Tony landed slowly and CAO Weiss took off his armor thoughtfully. Pepper smiled and handed Tony a glass of wine. Done. It's almost there, it will start soon. Tony took the wine with a smile and took a sip. Soon, our new home will be completed. By then, Stark Building will be the most gorgeous scenery in the city. When the two were in a passionate relationship, J.A.R.V.I.S said, Sir, Phil Coulson agent from SHIELD came to visit. What a bummer. Tony muttered a few words, but still asked J.A.R.V.I.S to invite Phil Coulson in. Long time no see, Mr. Stark. Phil Coulson is smiling and holding a laptop in his hand. Yeah, long time no see. Tell me, what's going on? Let me tell you in advance that I don't have money to fund S.H.I.E.L.D's bullshit plan. Tony smacked his lips, looking arrogant. Pepper gave him a hammer. This was so rude. Facing Tony's sarcasm, Phil Coulson was a little embarrassed. S.H.I.E.L.D spent a lot of money on the Zerg for the super soldier serum. For this reason, Fury approached Tony several times to try to fill the hole, but Tony refused. Ahem, it's not about money this time. Phil Coulson agent said, here is a list of some of the people we are about to form a team. We would like to ask you to join us to solve some urgent needs. With that said, he handed the laptop to Tony. What a weird plan again. You came at the wrong time. I was just... Before Tony finished speaking, he was pulled away by a blushing little pepper. Why do you say this in front of outsiders? Let's see what's inside. The shameless Tony plugged into the computer with a smile. Then, a series of images appeared in front of him. Hey, you have attracted a lot of people, mutated scientists, aliens, the maid of the Zerg Queen. Tony's face turned serious. Tell me the details. Loki looked at the busy scientists in front of him and felt extremely proud. He looked up at the sky and sneered, even if you drive me off the throne, I can still sit back down again. Not long ago, he reached a cooperation with a mysterious person. Loki offered the Tesseract and gained the support of the mysterious man. Now Loki holds the mysterious scepter and Tesseract with infinite power, and there is an army of Chitauri waiting for his dispatch on the other side of the universe. As long as he opens the door to the universe and teleports the Chitauri army to the Earth, he can become the ruler of the Earth. When the time comes, he will raise his troops to Asgard and complete his revenge. On the aerospace aircraft carrier. Sister Natasha Romanoff, is this the aircraft carrier? Jane looked around curiously. Yeah, it's big, right? Natasha Romanoff smiled. The first time I saw the aircraft carrier, I had the same expression as you. The Queen said that she also has a command ship, which is inferior to this aircraft carrier. Jane said with a smile, she also told me the name, saying it was Leviathan. A trace of envy flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes. Your Majesty is so kind to you, I don't even know about this kind of thing. That's just because you didn't ask. While Jane and Natasha Romanoff were joking, a man in a suit walked out of an airplane onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Mr. Banner. Jane smiled and greeted. She has naturally seen Banner before, but now Banner is a little thinner and looks much more energetic. Nice to meet you, Miss Jane. Banner said with a smile, Your Majesty is here too. No, His Majesty asked the two of us, as representatives of the Zerg tribe, to join the Avengers and protect the Earth together. Natasha Romanoff spoke. At this time, Agent Phil Coulson and Captain America also walked out of the plane. Several people greeted each other, especially Natasha Romanoff and Jane. Everyone's attitude was very friendly. After all, the two people standing behind them were beings who could compete with the legendary gods. Chapter 64. Captain America was surprised to find that Fury's plan failed. In the original plan, Fury wanted the captain to become the leader of this special force. The captain himself thought so too. He originally planned to mediate the conflicts among the team members himself, and then be convinced by everyone. Unexpectedly, no conflict broke out between these people. At least when Jane and Natasha Romanoff are around, all the Avengers are getting along. Banner was grateful for the care given to him by the Zerg, and he was devoted to protecting the two mates of His Majesty. Tony Stark was a friend of the Zerg, and he would not lose his temper in front of the two of them. Even Captain America himself used the serum developed by the Zerg to greatly improve his strength. The original members of the Avengers were all friends with the Zerg. Fury is keenly aware of this, but he has no way to solve this problem for the time being. There's no better choice than these guys. Kneel down. Loki, who was wearing an elk helmet and holding a scepter, shouted loudly to the crowd in front of him. The people screamed in panic, but the phantom created by Loki's magic scared them back. Just now, Loki attacked this gathering point and used some strange thing to take away a person's retina. The controlled Hawkeye has used his retina to pass a certain authority and take something away. Loki couldn't be more satisfied. He held the scepter, looked at the panicked humans in front of him, and shouted, I said, kneel down. Maybe he was too excited, his cry was more like, meow. People slowly knelt down. Loki opened his arms with a proud look on his face. Isn't this simple? Isn't that what you were born to do? This is the unspoken truth of mankind. You have been deprived of the joy of life by false freedom, and you long to be enslaved. You are crazy about pursuing power and status. In fact, your bones are full of servility, and sooner or later you will succumb to your ruler. They were silent. Loki was very satisfied with the surrender of these people, and this feeling was very intoxicating to him. Suddenly, an old man stood up. But I will never surrender to ABD like you. Loki smiled, I am unique. The old man sneered, there are many shameless people like you. Loki dropped his smile. He raised his scepter, look at this old guy, he is your role model. As he spoke, the scepter burst out with a blue light and shot towards the old man. At this critical moment, a figure fell from the sky and blocked Loki's attack with a shield. His attack was bounced back by the shield, and Loki fell to the ground. Captain America poked his head out from under the shield and said as he walked, "In the past, when I was fighting against the Chariot Nation, there was one person who put himself above everyone else. He died." Loki got up from the ground and took a look at Captain America's outfit. "A soldier? You look really out of date." "I'm not the one who's outdated." Captain America shrugged. Behind Loki, a high-altitude fighter plane flew quickly towards the side of the building. Natasha Romanoff, who was serving as the pilot, turned on the speaker, "Loki, put down your arms and surrender. For your brother's sake, we will spare your life." Loki was immediately furious, and the scepter glowed with blue light and attacked the fighter plane. Natasha Romanoff immediately ducked. Captain America threw his shield directly and hit Loki in the face. Loki was stunned, his anger became more intense, and he immediately fought with Captain America. He originally thought that as a god, although he was not good at close combat, he was still able to deal with a human soldier. Little did he know that as soon as he and Captain America fought, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. Now Captain America, under the influence of the Zerg's improved super soldier serum, is much more powerful than before. The arrogant Loki was punched in the face by Captain America, spinning upside down and flying out. Captain America picked up the shield, jumped behind Loki, and kicked him in the waist again. Loki screamed and rubbed his waist and managed to get up. "Damn it, you pd me off!" Loki roared angrily, ready to give this guy who violated his dignity a real blow. Boom! A laser cannon was fired from a distance, knocking down his scepter. Iron Man Tony Stark descended from the sky and aimed his palm cannon at Loki. "Try it under motion, you elk!" Natasha Romanoff also jumped from the fighter plane, took out a pistol and aimed it at Loki. Loki had no choice but to slowly raise his hands and take back his elk head to show surrender. In the aircraft carrier, Jane sighed, "That's it. I thought God would be so strong. This guy is far behind his brother, at least in terms of fighting wool. Miss Jane, we cannot take it lightly. This guy is the legendary god of fraud. Captain, bring Loki back." Fury smiled and then ordered. "Okay, sir." Captain America stepped forward and handcuffed Loki, and Loki cooperated very well. In distant Asgard, Odin summoned Thor. "Before, I hid the Tesseract in mid-Aelgart. Now, the Rubik's Cube has been activated, and I have sensed Loki's power." Thor looked tense. Odin frowned and said, "Now, I will use most of my divine power to send you to Midgard. You must bring the Rubik's Cube and Loki back together. It doesn't matter if you can't bring back the Rubik's Cube. At least you can't let it fall into the enemy's subordinate." Thor nodded slightly and was ready to set off. On the fighter plane carrying Loki back to the city, Tony and Captain America chatted. Captain America pondered, "This guy is a god after all. How can he surrender just because he says he surrenders? I'm afraid they're afraid of us." Tony smiled and said, "Captain, have you been working as a fitness coach for too long, and your brain has become dull?" Captain America smiled and didn't care. Tony was an arrogant man with a vicious tongue. He became the nominal leader of the Avengers before he had ever really proven himself in front of Tony. Tony was certain that he was dissatisfied. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. Tony's expression changed. "Why is it just thundering and raining?" Natasha Romanoff turned around and said, "A friend has arrived." Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed into the fighter plane. He was holding a warhammer in his hand, looking majestic, and when he was about to smash Tony away who was blocking his way, he saw Natasha Romanoff. Thor immediately put away his hammer. "Nice to see you again, Miss Natasha Romanoff." Natasha Romanoff crossed her arms. "What, you want to use force against us? Thor, you are getting bolder and bolder." Thor showed an awkward smile. "Don't dare. Why did you come back to Earth again?" Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. Thor looked at Captain America and Tony, looking a little embarrassed. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it, but I don't know if His Majesty will be angry about this. After all, His Majesty ordered me to fight with them now." Natasha Romanoff laughed. Thor's expression tightened and he quickly explained everything clearly. Although Natasha Romanoff is a mortal, it also depends on who is standing behind this mortal. Loki, who was tied up, looked surprised. When did Thor become so easy to talk to? I see, you are here to take Loki and the Tesseract back. Tony touched his chin, but it's a bit difficult. Thor said righteously, no matter how difficult it is, I will complete my father's order. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Loki and said calmly, go back to headquarters first, Thor. Do you have any objections? Thor saw the look in Natasha Romanoff's eyes and forced a smile, it doesn't matter. Captain America and Tony, who were watching the show on the side, were a little bit speechless. It seemed that the dignified Thor had suffered a big loss under the hands of that majesty. It's cool to have someone behind you. Loki is imprisoned on S.H.I.E.L.D's space carrier. Natasha Romanoff saved Thor some face and arranged for him to chat with Loki. Thor looked a little serious after talking. What happened? That guy also has an army of Chitauri, and he plans to lead this army to conquer the entire Earth. Thor's face was heavy. In this case, it was hard for him to let S.H.I.E.L.D interfere with Loki's life. Jane was a little curious, but now that he is in our hands, how can we summon the army? Banner smiled and said, I think there is an explanation for this question. Not long ago, the controlled Hawkeye stole a large amount of iridium elements from one of our research institutes, but I don't know what they did with the iridium elements. Tony thought for a moment. Iridium can be used as a stabilizer and has the effect of expanding matter. If Loki intends to use it to expand and control the portal, it all makes sense. Natasha Romanoff frowned and asked, you mean, he may have taken the initiative to let us catch and paralyze us, and on the other hand sent Hawkeye to steal the iridium element? It seems that he has a way to escape from us. Thor looked a little ugly, I don't know how he can escape. The cage that traps him is quite strong now. Banner's mouth twitched, then he was talking about his residence in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony stood up, Dr. Banner, let's take finding the Rubik's Cube as our main research direction first. Banner nodded. The Avengers seemed to be quite harmonious on the surface. But when Jane and Natasha Romanoff were gone, Tony let himself go. In the laboratory, he suddenly poked Banner who was busy studying Loki's scepter. Banner glanced at him curiously. Tony asked, Doctor, how do you control yourself from getting angry? Queen Kerrigan has given me many tools to calm my mind. Banner continued to do his own thing. Seeing this situation, the captain stepped forward and said, Tony, don't do this, your behavior may kill us all. Tony showed a surprised expression, Captain, instead of doubting Dr. Banner, you might as well doubt Black Braised Egg, that guy is the king of spies. The captain was stunned, what do you mean? Dr. Banner on the side smiled and said, did you know, Loki once ridiculed director Nick Fury for trying to use the Rubik's Cube to develop the energy industry, but the only person in the world who can achieve energy self-sufficiency is here. As he spoke, he pointed at Tony. You have to know that even Queen Kerrigan was amazed by Tony's ability to develop energy and signed a cooperation agreement with him. Why didn't director Nick Fury invite Tony to join? Tony looked complacent, thank you, Your Majesty, for watching. As he spoke, he thrust his hand forward slightly, and a bag of snacks flew into his hand from the table. Psychic energy is so convenient. Captain America and Banner looked envious. Who says it's not? Tony was so proud of himself. Chapter 65. Then, Tony's face turned serious. I think, based on this alone, S.H.I.E.L.D should be investigated. Although S.H.I.E.L.D is the initiator of Avengers, it has no jurisdiction over the Avengers. Captain America frowned, Tony, this is wrong, you shouldn't guess each other, at least obey orders. Tony glanced at him, Captain, I am not Nick Fury's agent. I joined this group with the idea of protecting the Earth. Captain America was speechless. Seeing that Tony didn't listen to the advice, he could only lament and left the laboratory. People's hearts are not as old as they used to be, and the world is getting worse. But in Captain America's heart, there are also questions about what Nick Fury did. So, he secretly began to look up relevant information. On the other side, Kerrigan is inspecting Abathur's new Zerg development. Queen, we have now developed two major technologies to accelerate the rolling of poisonous baneling insects and increase the speed of king insects. Now, the jump acceleration technology is about to be completed, and the research on saboteurs has begun to bear fruit. Abathur's words were full of pride, now, I'm just waiting for your order. That's right, don't worry yet. We need a lot of resources to open up a new base in the universe. Someone will deliver these resources. 820 Kerrigan chuckled and said, go and get busy. As commanded. Abathur turned and left, and Kerrigan dialed Natasha Romanoff's number. What's going on now? Queen, we have Loki under control. Tony and Dr. Banner are currently studying his scepter and want to find the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Natasha Romanoff said respectfully. Well, be careful with that guy, he is very cunning, remember to save your own life first. By the way, inform Nick Fury, if necessary, the Zerg can take action. As commanded. By the way, I heard that Hawkeye was controlled. There was a hint of laughter in Kerrigan's voice. You also know? But I have nothing to do with him now. Natasha Romanoff explained hurriedly. Don't worry, I know your past. But Hawkeye still needs to be rescued. He is fine. He is working hard for Loki now. Do you need me to help you rescue him? Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment, Your Majesty, I'll do it myself. Very good, and I remember that S.H.I.E.L.D. space is a space carrier. You also know this. Definitely, although S.H.I.E.L.D. stealth technology has developed well, it still falls far behind when it comes to psychic abilities. Kerrigan said calmly. If my guess is correct, Hawkeye and the others may launch an aerial attack on the space carrier. You should be careful. Are you sure? Natasha Romanoff looked tense. If Hawkeye were to attack the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, this aircraft carrier would turn into a flying coffin in an instant. Natasha Romanoff, the strongest fortresses are breached from the inside. Don't forget, the big guy is still with you. Kerrigan smiled and hung up. Foster came over and said, Queen, it's time to start today's massage. Kerrigan stretched his body lazily, and Foster stepped forward to meet her, looking carefully at Lily. This made Kerrigan feel very comfortable. She just enjoyed it quietly. While enjoying it, Kerrigan reached out and touched Foster's head. Queen Foster, whose face was slightly smoky, slowly raised his head. The two people's eyes met each other cleverly at this moment. Kerrigan smiled. You have really made a lot of progress. Natasha Romanoff was about to go to Nick Fury to explain Kerrigan's conjecture when she noticed that the atmosphere among everyone was a bit solemn. Jane hid aside to eat snacks, which was particularly loud in the silent room. Natasha Romanoff glanced at the tit-for-tat crowd, trotted up to Jane and asked, What's going on? Mr. Banner asked Hyludan why he used the Rubik's Cube to develop weapons, but Hyludan said it was to guard against the boy playing with the hammer. Then the Tin Woodman and Uncle Shield started to quarrel. After I came in, they were like this, staring at each other. Jane threw a snack into her mouth. Mr. Tin Woodman, your snacks are good. Tony's mouth twitched, the Tin Man said. Forget it, don't get angry with the child, His Majesty is still standing behind her. The faces of the superheroes named by Jane all looked a bit ugly. Miss Jane, I am not a hammer player. Thor argued. That's pretty much it. His Majesty said, You are still too weak now. Are you Thor or the Hammer God? Jane said nonchalantly. Thor's face hardened. Ahem, let's not talk about this for now. The top priority now is to find the Rubik's Cube. Nick Fury ignored the title Jane Black braised egg and came out to smooth things over. Natasha Romanoff said loudly, His Majesty said Hawkeye may attack the space carrier. We must land immediately, otherwise this will be a flying iron coffin. Nick Fury was shocked. What did you say? Just then, there was an explosion. Hawkeye takes action. Half of the space carrier's engines were destroyed and it lost its balance instantly. The violent vibration made everyone unsteady, and Natasha Romanoff shouted angrily, Damn it, it's Hawkeye. She immediately looked at Banner. Dr. Banner, jump down now. Tay. His Majesty said that you are likely to lose your mind. It is best for you to leave the space carrier now. Banner looked confused and was kicked out of the space carrier by Natasha Romanoff. Loki, who was squatting in the cage, was stunned. You haven't had time to control that monster yet? Suddenly, Thor and Jane burst into the cell where Loki was being held. Jane said coldly, Loki, tell us the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube, or we will throw you down immediately. Loki laughed. Little one, do you know who you're talking to? Let me tell him. Thor sighed, Loki, be obedient. As long as you reveal the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube, I guarantee you will be fine. Loki seemed to be interested. Brother, can I hug you again? Captain America and Iron Man are busy repairing the engine. The entire aerospace aircraft carrier was in a mess. Fury is extremely heartbroken about this. You know, just a moment ago, this aircraft carrier was full of vitality and everything was competing, but now it has become a mess. At this moment, Hawkeye, who took advantage of the chaos to sneak in, raised his longbow and in the chaos, accurately shot the virus into S.H.I.E.L.D's computer. In an instant, all systems of the S.H.I.E.L.D aerospace aircraft carrier were paralyzed. Damn it! Natasha Romanoff, go get him! Fury ordered loudly, and he quickly arranged for everyone to escape. Hawkeye ran away, but now Natasha Romanoff is faster and stronger than him. In just a few moments, Hawkeye was punched down by Natasha Romanoff and tied up. Jane, how are you doing over there? Natasha Romanoff immediately asked on the communication channel. Although Thor was by her side, she still couldn't worry about Jane. Well, the guy with the hammer was tricked into the cage by his brother and thrown in. I had a fight with Loki, and he ran away when he heard someone coming. Jane's voice sounded a little frustrated. Okay, I'll come right away. Sure enough, Asgardians have no brains. Natasha Romanoff sighed slightly, picked up Hawkeye and immediately ran towards the cage. On the other side, Jane put down the phone and looked at Phil Coulson agent sheepishly. Sorry, I used too much force and trapped you. Phil Coulson, who was tied to the wall by a spider web, said helplessly, it doesn't matter, please let me down. Just now, he rushed into the cell with a weapon. Jiang, who had just had a fight with Loki, thought he was an enemy. Jiang quickly controlled him. Looking at the cobwebs covering the entire room, Agent Phil Coulson rubbed his severely injured waist and sighed. What kind of monsters are those under His Majesty's command? Thanks to everyone's efforts, the aerospace aircraft carrier escaped. But the S.H.I.E.L.D agents suffered heavy losses. In the office, the atmosphere was very solemn. This time, we lost. Fury said calmly. But we will definitely take revenge and avenge the victims. Everyone nodded slowly. What's going on with Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye? Phil Coulson asked. Much better, his mind has returned to normal, but I haven't contacted Dr. Banner yet, so I don't know where he went. Everyone's mouths twitched. Weren't you the one who kicked him off the aircraft carrier? What's with this innocent look? Jane also said, the hammer player is also gone. Everyone pressed their foreheads together. Thor was very embarrassed this time. He was played around by his younger brother, and he still didn't know the news. Tony 1.4 coughed, ignore them too, speaking of which, I have some new ideas about Loki. Fury became interested. Tell me. That guy is a very conceited person. He designed to defeat us one by one just to show his ability. Then, what he wants next is the audience. Everyone was speechless. Captain America asked, Tony, how did you think of it? Because that's who I am. Tony spread his hands without blushing at all. Natasha Romanoff and Jane couldn't help rolling their eyes. Tony was very proud. If I were him, I would summon my army on the most gorgeous and spectacular building in this city to destroy the world. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Damn it, that BD is eyeing my Stark building. Where else can there be the most gorgeous and spectacular building in this city besides my own Stark building? Tony immediately called Pepper and asked her to quickly arrange for the evacuation of all employees. Jasui, I built that with all my heart. Tony ran out of the office angrily, and then everyone saw him rising into the sky wearing a steel armor. Fury hesitated to speak and could only order, quick, we must go to support immediately. Everyone rushed out of the office and took a plane. Chapter 66. At the moment. On the top floor of the Stark building. The controlled Dr. Eric successfully activated the Tesseract. Tony flew from a distance and fired continuously at the instrument, but was completely unable to stop the Rubik's Cube from starting. Dr. Eric smiled and said, don't bother, once the Rubik's Cube is activated, it cannot be closed again. Tony looked at him deeply and prepared to activate the Mark 7 armor and destroy the equipment with all his strength. Suddenly, Tony's expression changed. On the top floor of the Stark building, he saw Loki. Hold him steady and wait for support. Tony ignored Dr. Isaac and slowly landed on the roof. J.A.R.V.I.S changed his suit, and Tony poured a glass of wine with a leisurely look on his face, and put on the Mark 7 control bracelet. Loki walked into the room with a smile. What? Give up? Now be loyal to me, and you can gain supreme divine power. Tony held the wine glass, I have no interest in recognizing an elk as the boss. Listen Loki, you have pd us off now. If we can't protect this planet, we will definitely take revenge on you. Loki sneered and dropped his smile. He slowly walked up to Tony, picked up the scepter, and wanted to control Tony's mind. OJ. Scepter collided with Tony's chest, making a soft sound, but there was no movement at all. Loki was stunned. He touched Tony's chest with his scepter again. Still only a soft sound. This has not been the case before. Loki was curious. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. Oh, sexual dysfunction and the like are not uncommon. 1 in 5 men. Before Tony could finish his mocking words, Loki locked his neck. 13 Loki was furious and threw him out. Who knew that Tony jumped back and stood up, condensing 2 light blades with his arms. What ability is this? Loki froze for a moment. Kill your ability. Tony yelled angrily and stabbed Loki. However, he stabbed only a phantom. Loki appeared behind Tony in an instant, and the scepter stabbed him in the vest. Tony dodged instantly, but was still scratched by the scepter. Still too weak. Tony sighed in his heart, and then activated the Mark 7 armor. In just an instant, various parts of the armor flew to Tony. Nice appearance, you have a good aesthetic. Loki said calmly. The power is even better. Tony raised his hand, and a laser cannon instantly knocked Loki away. Suddenly, a faint blue crack appeared in the sky. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and you can see something rushing out of the cracks. Not good. Tony had no intention of caring about Loki anymore and rushed directly into the sky to stop these intruders. However, the Chitauri army was very large in number, and Tony was outnumbered. As soon as he took down a few flight machines, they were shot away by a burst of artillery fire, completely unable to stop the Chitauri's attack. Chitauri rushed out of the portal and immediately began to destroy and kill the city. Screams, roars, and calls for help were endless. In the new U Umbrella underground base, Jerry was watching everything on the screen with trembling eyes. Foster whispered, "Queen, when will we take action?" "Wait a minute, Nick Fury hasn't spoken yet, don't rush." Kerrigan chuckled and said, "If we act too quickly, it may backfire." Mengli Tower, are the Thunder Beast troops ready? In front of Kerrigan, a huge amount of shadow leaned down. Thunder Beast Lord Manglita and his Thunder Beasts are ready, we are ready to fight for you. Very well, Abathur, arrange for our modified king insects to prepare to intercept nuclear bombs. The Zerg stage is not allowed to be disturbed. A figure fell from the sky. He holds a war hammer in his hand and wears armor, looking majestic. Loki, close the portal immediately. Thor stared at Loki standing on the roof, uncontrollably. Oh, my brother, the war has begun. Loki smiled evilly, this planet will soon belong to me. That's possible. Thor was furious and immediately swung his hammer and fought with Loki. Sir, we have arrived near the portal, and there are a large number of Kerrigan invaders. Agent Phil Coulson flew a fighter plane, carrying Natasha Romanoff and others to the battlefield. Nick Fury on the other fighter plane had a gloomy face. He looked at the ruins at his feet and the screaming crowd, and roared, "Avengers, attack!" Loki noticed them too. He immediately took out his neutral position and used magic on the plane. Phil Coulson had no time to escape and the plane was shot down. Natasha Romanoff grabbed him by the collar, and other superheroes grabbed the crew members and jumped out of the crashing plane. Buzz! With a soft cry, the portal in the sky expanded again. Natasha Romanoff shot a Kerrigan alien in the head and looked up at the sky. Look, what is that? Everyone raised their heads and were horrified to find that a giant beast with a head about 10 meters wide slowly poked its head out from the portal. As the giant beast appeared completely, everyone's eyes were full of shock. How to fight this kind of enemy? The giant beast in front of me has a length of 40 or 50 meters, and is covered in grey-black armor. It is extremely intimidating. If you can't beat me, you'll still have to fight. Natasha Romanoff squealed, but when she saw the crowds of people running away, she gritted her teeth. Captain, you go organize the evacuation first. Captain America nodded and immediately protected the crowd from evacuating. Jane fired 2 cobwebs that flew through the buildings, shooting down one Chitauri fighter after another. Tony flew high into the sky, using his mobility to distract the beast. Hawkeye fired arrows wildly, killing enemies one after another. But the number of enemies is too many. Although the beast was big, its reaction was not slow, and Tony was almost bitten to death several times. The entire battlefield situation fell into a bitter battle. Loki once again deceived Thor with an illusion and stabbed him. Afterwards, he went directly to the top floor of Stark building to admire his masterpiece. When everyone's scalps were numb, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Thor, who had recovered somewhat from his injuries, came to the battlefield and instantly cleared away a large number of enemies for everyone. Thud, tug, 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 tug. A dusty man came over on a battery car. Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows and said, "Dr. Banner, you arrived just in time." Jiang slapped the head of the Chitauri warrior in front of him to pieces, "But your means of transportation is a bit crude." Banner smiled and said, "It just comes at the right time." Suddenly, Tony said a wisecrack in the voice channel, "Dr. Banner, welcome back, let's see what gift I brought you." Everyone was stunned, and then they found that the giant beast was following Tony and rushing towards everyone. Captain America, who had just helped the police evacuate the crowd, said, "Dr. Banner, you can get angry now." Banner turned back and smiled, "Tell you a secret, Captain. I'm so hot right now." In just an instant, Banner transformed into Hulk, with the vicious head of a giant beast. As if the giant beast had been severely injured, half of its head was instantly suppressed. Its body was also twisted due to the huge force and stood up high. But the force of the backlash made Hulk unable to resist. When Tony saw this, he shouted, "Hold on!" As he spoke, he launched a missile and blasted the giant beast away. The giant beast finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell to one side. All the Kirita warriors present stopped killing, stared at the crowd, and roared in anger. Natasha Romanoff loaded the bullet, Jane stretched out her hands, Thor stood ready with his hammer, and Hulk roared back at all enemies who dared to roar at him. Tony slowly landed next to everyone and stood with his comrades. Captain America picked up the shield and was ready to fight back at any time. Hawkeye drew his bow again and took aim. At the same time, a secret meeting between the military and S.H.I.E.L.'s top brass was being held nervously. "Launch a nuclear bomb immediately. Destroy the invaders." A military boss shouted loudly. "There are many citizens there. If you just sit back and do nothing, the whole world will fall into war." 313 Pierce also spoke. Seeing that they could not dissuade everyone from launching nuclear bombs, Nick Fury and General Ross had no choice but to contact Kerrigan privately. Standing on the Stark building, Loki looked at the people waiting below and said mockingly, "If you don't overestimate your own capabilities, you will seek your own death." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. He turned his head, and a beautiful figure appeared behind him. That was a woman with an extraordinary temperament and an extremely noble look. The woman was on the phone and seemed to be in contact with someone. "Who are you?" Loki asked haughtily. The woman glanced at him, did not answer, and continued to call her own phone. Loki was furious and dared to ignore the future supreme ruler of the earth. He raised the scepter to attack, but put it down again. "No matter who you are, you can't stop me from ruling the earth." "Well, I think I still need a goddess. Are you interested?" Now Loki is incomparable glory, he is not afraid of any threats. As long as the scepter is in hand, the portal cannot be closed, and armies will pour into the world constantly. "Then, go and prepare what I want." The woman hung up the phone and looked at Loki contemptuously. "Elk, even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this." Loki was stunned for a moment, then realized who this woman was. Queen of the Zerg, Kerrigan. From Hawkeye, he also learned that there is another intelligent race on the Earth, and Hawkeye also specifically explained that Kerrigan's strength is extraordinary. However, Loki is not panic at all now. Zerg? How can a creature like an insect fight against its own army? He laughed loudly. "Kerrigan, Queen of the Zerg? That's ridiculous. Where are your Zerg? They only talk big words." Kerrigan put down the phone, her face expressionless. "You want war, I will give you war. Since your choice is to despise the Zerg, then face the anger of the Zerg." Chapter 67. Kakaka. As Kerrigan finished speaking, the ground in New York City began to crack. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound, as if something was about to crawl out from the ground. The Chitauri soldiers looked at the ground curiously, watching the cracks getting bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer to their feet. The sky also became dark. At some point, the blue sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Crack! The deafening thunder startled the fleeing crowd. Their steps became faster and faster, and even if they fell, they had to get up and continue running for their lives. Large swaths of shadow emerged from the clouds. No, that's not a shadow. It's just because the number and volume of those shadows are so huge that even the blue sky is covered by them. In the sky, there was a faint sound of some kind of strange cry. With this cry, the shadows moved forward a little faster. Loki also saw clearly what these shadows were. They were spherical creatures, but the bodies of these spherical creatures were covered with dense holes, which was creepy. Next to the spherical creature, there are many small shadows connected together. The shadows flapped their wings, rising and falling. Finally, these little shadows revealed their true colors. They were a group of weird-looking flight creatures, flapping their wings and looking hideous and terrifying. The citizens and police officers who were busy escaping looked at the terrifying existence flying in the distance, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe their eyes. They stopped and looked at the terrifying existence above their heads without any thoughts in their hearts. Only fear and trembling. What are those? Where did this monster come from again? Run away! It was not until someone yelled that everyone reacted and continued to run away like crazy. In space, the Kirita mothership also responded in time. They immediately informed Loki and asked him to continue to expand the portal so that more soldiers and giant beasts could come to fight. Loki turned around and glared at Kerrigan fiercely, Queen of the Zerg. If you think you can stop my army with just these things, then your end will be to be completely crushed by me. Oh, everyone can talk nonsense, why don't you try it? Kerrigan smiled disdainfully. Loki gritted his teeth and secretly began to gather his divine power to expand the portal and send more Kirita soldiers to the earth. The Avengers, who were waiting on the ground, also discovered anomalies in the sky. Jane and Natasha Romanoff cheered and high-fived each other. Great, His Majesty has taken action. Tony opened the mask and opened his mouth wide. Is this the Zerg army? He suddenly laughed. I recognize the Zerg in the sky. The ball-shaped one is the king insect, and the one flapping its wings is the alien dragon. They all saved me. Thor glanced at Tony in disbelief. How could this guy look so proud after being rescued? Hulk scratched his face. Should we run away? Captain America also reacted. Quick, find a place to hide immediately. If you are accidentally injured by friendly forces, you will suffer a big loss. The Avengers ran away without saying a word, showing their special abilities. The real big guys are out, so it's best for them to stay away. Due to the destruction of Chitauri Tower, many buildings in New York City were destroyed. Bodies of the dead and broken walls were everywhere. People who had lost their mobility were screaming and wailing as they watched the cracks getting closer and closer to them. Their screams were hysterical, as if they were about to burst their throats. But what is strange is that the cracks passed these poor people and continued to drill towards the center of the battlefield. Without saying a word, a Kirita warrior fired a shot at the crack. The crack stopped. The Kirita warrior was so proud that he opened his mask to show off his bravery to his companions, while mocking their cowardice. The ridiculed Kirita warriors angrily came to the crack with weapons raised, trying to pull out the guy who brought fear to them. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the crack exploded. A large mouth protruded from the crack, and Shi Yunzan instantly bit off half of his body and swallowed it. The other Kirita warriors screamed and retreated crazily, shouting in a gibberish language, trying to get as far away from the monster in front of them as possible. The big mouth was open, and inside was a spiral mouth part that was constantly wriggling, and half of the Kirita's leg could be seen. Then, the black sea of insects spurted out from the big mouth. A swarm of strange-looking insects instantly covered the nearby ground and attacked the helpless Kirita soldiers. They were very fast, some sprayed acid and corroded the Kirita people into slag, and some swung the scythes on their heads and tore the flesh in front of them into pieces. Boom 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 boom. The constant roar echoed throughout the city. The completely indistinguishable number of nidus worms opened their mouths with all their strength and sent the small Zerg to the front line. 3-meter-tall hydralisks slowly crawled out of the tunnels dug by the nidus worms. They sprayed out black spikes and nailed the Kirita soldiers trying to resist to the building in front of them. The springtails jumped nimbly in the Kiritans' artillery fire. They were in groups of 3 and 5, causing a lot of damage to the Kiritans who had no time to react. The endless sea of insects formed a line, like giant waves rolling toward the shore during a tsunami. However, this huge wave is grey-black. The Kirita people's flying boats and artillery could not make a single splash in front of this huge wave, and they were completely swallowed up by the huge wave in an instant. Loki looked at the huge waves in the distance, his lips and teeth were a little dry. How many of these creatures are there? Can my own army really withstand the sweep of these huge waves? Loki had some doubts, but quickly put them out of his mind. No, I will never give up. The Kirita people's army is endless, and these bugs alone cannot be a match for my army. As long as you continue to expand the portal, you can crush these low-level creatures. He raised his face and said disdainfully. Queen Kerrigan, you are too naive if you think you can defeat my army with just these lowly creatures. Kerrigan glanced at him and said nothing. A guy who has no ability and only talks big words is not worthy of her paying any more attention to him. Loki opened his arms and shouted angrily, my army is endless. Eliminating these little bugs of yours is no more difficult than crushing ants. He raised the scepter, and a faint blue light shone on the scepter. The portal in the sky suddenly became dozens of times larger. The Kiritan's behemoths and fighter planes jumped from the cracks. Just like Loki said, he will crush these Zerg like ants. On the other side, fighter planes carrying nuclear bombs soared into the sky, carrying the hopes of all forces, and flew towards New York. General Ross and Nick Fury jumped anxiously. The Zerg have clearly been dispatched, and now they still insist on using nuclear bombs. Do these guys want to eliminate them together with the Zerg? They were both right. Although General Ross reported that he had notified the Zerg and that the Zerg had already dispatched. But the military in S.H.I.E.L.D gritted their teeth and decided to release the nuclear bomb. The oppression the Zerg gave them was too terrifying. With this kind of quantity and this kind of fighting power, how can these high-ranking people feel relieved? Kerrigan has never exposed the true strength of the Zerg before, and the military in S.H.I.E.L.D are seeking help from the Zerg, so everyone turns a blind eye. But now, seeing those giant waves of insects everyone has no other thoughts except fear. Destroy the Zerg. Destroy them all together with the alien invaders. Even if the whole of New York turns to white ground, we won't hesitate. Looking at the retreating fighter planes, General Ross could only pray to God and hope that the above idea would succeed. But he also knew that that was impossible. With Kerrigan's terrifying strength, will she really be wiped out by a nuclear bomb? He doubted this. At that time, humans may be counterproductive and trigger an all-out war between Zerg and humans. 5 fighter planes that had just taken off were approaching the sky above New York and Vietnam. The communication channel suddenly flickered, and a voice rang in the ears of the flight crews. Humans, you are disturbing the Zerg battle. Return immediately, otherwise destruction awaits you. Following this sound, the flight crews were horrified to find that huge amounts of spherical creatures appeared on both sides of the fighter plane. Next to the spherical creatures, there were dozens of flapping winged terrifying creatures. These creatures were staring at them. These guys are talking to us. Do you want to return? Damn it, do you want to be court-martialed? The lead pilot gritted his teeth and calmed his mind. Ignore these monsters, if they dare to hinder our actions, destroy them. However, as soon as he continued to push the operating lever, the monsters on both sides of the fighter jet sprayed out dense black balls from Little Mali Boom. The fighter plane was instantly hit by a small black ball and exploded into pieces in the air. The nuclear bomb carried on the fighter plane fell from the sky along with the fragments of the fighter plane. A monster swooped down and caught the round little guy. The other fighters had no time to react and were instantly wiped out by those monsters. All the nuclear bombs had no time to detonate and were all taken away by those monsters. The military bosses in the base were shocked and angry. They wanted to control the detonation of the nuclear bomb, but the detonation buttons were all pressed. There was no movement in the endless sky. General Ross looked at all this and muttered to himself, "It's over, it's all over." The military bosses sat down dumbly, not knowing how to face the wrath of the Zerg. A lieutenant colonel looked at the nuclear bomb lost contact picture on the screen and was secretly shocked, but also a little regretful. It is clear that there is only a small chance that a nuclear bomb will explode in New York and Vietnam. But for them, it works. Maybe America will be completely hostile to the Zerg because of this, and Hydra will be able to continue fishing in troubled waters. Maybe, the most powerful country on Earth will be completely controlled by Hydra. Chapter 68. The stealth fighter slowly docked at the Air Force Base, and Nick Fury walked up to the stunned military representatives with a gloomy face. "Everyone, now is not the time to lose your mind. Now we have to think about how to face the wrath of the Zerg." General Ross raised his head. "Do you think the Zerg can defeat the alien invaders?" "I don't know, but right now, the situation on the battlefield is that the overwhelming swarms of insects are devouring those alien invaders. Nick Fury pointed to the screen in front of him. We have only two choices now, either declare war with the Zerg completely and start a global war, or quickly apologize to the Zerg Queen and calm her anger before she gets completely angry. A military representative raised his head. How about we unite with aliens first? Before he could finish speaking, the person next to him strangled his neck. You idiot, those aliens are obviously going to invade the Earth. Do you want to unite with them to kill us? It's all you. This BD is shouting to launch nuclear bombs to destroy them all, and now we are in a difficult situation. Hand him over to calm the anger of the Zerg. Queen Kerrigan still has a good impression of humans. As long as we show enough face, I believe Her Majesty the Queen will forgive us. You're right. Tie him up. General Ross looked helplessly at the representatives who were fighting among themselves, his head as big as a bucket. He sighed and looked at Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury, please contact His Majesty as soon as possible. I hope she is not angry at our rudeness. It would be best if we can talk. Fury nodded slightly and immediately contacted Kerrigan. On the other side, countless Kirita fighters and behemoths rushed out of the portal in the sky. They were not afraid of the Black Ocean and immediately launched an attack on the Zerg ground troops. The Alien Dragon Legion, charge! Gulakron roared at 750, led the alien dragons to accelerate forward, and immediately exchanged fire with the Kirita fighter planes. The two sides immediately started a bloody battle in the sky. The Kirita people's technology is very advanced, especially as a well-known mercenary race in the universe, they can quickly judge the strength of their enemies. Mutalisks are purely biological creatures, so the Kiritas judge that these creatures will only be destroyed by artillery fire. But the war is not as simple as the Chiritans think. With the unimaginable agility of Kirita fighter planes, the mutant dragons flew up and down in the fire of the fighter planes, and from time to time they could release blade insects to fight back. In just a few breaths, the Kirita fighter planes fell from the sky in large swaths, but the losses to the Dragon Corps were minimal. The giant beasts that rushed out of the portal also attacked the Zerg on the ground. They took advantage of their large size to instantly eliminate some low-level insects. The Black Tide was intercepted by dozens of giant beasts, and had a tendency to push the battle line back. This situation makes Loki even more proud. What I thought was indeed correct, the Zerg could not stop the full strength of my army. He turned to look at Kerrigan, wanting to see anger and unwillingness on her face. But unexpectedly, Kerrigan started calling again. There's a war. Can I have some snacks? Kerrigan hung up the phone and ignored the furious Loki, but looked at the situation on the battlefield coldly. Inside the military base, Fury put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. His Majesty said he won't care about our offense, as long as we give her an explanation. The stones in everyone's hearts fell to the ground, and many people's backs were soaked with sweat. That's good. As long as we can still talk about it, that's a good thing. Fury nodded. Now that the Zerg, BDBC, has fully demonstrated its strength, we can use this to collect more information on the Zerg bed species. That's right. The intelligence that should be collected still needs to be collected. All satellites will focus on observing the New York-Vietnam battlefield and collect as much intelligence as possible. General Ross immediately ordered, take out the Zerg intelligence we collected before and compare it. The operators sprang into action. Most of the ground insect swarms are still dominated by this small insect race. No, the speed of these small insect races is much faster than what we have recorded before. Fury looked at the springtails fighting with Kirita soldiers in the light screen, and his true colors showed in his eyes. Not only that, these small bugs also have wings and can glide at low altitudes. General Ross pointed at the light curtain and shouted. These buggers are evolving. The speed at which they evolve is terrifying. Everyone jumped up in fright. Organisms will evolve, but it takes time. In different periods and environments, the evolutionary cycle of organisms will become longer. It took millions of years for humans to evolve from apes to humans. But now, the Zerg have completed their evolution in just a few months. Moreover, these evolutions are not as simple as adding a certain organ. Their evolution is so perfect that none of the Zerg species showed any discomfort. They used their newly evolved abilities flexibly, as if they had not completed evolution at all. This discovery made everyone tremble. In the light curtain, swarms of poisonous banelings rolled in a ball shape under the giant beast blocking their way, and exploded with a bang. The green juice splashed everywhere, instantly corroding the giant beast's shell into pits. The giant beast let out a shocking scream, killing all the Kirita soldiers hiding in its body. The behemoth is not only the Kirita's biological weapon, but also their troop transport ship. But before the people hiding in the troop transport could take action, they were all killed by the poisonous explosion. Oh my god, how can these devilish insects become so fast? A military representative's teeth were chattering. He also read the information about the last time the Zerg was deployed to protect the Raccoon City base. At that time, the Zerg, which could self-destruct and was highly corrosive, moved very slowly and needed the help of other Zerg to move. The speed shown this time is no slower than that of a car traveling at full speed. Damn it, all the data we recorded before is useless. The staff officer angrily punched the table. They had spent countless manpower and material resources analyzing the Zerg combat data and prepared many theoretical countermeasures, but now it was all in vain. Over New York, Xianyan turned on his phone and left the battlefield. The cabin door opened, and everyone on the fighter plane looked at the battle situation below, feeling sad. Tony was sweating profusely as he looked at the Kirita fighter jets torn to pieces by the alien dragons in the distance. He asked in a low voice, "Jarvis, if I were caught in an attack like that, what chance would I have of surviving?" "Sir, the speed of the alien dragons is far beyond imagination. If you are caught in a siege, your chance of survival is no more than 1%. J.A.R.V.I.S.S. answer made Tony's heart sink. 100%, it was probably because the alien dragon was showing mercy. Previously, the alien dragons had blown Ivan's armor to pieces with one attack. How could he withstand this titanium alloy armor? Thor's hammer was a bit unsteady. Fortunately, Asgard has a good relationship with His Majesty, and he has been taught by His Majesty, so the two sides have a close relationship. Anyway, he will never face the Zerg directly. Banner, who had returned to his original form, looked left and right, hoping to find his good friend Abathur and maybe catch up on old times. Captain America looked at the swarm of insects below and lifted his mask. Can humans still call themselves the masters of the earth? Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff and Jiang, who were flying the plane in front, said disdainfully, "Your Majesty said that the future of the Zerg is the stars and the sea, and she has no interest in staying on Earth." Captain America's questions are also lingering in the minds of everyone in the military base. The Zerg are so powerful, can't humans call themselves the masters of the Earth? Can they still control America as they did before? No, protect America, the planet and humanity? No one has an answer in their mind. The lieutenant colonel, who just now was thinking about Hydra's dream of controlling the world, was also trembling at the moment. He glanced at former SHIELD director Alexander Pierce, who was sitting upright, but with a slight sweat on his forehead. Pierce also glanced at him, and the two exchanged opinions instantly. After this incident, the second phase of development must be completed immediately, and you must have the ability to protect yourself. Although the number of insect swarms was large, Chiritan troops also poured into the battlefield one after another. The battle situation came to a stalemate for a while. The military representatives were a little flustered. The corners of the lieutenant colonel's mouth rose slightly. Originally, they had made second-hand preparations, thinking of communicating with Kerrigan, promising generous gifts, and even being willing to divide the territory and conquer it, so as to win the favor of the Zerg. Fight hard, both sides will be injured, and both will be destroyed. It's best if everyone dies. The top floor of the Stark building. Loki said angrily, "Why, Queen Kerrigan, are you silent? Are you afraid? Now, surrender to me, how about we rule the earth together?" Kerrigan heard this and lightly snapped her fingers. In an instant, sand and gravel splashed on the ground in the city of New York, and countless buildings were overturned. Huge amounts of black shadows overturned the obstacles above their heads, and roared excitedly toward the sky. The smoke cleared and Loki saw the true form of those huge black figures. It was a giant mammoth-like monster with a height of 40 meters, but the two pairs of giant sickle blades growing on the heads of these monsters shone with cold light, indicating that they were not gentle creatures like mammoths. If any StarCraft players came to this world, they would probably immediately exclaim, "FKU, big guy." The size of these monsters is extremely intimidating, and the Joruta engineers were scared to death by their huge amounts of bodies. Some Kirita soldiers raised their weapons and fought back at these monsters. However, after a round of artillery fire, these monsters did not suffer any damage to their bodies, and instead started to fight back even more violently. They all lowered their bodies, moved the two pairs of sickle blades forward, and started running hard. It's unimaginable that these terrifying monsters can run so flexibly. Their footsteps were like thunder, resounding throughout the land, and all the buildings along the way were turned into powder under the sickle. Whether it is heavy walls, alloy steel plates, or rare alien metals, they are nothing compared to these monsters. A giant Kirita beast tried to block the progress of the Thunder Beast, but was instantly cut into 2 pieces by the sickle blade like noodles. The Thunder Beast trampled the limp-long insect under its feet and roared like the strongest heavy creature of the Zerg tribe. On the roof of the Stark building, Loki looked at the roaring Ultralisk and was speechless. These Thunder Beasts tore the giant Kirita beasts to pieces in just 3 or 2 strokes. If I had known, these behemoths were the core of the universe where the Kirita people were famous. They were transformed half-mechanical, half-biological life forms and were difficult to kill. But in front of these Thunder Beasts, these giant beasts are as ridiculous as urchins. Chapter 69. At the same time, the newly developed destroyers of the Zerg also crawled out of the bodies of the king insects that arrived over New York. They spread the wings on their backs and glide to the Kirita people. Then, the Kirita people's defense line was instantly enveloped in the sky-high flames. With the emergence of the Thunder Beast and the Destroyer, the battlefield situation has once again become overwhelming. In the sky, the Mutallosaurus Legion, led by Galakrond, was invincible. They exerted unimaginable mobility and combat power, cutting and surrounding the Kiritan Air Force, and tearing them into pieces one by one. On the ground, the Thunder Beasts took the lead. Wherever they went, there was no grass and no living thing could survive their attacks. Springtails, cockroaches, poisonous banelings, destroyers, and hydralisks follow behind these giant creatures, blasting all enemies in front of them to smithereens. Kirita's troops were retreating steadily, like a rock washed up by huge waves, getting smaller and smaller. Everything he saw before him was like hammers hitting Loki's chest one after another, dealing a crazy blow to his fragile heart. Maybe you can still hear, 80. 80. No, that's impossible. My heaven! Loki yelled, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. At the same time, Kirita's mothership also sent a message that the troops were insufficient. These interstellar killers completely lost their will to fight when faced with even more terrifying killers. Kerrigan glanced at the collapsed Loki with disdain. What? Don't you think my insect swarm is too weak? Are you afraid of it? She suddenly waved her sleeves, and Loki, who was stunned for a moment, fell directly from the roof. Only I can see the scenery here, go away, elkhead. Kerrigan sneered and looked up at the space gate in the sky. I hate it when someone dares to fly above me, rush in and kill them all. Galakrond, who had just annihilated a detachment of Chitauri fighters, immediately rose into the sky and led the Mutallosaurus corps towards the crack in the sky. Loki, who was shot down, was lucky enough not to be caught up in the war. He gritted his teeth and randomly found a direction to run away. However, as soon as he arrived at a high-rise building, he found a fighter plane flying in front of him. Wow, Elkhead, I see you again, what a fate! Tony said with a smile. Thor's face looked a little ugly. Tony, for my sake, please be gentle. After all, he is my brother. Captain America frowned, this guy has killed countless humans. Thor immediately raised his hands, he is adopted. Dr. Banner didn't care about that. He instantly transformed into Hulk and rushed in front of Loki, raising his fist to smash it down. Etc. Loki shouted. Hulk was stunned and closed his fist. You monster, I am a god. How dare you be rude to me? Loki roared. Even if I was thrown downstairs by Kerrigan just now, you, a mere mortal, dare to attack me? Hulk glanced back at Thor, who covered his face and didn't look. The meaning is very clear, I don't know him. Hulk immediately picked up Loki by the collar, swung him back and forth on the ground like a rag doll and beat him violently. Oh! Too cruel. All the Avengers on the plane couldn't bear to watch any more. Pushing Loki to the ground, Hulk spat disdainfully. What a weak god. OS. Loki whimpered as he was buried in the earth. Tony flew to him, picked up Loki's scepter, and tied him up. Tony looked at the dejected Loki, slapped his mouth, and then sealed Loki's mouth. This guy is the god of deception. He can confuse people with just a few words. It's better to let him be a mute. Galakrond's Mutallosaurus corps was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to rush into the vicinity of the Kiritan mothership. Alert! Alert! A large number of unknown flying objects were found approaching. Alert! Alert! A large number of unknown flying objects were found approaching. A rapid siren immediately sounded on the Kirita people's mothership. The alien dragons in space did not feel any discomfort at all. They fired countless blade insects and blew up the Kiritan's mothership until its outer protective shield flashed continuously. The attack was frustrated. Galakrond immediately ordered the troops to assemble, preparing to find the weak points of the mothership to attack. The fighter planes remaining on the Kirita mothership also immediately dispatched, and they launched an attack on the alien dragon core. Kerrigan frowned and looked at the battle situation in the universe. It is still difficult for the Mutalosaurus troops to eat the entire Kirita mothership alone. There are many of them. The Overlord insect force immediately supports me. Release the destroyer and blast the mothership into cosmic dust. Awaken is dispatched. I want to witness the destruction of Kirita with my own eyes. An extremely huge amount of Overlord insect flew out from the Overlord insect army. Kerrigan stepped forward, flew high into the sky, and jumped into Awaken. Awaken then accelerated and rushed into the other side of the space gate. In the silence of space, Kirita fighter planes and countless alien dragons were like silent fish schools in the deep sea, gliding across the colorful starry sky. If it weren't for the brilliant fireworks cannon light, the destructive fluctuations of light and shadow, no one would believe that this is a battlefield where life is harvested crazily. Being in such a battlefield, all you can feel is endless shock. The fighter planes that covered the sky and the sun continued to pass overhead, beside you, and under your feet. On the huge bodies of these steel creations, the ferocious main guns and rapidly rotating secondary guns flickered on and off at different speeds, spraying streams of death in all directions. The space fighters flying and circling around the Kiritan mothership were like endless waves of locusts, swarming towards the Mutalosaurus Legion. The Flying Dragon Legion shuttled among the fighter jets with a dazzling flight trajectory. They strike again and again, until the target disintegrates, breaks, and rolls away in all directions, turning into large or small pieces of debris. In this starry sky, wherever the light shines brighter, the battle becomes more intense. In the flickering of energy cannons and energy shields, high-speed fighter jets and flying dragons flickering up and down formed cruel space scenes. The king insects carrying the destroyers also arrived on the battlefield. Under the cover of the Mutalosaurus, they arrived above the Kirita mothership and immediately released all the destroyers. In just an instant, Kirita's mothership was instantly enveloped in red light. On Earth, a group of military representatives kept wiping their sweat. The Zerg offensive originally frightened them, but the appearance of those giant beasts made them even more uneasy. The thunder beasts are thick-skinned and can ignore all Kirita people's firepower attacks, which are 10 times more outrageous than the heavy kun beam. And those little bugs jumping off the king bug are even more outrageous. The power of an explosion is basically a big crater, and many key points of the Kirita people's front were blown to pieces by these little bugs. Fury frowned and looked deeper. The Zerg are really terrifying. Their troops are not afraid of life and death. Don't think that it's simple just because you've heard this word so many times. All intelligent creatures have emotions. Joy, anger, fear, excitement. Even the Kirita people who are used to killing people will be afraid. But the Zerg, they will only execute Kerrigan's orders, even if it is a self-destruction attack, they will flock to it. This is a race born to fight. Not afraid of life and death, they evolve very quickly. Although it is not known how fast the Zerg can produce soldiers, Fury dare not judge whether the Zerg has tried its best this time. Seeing the flying monsters of the Zerg race rushing into the space gate, Fury even thought in his mind that it would be best to close the portal now and let the Zerg race and the alien invaders go to the universe together. He is not the only one who thinks this way. The Lieutenant Colonel looked at Pierce again. The Lieutenant Colonel gently raised his hand and made a gesture on his neck. Pierce looked normal and nodded slightly. Kerrigan felt a little pity. After the Kiritan's mothership was bombed by the destroyer, they ran away without hesitation and forcibly started the space crossing. Galakrond and the others were in vain. On the ground, the restrained Loki looked at the Kirita mothership disappearing into the universe, with a look of despair on his face. He whined non-stop, and Thor took pity on him and removed the seal from his mouth. "No, you can't leave. You can't leave me here alone. We signed a contract." Thor quickly sealed his mouth again. Kerrigan took Awaken and led the Mutalosaurus core back to Earth. The Chiritan troops on the ground also knew that they had been abandoned. Some of them fought back like crazy, trying to pull a few backs before they died, while others screamed and ran away. However, under the siege of the Zerg, the small stones were soon completely swallowed up by the huge waves. The battle is decided. The worker bees began to carry and collect various corpses and weapons and equipment of the Kirita people. The corpses can be used to develop genes, and the weapons and equipment can be sold to humans at a higher price. This was arranged by Kerrigan before the war began. With the sound of the cannon, there are thousands of taels of gold. The Zerg finally dispatched once. How can they not make a big profit? This time the Zerg losses were not small, nearly 30,000 less than the 250,000 Zerg. Most are poisonous banelings and destroyers, and their fighting method is to self-destruct. Nick Fury gets a call from Kerrigan. I want to play with the Tesseract and return it to you after playing with it. Tell me that I don't want it anymore. A mere human life is not enough to calm my anger. Do you understand? Fury looked embarrassed, discussed with the military representatives in a low voice for a moment, and then said, just follow your Majesty's wishes. Very good. Since the Zerg have been completely exposed to humans this time, I won't make it difficult for you. After discussing how to announce it, send me the plan. No problem, Your Majesty. Fury smiled. It seemed that His Majesty still had no ill intentions towards humans and planned to spread the word. This showed that humans could cooperate with the Zerg openly. However, the Earth is so big, can it really accommodate two intelligent races? Fury sighed slightly and conveyed Kerrigan's words to everyone. Chapter 70. Obtain Kirita gene, integration increased by 0.2%. Kerrigan slowly opened her eyes. It's no wonder that the Kirita people have become famous in the universe. Their race has already completed genetic sublimation. Although it is only a small step, it is also a great progress. The evolution of living things is traceable. At least except for the Zerg, Kerrigan has never seen a race that can evolve quickly. Natasha Romanoff walked into the room with Jane. Your Majesty, we are back. Well, thank you for your hard work. Kerrigan chuckled. How does it feel to be a superhero? Jane looked naive. It's not that great, but I've become famous a lot. Now I don't even dare to go out. My parents are stupid. Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly. Not bad. Your Majesty, the war is over, shall we leave Avengers? Jane asked. No, you two still need to stay with the Avengers. Kerrigan stood up, clasped her hands and said, in a few days, I will prepare to take the Zerg to the moon to open a new base, but the Earth cannot ignore it. After all, this is your home. The two nodded slowly. Kerrigan had her own plans, although neither Jane nor Natasha Romanoff wanted to leave her. After the Zerg eliminated all the invading Kiritans of 383, they returned to the underground with their loot. America's top management has been very busy these days, not only preparing compensation for the Zerg and the cost of taking action, but also facing criticism from various countries around the world. Another powerful intelligent race emerged on this planet, causing countless people to have trouble sleeping and eating. Kerrigan had already foreseen it. She explained to Nick Fury and others early that the Zerg would leave the Earth and would not stay on the Earth for long. Definitely, we will not tell whether there will be a troop left behind or where it will go. Less than half a month later, America officially announced a grand press conference to explain the Battle of New Vietnam and also invited the Zerg Queen Kerrigan to give the keynote speech. When Kerrigan dressed up and showed up, all the reporters present gasped. Especially when Kerrigan said that the Zerg will not be enemies of humans and will always be humans' allies. Everyone present cheered excitedly. This is the power of dominating charisma. Even though many of these people were hostile to the Zerg before they came, as soon as Kerrigan appeared, this hostility disappeared instantly. At the same time, Kerrigan also arranged for Jerry to work hard. Previously, New Umbrella has been engaged in the development of drugs that are beneficial to the human body. They are also high quality and low priced, and are well known throughout the Earth. Now that it is revealed that the Zerg are actually behind the New Umbrella and have been working hard for human health, this reputation has suddenly been reversed. In an instant, the entire Earth's network was praising the Zerg and the Zerg Queen. As the saying goes, the three views follow the five senses. Although Kerrigan and her Zerg are indeed not human beings. But Kerry is so sweet. The passive of dominant charm is so overbearing that even Kerrigan on the TV screen makes people extremely obsessed with it. In less than a day, Kerrigan's name resounded throughout the Earth, and countless people wanted to see this non-human queen of an intelligent race with their own eyes. Kerrigan also specially arranged for the appearance of some units of the Zerg. As soon as the photos of the Avengers with Galakrond, Monlita, and Awaken were released, the friendly coexistence of humans and insects immediately became an enduring topic on the internet. Definitely, there are people who have thoughts that they shouldn't have. But when the first guy holding a rose in front of Kerrigan was thrown to the countryside 50 kilometers away by her look, no one dared to have other thoughts. Everyone in the military and S.H.I.E.L.D were dumbfounded. They originally thought that the Zerg were exposed to the public eye, and public opinion could make life or death decisions even if the whole world did not do it. So what if Kerrigan punches a combo and suddenly becomes like, the Zerg came with peace and friendship? Isn't it true that America is the only one who can do this trick best? What's even more outrageous is that Kerrigan also ordered Jerry to invest more and build several Zerg theme parks, Zerg peripheral factories, and even produce Zerg comics. Selling like crazy. The Zerg made a lot of money from this war. Not only did they get a large amount of resources from S.H.I.E.L.D and the military, but they also eliminated human beings' fear of the Zerg selling various peripheral tickets and so on, made a lot of money. This has to impress the Avengers and America's senior management. In Kerrigan's room, the Ancient One magician was holding up the teacup with a smile. Your Majesty is really good at changing people's opinions easily. Magician is honored. It's not easy for the Zerg to develop. I don't want to start a dispute lightly. Kerrigan said calmly. The Ancient One magician couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. Don't want to start a dispute? Your Majesty, you can really say this. Killing all the Kerridans who roamed the universe to the last tenth, if not for the Kerridans warping technology to save their lives, the entire race would have been reduced to nothing. Who in the galaxy doesn't know that there is a murderous race of gods on Earth? Although the Ancient One is based on the Earth, he can also know some news about the universe. She put down the teacup. God King Odin asked me to bring you a message. When will the Tesseract be returned? Kerrigan chuckled. He can get it himself. I'm afraid he doesn't have that idea for the time being. Ancient One smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, the Tesseract is a hot potato and is not good for the Zerg or the Earth. I know. Kerrigan nodded slowly. The space gem and infinite gems. The Ancient One is not surprised that His Majesty also has the ability to predict the future. It is not surprising that he knows the true form of the Tesseract. Your Majesty, now that you have the space gem and the mind gem in your hands, it is very likely that it will lead to destruction. I'm still arranging for Tony Stark to research the space gem. It's not convenient for me to take action at the moment. You can take the soul gem first. Kerrigan glanced, and the Loki scepter standing next to him flew to the Ancient One. Ancient One was slightly startled. He didn't expect Kerrigan to be so generous. Ability is strong, but it's of no use to me. Kerrigan smiled. Mind gem, it should be better said to be called mind gem. Its main function is to create and modify any thinking at will. But for Kerrigan, it was tasteless to eat, a pity to throw away, and a completely worthless gem. Does Kerrigan need to control anyone now? The reputation of the Zerg on the Earth is now declining. Due to public opinion issues, all countries have not made any hostile remarks against the Zerg, and Kerrigan does not intend to be the master of the Earth. It's so boring, just try to dominate the place. The Earth is the cradle of mankind, but millions of years have passed and mankind is still in the cradle. This is not the cradle of the Zerg. The Ancient One looked at Kerrigan deeply. Your Majesty has a broad mind, and I am not as generous as I am. Kerrigan has also been busy lately. Not only must he be busy dealing with various visits, but he must also check the progress of Abathur's transformation of the Zerg. As her reputation among humans increases, many media and institutions want to interview her or invite her to visit. Especially America's upper echelons, who kept trying to please her, hoping that she would go to the White Palace as a guest. Even if they just had a cup of tea, their faces would be bright and they would get more votes. Don't call politicians real. If they could get votes by making a deal with the devil, they would sell their souls without hesitation. But Kerrigan is the leader of a race after all, and his status is the same as the leaders of various countries. Therefore, every time she travels, she is treated with national courtesy. Unable to refuse the hospitality, Kerrigan agreed to the White Palace's invitation. There is no way, they gave too much. These guys were really willing to give in and give them all, which made Kerrigan feel a little embarrassed. Definitely, this trace of embarrassment was instantly wiped from Kerrigan's mind. Kerrigan is about to visit the White Palace. The White Palace authorities ordered a famous painter to create a large oil painting titled Queen Kerrigan and the Commander-in-Chief in the White Palace as a tribute. But the painter was a little dissatisfied. He felt that his painting of the Queen was a blasphemy to her. Moreover, the general was unpopular and he despised him very much. But the superiors ordered him to do it, and he had to do it. After the painting was completed, senior officials from the White Palace came to inspect and accept it, and the result surprised him. The picture shows a man and a woman kissing in a room, and the scenery outside the window is the 5-star building. What is this? Who is this woman? The senior official asked angrily. The commander-in-chief's wife, the painter replied. Where are the men? Secretary to the commander-in-chief. But where are the commander-in-chief and Her Majesty the Queen? 5.3 Her Majesty the Queen and the Grand Commander are at the White Palace, the painter replied. In the distant universe. The cloaked figure stammered as he explained the defeat. Master, the fighting power of the Zerg is too strong, we are no match, invincible. The chair with its back to him slowly turned around. Interesting, when did a new race appear in this universe? The man's skin was purple all over, and his chin was especially huge. Although he was smiling, he had a vague sense of self-anger and incompetence. He stood up and was 2 meters tall. I wonder what will happen if the Zerg Legion faces my Dark Legion. Thanos smiled, and 4 figures immediately knelt down in front of him. Master, Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight and Black Dwarf are willing to fight for you. Not urgent. Thanos refused the invitation of his beloved general to fight. We still need more information. Proxima Midnight, thank you for your trip. As you command, my master. Proxima Midnight stood up, with a hint of fighting intent in his eyes. I will definitely dedicate to you the head of the racial leader who dares to violate your dignity. Chapter 71. Queen, the development of plasma bugs is almost completed. Abathur brings new good news to Kerrigan. Kerrigan was delighted when she heard this. Quick, take me to see it. Kerrigan realized early on that the Zerg had no ultimate weapon that could deter humans. No matter how terrifying or powerful the Zerg are, they are still just living things. Faced with a nuclear weapon attack of extremely high yield, Kerrigan was unsure whether she could withstand it. If humans were forced to die together with the Zerg self-destruction, Kerrigan really couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a while. But Kerrigan had never been able to get something like a nuclear bomb before, and even if Jerry tried his best to buy one, he still couldn't. This thing is really too dangerous. During the Battle of New Vietnam, the alien dragons took away 5 nuclear bombs from the military. These nuclear bombs were immediately developed by Abathur. But what is a little helpless is that Abathur is just a genetic engineer, not a physicist. Physics and biology are 2 concepts after all. However, it still had an idea and derived inspiration from the plasma technology studied by humans. This technology is not widely used in the human world, because it is limited by materials and processes, and progress is very slow. It can only be said to be a laboratory product. But the Zerg have no such concerns. Therefore, a Zerg race called plasma worms was quickly put on the agenda. The electromagnetic force of living things is so strong that it explodes, but no one has been able to exploit it. After Abathur's careful development, this new type of Zerg was finally born. Queen, these are our plasma bugs. Abathur led Kerrigan to an underground space where thousands of huge amounts of Zerg-13 were lying. Their tails glow with a glistening blue light, and their abdomens are huge. On the contrary, their heads are relatively small. Abathur said with some pride, the attack range of the plasma bug is very long. Since the mass loss after the plasma is ejected is very small, theoretically this attack has an infinite attack range in the universe, and this attack is very effective against the biological damage is extremely high. I analyzed the recovered Chitauri fighters, obtained their shield technology and made corresponding adjustments. These plasma bugs will cause fatal damage to energy devices such as shields. They can burn and penetrate the shield, completely destroy the enemy's defenses. Well done. Kerrigan was very satisfied. Abathur was unparalleled in his ability to develop genes. The Zerg are about to leave the Earth and go to the Moon to fight. These plasma bugs are bound to exert huge amounts of power. After the Battle of New Vietnam, Kerrigan's integration reached 47%. As a result, 2 important items are unlocked. A new Zerg hero unit with unique modifications to her Leviathan and its squadrons. The new Zerg unit Kerrigan is considering summoning the original Zerg Dihaka. This primitive Zerg Lord has powerful combat power and command ability, which is good for the future of the Zerg. And unlocking Dihaka will also mean that Kerrigan can create primitive Zerg. Those terrifying existences are more violent and bloodthirsty than the current Zerg. Other Zerg heroes. Zagara is of little use for the time being, and can be used as a deputy, but Kerrigan doesn't need a deputy now, and the Insect Queen is enough. The Zerg cyborg Alexei Stukov was too ugly, and Kerrigan didn't like it. The original Zerg Balak, the Zerg Lord Agdra, and the Zerg Lord Kriz, these three Zerg, both are trying to kill Kerrigan in the game, and the other one is soy sauce, Kerrigan. I don't want to summon them yet. Leviathan is the heroic air unit of the Zerg and is a command ship, so it is not considered a hero of the Zerg. But Kerrigan was not satisfied. She wanted more Leviathan, preferably transformed into a transport ship. Ultralisk is a good thing and is the mainstay combat unit of the Zerg. They are invincible and unstoppable on the battlefield. However, West brought a problem. Transportation. The Thunder Beast is too heavy and too big. The king insect can only transport one, and if it is packed in, there will be no room for other insects, so the gain outweighs the loss. Reality is not a game. Opening mines will always lead to completion. Those guys behind the moon will not sit back and watch Kerrigan open mines. Directly killing them in a wave is the easiest way. Snake Nest. Looking at the beautiful figure of Kerrigan waving to the crowd on the screen, Kendenmi's face became colder and colder. Have you figured out how to kill her? It's hard. A person next to him said, according to the hidden stake report we planted in the military, Kerrigan has powerful psychic powers. Not only does she have extremely fast flight speed, but her attack power and defense power are also extremely extraordinary. Even Hulk is in trouble in front of her. There is no way to fight back. It is impossible to attack with weapons of mass destruction because she will have left the attack range before the attack arrives. But we also received good news. She seems to be preparing to leave the Earth with her tribe. Is that so? But she has so many plans on the Earth, even if she takes the tribe away from the Earth, she won't be too far away from the Earth. Kendenmi looked serious. As long as she and the Zerg exist for one day, our ideals will never be realized. We must find a way to kill them. The man next to him frowned. He said slowly, Commander, maybe there is a way. Kendenmi was stunned. Say. Misfortune is diverted to the east. The man pointed at the light curtain in front of him. In the light curtain is a world map with more than a dozen red dots on the map. Devil, is too dangerous. Think of other ways. Kendenmi shook his head and opened the seal. He estimated that Hydra would be the first sacrifice of those terrifying beings. Yes. The man said calmly. Kendenmi sighed and turned around to leave. He didn't notice that a red light flashed in his subordinate's eyes, and it disappeared in a flash. Ah, Queen, it's so nice to see you. Dhaka's voice was a little hoarse, but it was still friendly. How does it feel to wake up? Kerrigan laughed. Very good. I can't wait to start killing on this planet. I can feel that there are countless powerful life essences on this planet. Although Dhaka's tone was smiling, the bloodthirsty feeling was instantly rescued. There are extremely terrifying existences sleeping on this planet. I advise you to give up this idea. Kerrigan said coldly, if you don't want to become a complete scum. Dhaka was stunned. Oh. Kerrigan glanced at the ground. This guy is more terrifying than the Zerg. Dhaka instantly understood that this kind of existence should not be messed with. Abathur, explain to him what we are going to do. We will develop the primitive Zerg as soon as possible. I will go on an expedition to the moon and use that planet as a new base. Kerrigan said calmly. As you command, Queen. Abathur pulled the confused Dhaka and began to explain what happened on Earth. Kerrigan was about to go back and continue practicing when a yellow portal appeared in front of her. Dhaka and Abathur were startled and were about to attack, but Kerrigan immediately told them to stop. Ancient One Magician, isn't it rude of you to come to me in such a hurry? The Ancient One Magician who walked out of the portal had an ugly expression on his face. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, but the matter is so important that I must discuss countermeasures with you immediately. Speak. Does Your Majesty know about demons? After the Ancient One left, Abathur and Dhaka came forward and asked respectfully. Queen, you looked very serious when you were talking about demons just now. What happened? Kerrigan frowned slightly. Demons are enemies from another dimension. These guys mainly torture humans and defraud souls. They are cunning and cruel existences that are difficult to deal with. According to the Ancient One Magician, demons wreaked havoc in this world a long time ago, and it was the sacrifices of countless people that sealed them back to hell. Just now, during an inspection, the Ancient One Magician discovered the 13 sealing points that sealed the demon door. 377 One of the seals is somewhat damaged. She suspects that a demon has sneaked into the real world and wants me to pay more attention. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Actually, I really want to know what the devil's genes are like. Dhaka drooled from the corner of his mouth. I also want to taste the life essence of this creature that I have never heard of. Let's not talk about it anymore. The Ancient One magician is watching for the moment. Let's just pay more attention. Dhaka, I order you to lead the expeditionary force to capture the moon. Is there any problem? Kerrigan asked. I will naturally obey the Queen's orders, but Queen, are there any enemies on the moon? Dhaka immediately agreed. Going to war is the best way to obtain military merit and life essence. Dhaka does not desire military merit, he only desires to obtain more life essence. This is the promotion method of the original Zerg. The original Zerg are different from the Zerg. The Zerg rely on biomass to evolve, while the original Zerg evolves by devouring the enemy's essence. There is no telling which of the two methods is better. Ordinary Zerg will faithfully execute orders due to the existence of the Zerg psychic network, while primitive Zerg kill each other just like eating and drinking. Ordinary Zerg may not be as good as the original Zerg in terms of combat effectiveness and bloodthirsty brutality, but they are more obedient than the original Zerg. Kerrigan has no intention of breeding a large number of primitive Zerg, so they are quite good as a surprise army. You will know when you go there. Trust me, you will be very satisfied with my arrangement. Kerrigan chuckled and said, don't let me down. A trace of curiosity flashed in Dhaka's eyes, and he decided to take a good look at what was on the moon. Even the Queen praised it. It must be said that Dhaka's arrival comes at the right time. Kerrigan began to enjoy life openly and openly again. The kittens were all vying with each other to please her, which made her feel very comfortable. She's the daughter of a certain general, and she's been a little annoyed lately. Chapter 72. Betty Ross walked into Kerrigan's office with a smile on her face and a stack of documents in her arms. In order to better promote the new umbrella, Kerrigan responded to Jerry's request and took on the title of Supreme Chairman, visiting him every 3 to 5 times to show that he valued the new umbrella. It's impossible not to pay attention to it. Jerry has been driven crazy by invitations and temptations from various organizations these days. Natasha Romanoff and Jane are busy in Avengers and have no time to protect him. After much thought, Kerrigan decided to take action herself. Then Betty got involved. This little girl went to the umbrella to apply for a job, and Kerrigan originally took her in at the request of General Ross, the enemy. Who would have imagined that this girl didn't want to work seriously, and would come to the company every day with Kerrigan squatting in front of her, just to report on her work. But the problem is that this girl doesn't care about reporting to work, she always wants to be closer to Kerrigan. However, Betty does have abilities in biological development and has helped Jerry a lot. Kerrigan doesn't want to fall out with her and have a conflict, so he just lets her be. Miss Betty, just leave the documents on the table. Kerrigan, who was checking the information, said without raising her head. Betty pouted and could only do as she was told. When Betty left, Kerrigan couldn't help but smile wryly. Although she doesn't mind having one more maid, it still depends on who the other party is. Jane was raised by herself, knows her roots and is loyal. Natasha Romanoff was sent to the door by SHIELD. She successfully recovered and pledged her allegiance to Natasha Romanoff. Foster is a good partner, but he is also devoted to himself. But what about Betty Ross? If he accepts Betty as his maid, the outside world may think that the Zerg have joined the American military camp, which will be detrimental to the Zerg's future actions and transactions on Earth. The military may require the Zerg to give a discount based on this, but this gap cannot be opened. Kerrigan explained at the previous press conference that the Zerg will be a neutral force on the Earth, focusing on research and development and evolution, and a race that coexists with humans with peace and evolution. This is also the premise for the Zerg to have a good reputation after becoming famous. Eating East and eating West is Kerrigan's most ideal situation. What's more, Banner now has a good relationship with the Zerg. Together with Tony, he worked hard to develop the Tesseract for the Zerg without receiving any compensation. He just said he was in charge of the food. Where can I find such excellent cattle and horses? Kerrigan didn't want to make both parties unhappy because of a Betty. Putting down the document in her hand, Kerrigan looked to the sky. Calculating the time, Dhaka should have reached the lunar orbit. I wonder what the situation is? Although the Zerg's spiritual network is overbearing, there will still be delays in communication over such a long distance. This is normal. If the Zerg psychic network can ignore the distance in the universe, Kerrigan will send all the mid-range and rear guards to open up new territories throughout the galaxy without saying a word. The Earth is really boring. If the Ancient One hadn't said something was wrong with the demon, Kerrigan would have taken action herself. I wonder how many secrets the Inhumans have? Thinking of this, Kerrigan thought of an idea she had before. She called Jerry. Jerry, what do you know about mutant? Over the moon. 30 leviathans are slowly orbiting the moon. Dhaka looked at the desolate moon under his feet and muttered in his heart. Her Majesty the Queen said that there is a special race hidden on the back of the moon. They have been hiding on the back of the moon and built cities. But why does this race keep hiding on the moon? Lord Dhaka, we have entered the predetermined orbit and can land at any time. The insect queen said respectfully. Very good, get ready to land. Let's see what secrets are hidden on the moon. A desire for killing flashed in Dhaka's eyes. No matter who he is, kill them all first. The Zerg have no mercy. Especially Dhaka, as a primitive Zerg, cruelty is synonymous with it, despicability is its motto, and killing is a true portrayal of its insect life. The Leviathans began to land on command. Then, the worker bees also emerged from Leviathan. They took the biomass prepared in advance and began to build Zerg buildings. The 10 thunder beasts quietly walked out of Leviathan and waited for orders. Dhaka is not Kerrigan. He can use the heart of the Zerg to directly convert resources and condense buildings. He can only work hard for the worker bees. Soon, large areas of germ carpet were laid out on a crater on the moon's surface, and Zerg buildings gradually rose from the ground. Dhaka ordered the worker bee troops to quickly search for minerals that could be converted. This time he went out without a nuclear reactor, so he could only use this primitive method. Speaking of nuclear reactors, Dhaka also understood why His Majesty wanted to make friends with the humans of this world. These ordinary human beings are weak compared to others, but their technological development is astonishing. The simplest example is that mankind's first airplane was born more than 100 years ago, but more than 100 years later, mankind has already stepped into the universe. Although it was only a small step, it was enough to scare to death many alien races in the world where it was originally located. And there are many strong people among humans who should not be underestimated. As the first nidus worm was produced, Dhaka summoned Galakrond. There is no way, Dhaka does not have the Zerg spiritual network, so it can only use this primitive communication method. Commander Dhaka, the Mutalosaurus Corps is waiting for your orders. Galakrond whispered. Although Dhaka is an airborne soldier, he has already used his own strength to conquer the new Zerg lords blessed by Kerrigan. This guy is so cruel. He doesn't care about his own injuries at all when he moves his hands, every move is fatal. A smile flashed in Dhaka's eyes. Lord Galakrond, I need your regiment to cooperate with the nidus worms to conduct reconnaissance on the moon. If any Inhumans are found, it is best to capture them alive. We need their intelligence. Receive. Galakrond immediately took off with the mutalisks. Even on the airless moon, the alien dragons did not encounter any obstacles in their flight. Tunnel worms are drilling holes in the moon's underground, while the alien dragons are above, guiding the way at any time. As soon as they crossed a ring-shaped mountain range, Galakrond found darkness not far ahead and could not see anything clearly. Looking at other places, a clear line is right in front of them. Allosaurs, enter a state of silence. We are about to enter the backside of the moon. The visibility ahead is very poor. The alien dragons retract their wings and fly silently using only the gas ejected from their bodies. The underground tunnel worms also slowed down their movements. Galakrond and the others had just advanced a few hundred kilometers when they discovered a bright spot ahead. Its heart sank slightly, and it led the alien dragons to lie directly on the ground and move forward quietly. This mission is not to attack, but to explore. If you can avoid alerting the enemy, don't alert them. After crossing 2 more craters, Galakrond just raised his head and felt something was wrong. Ahead is a vast plain. This kind of terrain is difficult to see on the moon. The moon has no atmosphere and is cared for by various meteorites passing by all day long. There are basically no plains. It focused its spiritual energy on its eyes and finally discovered the true face of the plain ahead. On the vast plain ahead, a city with a shining sun stood. A protective shield like an eggshell opened around the city, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. It's really unimaginable that what His Majesty said is actually true. There really is civilization on the far side of the moon. No wonder the people on Earth haven't discovered it yet. That protective shield probably has an invisibility effect, but it can't be hidden by psychic energy. Galakrond muttered a few words, and then ordered the underground nidus worms to stop moving to prevent being discovered. You, return to the lunar insect nest immediately, report the situation to Commander Dihaka, and also inform His Majesty of the situation. It ordered a mutant dragon to retreat, while he led the insect swarm to observe the city in front of him. Dihaka was very excited when he received the news. He was really afraid that this civilization would hide underground, which would waste a lot of time. With the size of the thunder beast, the worker bees and tunnel worms would have to dig to death. Command all tunnel worms to dig in the target direction, and the plasma worms will start to accumulate energy and prepare to attack. Dihaka crouched in the shadows, looking at the huge city ahead. Commander Dihaka, I recommend letting the pseudomorphs touch it first to see if they can sneak into the city. After all, His Majesty said that every member of the Inhumans has many unique abilities. Good riddance to Li, Galakrond whispered. Dihaka pondered for a moment. No, we'll talk about it later. Commander. Galakrond is in a hurry. If you do this, wouldn't you just alert the enemy? Did you see that covering? Dihaka said calmly, with that layer of cover, it is still unknown whether the pseudomorphs can get in. We have been squatting here for nearly 2 hours, and the cover has not been opened, and no one has walked out of the cover. Come out, indicating that this city is the only place for activities of the Inhumans. Galakrond was stunned when he heard this. I know you are afraid that our current military strength is not enough to destroy the entire Inhuman race, but as long as we get the information, everything will be easy. There was a hint of smile in Dihaka's tone. Since we don't know the enemy's situation, let's simply destroy the membrane first, and then order the pseudomorphs to sneak in. Even if they discover the pseudomorphs, we have already obtained enough information. As for whether it will alarm the Inhumans, Dihaka showed a cruel smile. If it could be considered a smile. We want to destroy them, what does it have to do with them? Following an order, the huge amounts of energy in the abdomens of the 5 plasma worms lying in the lunar insect nest began to condense, and then 5 scorching plasma cannonballs were ejected from their tails toward the protective shield of the Inhuman city. Shoot! Chapter 73. King of the Inhumans, Black Bolt. At the moment, he was sitting on his throne, feeling a little uneasy. Not long ago, his palace observer Jita reported that a war broke out on the earth. A war between humans and Chiritans. Jita has the strongest eyesight among the Inhumans. When he uses his ability at full strength, he can see the wind and sand on Mars. This war was naturally noticed by Jita. When Black Bolt learned the news, he was frightened. He was really afraid that after the alien invaders occupied the Earth, they would destroy the moon as well. Although the technology of the Inhumans is good, it is scum in the entire galaxy. The scientific bias is extremely serious. In order to cope with the harsh environment of the moon, their technology mainly focuses on transforming the environment and people's livelihood. In terms of combat, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes for people on Earth. But they also have their own fighting capabilities. Every Inhuman has powerful extraordinary abilities. Then, when Black Bolt ordered Jita to continue watching the battle and report the battle situation to him at any time, Jita suddenly became so frightened that her limbs trembled. He grabbed Black Bolt's hand and barely said the word army before fainting from fear. This made Black Bolt very depressed. A big army, what a big army, can you explain it clearly before I get confused? Then, after waking up, Jita stopped looking at the earth and locked herself in the room without coming out. Black Bolt could only grit his teeth and send someone to investigate the situation. The intelligence probed includes good news and bad news. The good news is that an intelligent race called the Zerg has appeared on the Earth. It is very powerful. It beat the crap out of the Chiritans and almost wiped them out. The Earth is safe. But the bad news is this too. The Zerg are a purely biological race eager to evolve and are extremely eager for special genes. If they were to discover the existence of the Inhumans would definitely be restless. Not even the chickens or dogs were spared. But when he proposed the city of the Inhumans, Ennidalan entered a state of total concealment and hid underground to prevent being discovered by the Zerg. All members of the royal family strongly opposed it, and even his wife Medusa did not give in. Black Bolt's younger brother, Maximus, even clamored that if the Zerg dare to invade Ennidalan, they will completely wipe out the Zerg, attack the Earth at the same time, and take over the Earth. This gave Black Bolt a headache. I can't speak myself. Conversing in sign language simply did not convince them. Black Bolt's ability is very special. His voice is so powerful that it can destroy the world. But Black Bolt's original body couldn't withstand the release of this kind of power, and neither could the people around him. His parents, the previous king and queen of Ennidalan, died because of Black Bolt's ability. A true double-edged sword. He could only act as a mute and talk to people in sign language. Just when Black Bolt King was worried, several loud noises suddenly exploded above his head. He stood up abruptly. The guard immediately ran out to check the situation. Then he rushed in hurriedly, "Your Majesty, our protective shield is under attack." Black Bat King's expression changed drastically and he gestured quickly. The guard's eyes were dazzled. At this time, Queen Medusa walked quickly to Black Bolt, "Your Majesty, the protective shield has been severely damaged. Maximus has led the garrison to check." "Don't panic." Black Bolt was so anxious that he almost spoke. He was so panicked. He is afraid that the invading enemy is the Zerg. But now he can only place his hope on his younger brother. At the Atalan military camp, when Maximus looked up at the 5 large holes in the protective shield above his head, his expression was particularly gloomy. What attack caused such powerful damage to the protective shield? You must know that the Inhumans' protective shield has been reinforced by the royal family for generations, and it can easily bear meteorites. How come it was beaten like this? Your Highness, that attack destroyed the shield's self-healing ability. His adjutant Otto hurried over, "We must find the enemy immediately, otherwise once the protective shield is destroyed, it will be all over. The protective shield is the sky for the Inhumans. If the sky is gone, the Inhumans will be a target for meteorites on the moon. They will be smashed to pieces by the meteorites without anyone else taking action." Maximus was so angry that he took his troops and ran towards the outside of the city. One after another, the blue plasma cannonballs hit the protective shield, shaking the protective shield to the point of collapse. Some of the plasma cannonballs even passed through the protective shield and hit Atalan's buildings. In just an instant, they burst into flames. The Inhumans ran away frantically, and some tried to stop the plasma cannons, but as soon as they got close, they were ignited and turned into a ball of fire, screaming and falling down. If Kerrigan were here, she would admire the courage of these people. The temperature of the plasma cannonballs was so high that even the vibranium she got from the military couldn't handle it. These Inhumans actually tried to resist with their ability. Under Maximus's order, the protective shield at the city gate opened a small door, and he led his troops to rush out of the city. He shouted, "Whoever dares to attack the great Atalan, come out and I will crush you to ashes." Dhaka, who was watching from a distance, was dismissive. They knew the enemy had powerful long-range attacks but still took the initiative. "Are these people fools?" "Your Highness, the attack is coming from that way." Otto pointed at the plasma cannonballs streaking across the universe and shouted, "Let's kill them all right now." Maximus took the lead and led everyone towards the direction of the plasma bugs. However, as soon as they crossed a crater, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Inside the crater, densely packed strange creatures were lying on the ground, seemingly waiting for a long time. What are these things? We are surrounded. There's an ambush." Otto screamed. "Kill." Dhaka gave an order, and the ambush Zerg came out in full force. The Hydroleasers spit out their spikes and attacked everyone. Otto shouted angrily, opened his arms, and a huge amount of invisible barrier spread out in front of him, blocking all the spikes in front of him. Dhaka was a little surprised. This ability is extraordinary. It ordered the Zerg that were about to attack the shield to stop and play with these guys first. Anyway, the pseudomorphs have already sneaked into the Inhuman city. Otto's nose was bleeding slightly. Only then did Maximus, who was in shock, react, "Are you okay?" "Your Highness, I'm okay, but I can't hold on for long. We must find a way to retreat immediately." The veins on Otto's head popped out, which was obviously due to overuse of ability. Maximus immediately used his psychic communication ability. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Dhaka was even more surprised. "The Inhumans are really interesting. We are Zerg." Dhaka also communicated mentally, "This planet will soon belong to Queen Kerrigan, and we are here to clean it." Maximus laughed angrily, "What a cleaner, you can't even think of occupying the moon. I tell you, my brother Black Bolt, the king of the Inhumans, has the ability to destroy planets with his voice. If you still try to pay attention to the moon, even if my brother destroys this planet, he will not give you any mercy." Although Maximus has always looked down on his brother, and has always had the idea of overthrowing his brother and taking the throne himself, in this case, raising the tiger's skin and raising the flag is the best way. Dhaka was shocked and destroyed the planet? Is it that outrageous? It glanced at Galakrond beside it. Galakrond immediately understood and issued new orders to the pseudomorphs that had sneaked into the city. Dhaka pretended to be thoughtful and ordered all troops to retreat. It said arrogantly, "If you are willing to surrender to the Zerg can let you continue to live on this planet, how about it?" Maximus thought that his words had frightened Dhaka, and he sternly said, "Don't even think about it." Snort. Dhaka led the Zerg to retreat slowly and soon disappeared into the darkness. Otto knelt down and vomited several mouthfuls of blood, his face was like gold paper. Maximus helped him up. "Otto, are you okay?" "Medical officer, get here." Otto grabbed Maximus's hand. "Your Highness, it's useless. I just overdrawn my life and used my ability. Hurry, lead the people away from the moon as soon as possible." Maximus felt a pain in his heart. "It's okay, as long as my brother is here, the Zerg will not dare to attack us." Otto smiled miserably and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty's ability is so limited. If this planet is gone, so will we." Maximus nodded silently. "Be sure to protect strangers." Before Otto finished speaking, he could no longer hold on, tilted his head and died. Maximus gritted his teeth with hatred. "Zerg, Zerg." Dhaka was in a good mood. When Maximus went back, he didn't find the pseudomorph following him. According to the report of the pseudomorphs that sneaked into the city, the ability of the King of Inhumans is indeed outrageous, but they are indistinguishable, and he cannot control his ability. "Commander, what should we do next?" Galakrond asked doubtfully. "There's no rush, let's collect information first. The Inhumans have weird abilities, so we have to deal with their strongest person." A trace of killing intent flashed in Dhaka's eyes. "At least, let their king become completely mute." "Your Majesty, welcome to inspect." Tony stood at the door of the laboratory with a smile to welcome Kerrigan's arrival. "I can't tell you about the inspection. This time I want to see if you guys are doing well here with the Zerg." Miss Potts ran to me when she had nothing to do, for fear that you would be squatting in the laboratory and not come out. Kerrigan chuckled and said, "Tony, you and Miss Potts are so close, why don't you get married?" Tony smiled awkwardly, "I'm still a little unprepared." "Ha, if you think Miss Potts is not good enough, how about asking her to be my maid?" Kerrigan raised a brow. "That's not okay." Tony jumped up immediately. Dr. Banner and Ethan laughed in the laboratory. "Don't worry about the Rubik's Cube. You should take the time to go back and see Miss Potts." Kerrigan said calmly, "Relationships need to be maintained. Your current performance makes me a little disappointed." Tony nodded awkwardly, planning to go home and take a look after finishing his work today. Suddenly, Kerrigan said, "If you need help, please contact me at any time." Tony was stunned. "What did your Majesty find?" Again. Chapter 74. Kerrigan didn't say much, just telling Tony to pay attention. She didn't bother to care about the plot of Steel 3, it was too boring and bloody. The worried Tony left the laboratory soon and ran back to see Pepper. Then he saw a man at the door of his building, about to take a bite from the little Pepper. Tony was immediately furious. Although he didn't mind dyeing his hair, he had never thought of dyeing his hair green. "Hey, UBD." At the same time, Kerrigan also received a report on the war situation from Galakrond, who was far away on the moon. The sound of destroying the planet. Kerrigan frowned and began to think about the information about the Inhumans in her previous life. The Inhumans TV series is generally a big bad movie, and the plot is rubbish, but the setting does say that the voice of its leader Black Bolt is extremely powerful, and he can only be mute in order not to hurt his own people. In Kerrigan's opinion, this person is probably not a fool. If the power is too strong, why don't you find a place where no one is around to practice controlling it first? If the Inhumans can build a city on the moon, is there no way to go to other planets? It is outrageous to directly seal away one's own power and render one mute in order not to hurt others. Since he wants to be mute, let him lose his voice forever. With these words, Kerrigan disconnected the spiritual network. Although it would take half a day for this sentence to reach Galakrond, Kerrigan was too lazy to care. The Inhumans are not a big concern, what we have to think about now is the demons mentioned by the Ancient One magician. However, there was too little information about the demon, and she found no valuable clues after repeated collections. As for mutants, Jerry doesn't know much. It should be said that the official figures in America now know very little about this ethnic group. They are all monitored by America's dark side and show little sign of activity. But these people do exist. Jerry presented Kerrigan with a pamphlet containing some unverified information. Why did a student in a certain place suddenly grow wings like an angel? Some people had traces of survival hundreds of years ago, and then reappeared hundreds of years later, etc. However, the origin of these messages is unclear. It seems that America has kept this information well sealed. Kerrigan pondered for a moment, but was still prepared to wait. Inside the lunar insect nest, Dhaka is checking the intelligence sent back by the pseudomorphs. The Zerg's plasma bug attack caused a large number of casualties to the Inhumans. Maximus, the younger brother of the king of the Inhumans, Black Bolt, is gathering troops to prepare for a counterattack against the Zerg. The voice of the king of the Inhumans, Black Bolt, is indeed powerful, but it is estimated that he will never speak out until the Inhumans are completely defeated. The individual strength of the Inhumans deserves attention. Not only do they have strong men who can manipulate elements, but they also have people who can use sound waves to carry out large-scale attacks. They are not unpowerful. But these people's abilities are also very limited. Medusa, the queen of the Inhumans, can adjust the growth rate of her hair at will and control her hair. But it was originally extremely weak, and a hydralisk spike could easily pierce her throat. In other words, almost all Inhumans have this problem. The individual strength is very strong, but the defense is vulnerable. Lord Galakrond, what do you think? Dhaka asked. Commander, the easiest way is undoubtedly to use the beheading strategy to restrict or kill the enemy's strongest ones so that they cannot take action. This battle will end soon. They have no courage to fight. Galakrond said calmly. It is not described in terms of war, and the abilities shown by the Inhumans are too rubbish. Perhaps it had been peaceful for a long time, but after the Zerg evacuated, these people only sent a group of fighter jets to take a look at the Zerg army from a distance, and then ran away. That's it. Galakrond was also preparing to take off to play with the Inhumans' fighter planes, but he thought these guys could run faster than rabbits. A race can have nothing, but it must have the courage to fight. If the courage is gone, then there is no need for this race to exist. Dhaka was satisfied with his answer. You're right. Those Inhumans don't even have the courage to get close to investigate, and their powerful individual abilities are in vain. Then do this, execute the decapitation tactic, and the first target is Black Bolt. Dhaka immediately ordered the tunnel worms to dig into the underground of Italand to see if there was any defense underground. If not, that would be the best. In the palace of the Inhumans, there was an endless quarrel at the moment. Black Bolt's advisor Karnak is spitting at Maximus. Your Highness, we currently know very little about the enemy's intelligence. How can we rush to summon troops? What if an enemy discovers our internal intelligence? It makes sense for Karnak to spray Maximus. As Black Bolt's closest advisor, he is full of wisdom, has the ability to detect weaknesses and has strong analytical abilities. He is the strategist of the royal family and understands everything as a philosopher. Nothing is perfect in his eyes. Maximus had always coveted the throne, which Karnak had noticed very early. Although the Zerg are now undeclared war on the Inhumans, Maximus hastily summoned troops. In Karnak's view, this is crossing the line. Your Majesty has not yet made a decision, so you privately summoned troops. Do you want to defend yourself against foreign enemies, or do you want to take your own position? Maximus was not to be outdone, advisor Karnak. You haven't seen the Zerg with your own eyes, you don't know the strength they show. If it weren't for my adjutant Otto, I wouldn't be able to come back this time. Faced with this kind of enemy, if you don't gather your troops to counterattack as soon as possible, do you want us all to die here? The two quarreled. One said that he was trying to protect his tribe and homeland, while the other accused the other of coveting the throne and harboring evil intentions. The palace hall turned into a vegetable market, which made King He feel very confused. He quickly made a few signs with his fingers, and Queen Medusa, who was sitting next to him, immediately understood. This is the palace, not a place for you to argue. If you want to argue, get out of here. Maximus and Karnak remained silent. Now that the enemy is facing us, the first thing to do is to investigate as much intelligence about the Zerg as possible, and not to attack impatiently. Medusa said in a deep voice, Maximus, immediately send a reconnaissance force to find the Zerg base. We need to know all their intelligence. Karnak, you come to analyze the intelligence collected by Maximus. We need to find their weaknesses and kill them with one blow. The two people who disliked each other glared at each other fiercely, but they also obeyed Medusa's order. After everyone left, Medusa no longer looked wise and courageous. She took Black Bolt's hand and said, "Your Majesty, why don't we go to Earth to take refuge? With Crystal and Lockjaw here, we can teleport directly to Earth." King Black Bolt gave a bitter smile and made a few gestures. Medusa's expression changed. "Yes, there are more Zerg species on Earth." She sat on the ground in despair, thinking inexplicably. Not far away from the two of them, a pseudomorphic insect was watching them quietly. Teleport. Dihaka suddenly became interested after receiving the news. "Yes, Commander, the mimic reports that Black Bolt's queen wants to rely on the crystal and a being named Lockjaw to teleport to Earth for refuge." Gulakron's voice was a little serious. "We must not let any inhumans escape to the Earth. This will cause a serious blow to His Majesty's reputation." Dihaka touched his chin. "Crystal, is it a device? What is Lockjaw?" Crystal is the sister of Queen Medusa, and she is also a strong person who can control the elements. As for Lockjaw, we haven't found any specific information yet, so she is probably an inhuman. Since we have the ability to teleport, we can't rush to kill Black Bolt. At least we have to let them lose the ability to escape, and let the mimics follow the royal family members to find out who Lockjaw is. "Yes, Commander." Crystal strolled to the garden of the palace. In the garden center, a Shar-Pei of huge amounts is lazily dozing on the lawn. Crystal walked up and touched the dog's head. "You're really comfortable. There's gunfire outside, but you can still sleep." The Shar-Pei raised his eyelids slightly and ignored her. Crystal sat next to Shar-Pei, with a trace of fear on her face. "Lockjaw, the Zerg are going to attack Adalan, I'm so scared. I heard that their army is endless, they will kill anyone who resists, and they can also eat people." The Shar-Pei was unmoved. "I really want to take everyone to escape from the moon, but I am too weak and can't do it." Crystal lamented. She once thought she was strong, but in the face of this kind of war, she seemed to be unable to do anything. She knew that Maximus's adjutant, Otto, had a powerful defensive ability, but that kind of strong man died in a Zerg attack. Can her glass cannon really work? Suddenly, the Shar-Pei jumped up and rushed towards the edge of the garden. It waved huge amounts of claws and smashed them toward the ground. Crystal was startled and immediately rushed to Shar-Pei. The Shar-Pei barked like crazy, and Crystal saw a strange insect corpse under its paws. Crystal's eyes widened and she screamed immediately. "Not good." Gulakron, who was far away in the insect nest, hummed, and he said to Dihaka, "Commander, the pseudomorph has been discovered. That Lockjaw is a huge amounts of dog, and it seems to have an extremely powerful sense of smell." Discovered. Dihaka was a little dissatisfied, but now that the matter was over, he couldn't blame the pseudomorphs. "How are the Nidus worms doing? We have dug through the Adalan underground. These stupid inhumans have no defense at all underground and can attack at any time." "Very well, Gulakron, you command the troops to attack frontally, and I will personally carry out the decapitation tactics." Dihaka's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 75. The Zerg have sneaked into Adalan. This news immediately triggered panic among the Inhumans. Many Inhumans have heard about the power of the Zerg. Some of them knelt outside the palace and begged Black Bolt to surrender to the Zerg. Maybe everyone could still live. Some are clamoring for an immediate counterattack against the Zerg. The glory of the Inhumans will never be desecrated, and the Inhumans will never be afraid of war. Maximus and Karnak were worried. At this moment, the two of them had no intention of quarreling, but were thinking hard about their countermeasures. Not long after the reconnaissance unit set off, it was ambushed by the Zerg. "We were unable to obtain any useful intelligence." Maximus looked gloomy. "Looks like they completely surrounded us. Karnak's head is as big as a bucket, and the reconnaissance troops can't get out. Jita, the only one with powerful visual ability, has gone crazy. How to fight this battle? Now we must find the Zerg lurkers within Adalan. Only Lockjaw has the ability to sniff out those ghosts. The rest of us have no way of finding traces of those ghosts. Excuse me, Lockjaw, please let him conduct a citywide search." The two discussed it for a long time, but they couldn't come up with a result. Suddenly, Karnak seemed to remember something. "Your Highness, if you, 910, were a Zerg, how would you attack Adalan? It's definitely a decapitation tactic. The biggest threat to the Zerg is my brother's ability." Maximus' eyes widened. "Damn it, brother is in danger. Not only is your Majesty in danger, but all members of the royal family are in danger." Karnak's voice was serious. the Zerg scouts are probably Adalan who lurked in when we went out to meet the enemy last time, because if the Zerg had the ability to easily enter the protective barrier, then it would be impossible for the two of us to still be standing here. Maximus nodded slightly. If the Zerg could ignore the protective shield, the army would advance. Damn it, underground! Hurry, inform your majesty to move immediately. Karnak suddenly yelled. Maximus looked shocked. What a disaster, forget this. As soon as the two people rushed out of the meeting hall, they heard a loud noise. Boom! The protective shields in the sky shook one after another. The Zerg plasma worms are back. This time they advanced to 300 kilometers away from Adalan and launched a long-range attack. The Inhumans risked their lives to avoid the plasma cannonballs, screaming and crying. Karnak gritted his teeth. Your Highness, assemble your troops and prepare for battle. I will report to your majesty. Maximus looked serious and strode away. In the palace, Crystal knelt in front of Black Bolt and Medusa. Your majesty, it is very likely that the enemy already knows our ability. We must teleport to the earth immediately. Black Bolt nodded. The current situation was such that he couldn't run away. At this moment, the palace hall suddenly shook. What's the situation? Your majesty, evacuate as soon as possible. The guards immediately prepared to protect Black Bolt and others from leaving. Boom! A big mouth protrudes from the center of the hall. The big mouth spits out a dense swarm of insects and attacks everyone. Oh elements, hear my voice. At this critical moment, Crystal stood up. A magic circle formed on her fingers, and the sea of fire blocked the swarm of insects. However, the Zerg were not afraid of casualties at all. A group of springtails lay directly on the ground to clear the way for other Zerg. The Zerg swarm jumped over the flames and attacked and killed them crazily. Medusa also stood up. Her hair swelled wildly, forming a black protective shield to protect everyone as they walked out. I have to say that Medusa is indeed strong enough, and the Zerg attacks are blocked by this little hair. But her face became increasingly ugly. After everyone barely escaped from the hall, Black Bolt's cousin Gorgon also rushed over. He has physical strength beyond ordinary people and can create vibes by stepping on the ground. He is responsible for training the young people who have undergone mutations in the royal family. Gorgon led the royal guards to fight against a group of Zerg. As soon as he stepped on the ground, huge amounts of ground vibration instantly formed, shaking the insects upside down. But the Zerg were physically strong, but they fainted slightly and launched another attack. Gorgon could only constantly vibe towards the swarm of insects, trying to buy time for Black Bolt and others to escape. Everyone fled outside the hall, only to find that the protective shield in the sky was crumbling, and the densely packed Zerg Air Force also began to attack the protective shield. And the entire Adalan, at the moment, was on fire, and there were screaming people everywhere. It's over. Crystal's face was shocked, and the protective shield above his head could no longer hold up. She gritted her teeth, took a deep look at her sister and brother-in-law, and slowly floated up. Medusa, who was like gold paper behind her ability, could only watch her sister go to the front line to support her. Although she also knew that she would never come back. Others don't care so much. The palace guards took Black Bolt and Medusa and ran away desperately. They were going to find Lokja in the palace garden and teleport the king and queen to the earth. Outside the city, Gulakron looked at the protective shield that was about to be broken, and shouted angrily in the Zerg mind network, "Attack! Kill all those who dare to resist!" A dense sea of insects surged out from around him and attacked at Tidang's city gate. The thunder beasts were galloping towards the city gate with steps like thunder. Adalan's defenders also discovered the Zerg attack, and they used various long-range attacks to defend themselves. But Adalan's resistance was too weak. The protective shield brought millions of years of peace to the Inhumans, but it also made them completely unable to resist war. With a soft sound like the breaking of an eggshell, the protective shield that the Inhumans regarded as the sky was completely shattered. The alien dragons roared and launched an attack on the city. Explosions and screams resounded throughout the sky above Adalan. But soon, these people could no longer scream. Adalan's shield has another purpose. It supplies oxygen to the entire city and forms an ecological cycle. Inhumans also need to breathe. People with livid faces pinched their necks and slowly fell down. Many strong men from the Inhuman race were suffocated to death without even exerting any ability. Crystal immediately felt a sense of suffocation surrounding her whole body. She was unable to make a sound, and Adalan, who had lost air, could not convey her voice. She only had time to wrap herself in a layer of frost armor before she fell into a deep sleep due to the suffocation caused by lack of oxygen. So the Zerg race belongs to the galaxy. They don't need to be restricted by oxygen and can basically fight in any environment. They are really ridiculously strong. The feeling of suffocation instantly made it unbearable for the guards protecting Black Bolt and Medusa. They also have to guard against Zerg attacks, because these Zerg are completely unaffected in a vacuum environment. When everyone rushed into the garden, they immediately started breathing heavily. The feeling of being deprived of oxygen is so painful. There is a small oxygen generating device in the garden, because Lokja is large and has high oxygen requirements. Medusa calmed down her breathing and asked Lokja to teleport everyone away. However, the moment she saw Lokja, her pupil shrank. Now Lokja is lying quietly in front of a monster, very well behaved. The monster was slender and had a huge amount of tail with a long thorn at the end. There are many thorns on its body, and the lavender light on the thorns flickers slightly. One left limb is very huge, covered with sharp sickle blades, while the right limb is missing one. It seems that he should have 2 pairs of 4 limbs, but one is missing each. The 2 hind limbs are very strong and look very much like dinosaurs on Earth. Black Bolt's expression changed drastically, and when he was about to speak, Medusa stopped him. "Who is your excellency?" A voice sounded in the hearts of everyone, "Surrender, you still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate as him." As he spoke, the monster in front of him threw a head. "Gorgon!" Medusa screamed. That was none other than Gorgon, the palace guard who had just cut off everyone's rear. Black Bolt was so distraught that he waved his arms and roared. "I haven't spoken out for decades, and now even if I want to destroy Adalan, I still have to bring down the Zerg." However, before his first voice came out of his throat, the monster in front of him disappeared instantly. That headless body is so familiar. Is it me? Black Bolt is plunged into eternal darkness. Dhaka held Black Bolt's head, looked at the guards with splitting eyes and the grief-stricken Medusa, and said with a ferocious smile. "No noise is allowed here." The thunder beasts broke through the city gate and led the Zerg to kill all the Inhumans who still had the ability to resist. 1.7 Maximus is no exception. He died at the city gate and was trampled into a ball of blood by the thunder beast. Most of the Inhumans were killed. Only Crystal, a member of the royal family who slept in his frozen coffin, was transported back to Leviathan by the Zerg and prepared to be dedicated to Kerrigan. Also traveling with him was Rakokan, a strange dog. Dhaka liked this dog very much and was very sensible. He surrendered without saying a word and had no intention of resisting at all. Originally, Dhaka wanted to send Medusa back to Earth as a gift for Kerrigan, but when Medusa saw that Black Bolt was dead, she jumped out of the royal garden and suffocated to death. Boring love. Dhaka was dissatisfied with Medusa's actions, and he vented his dissatisfaction by killing all the royal guards. 3 days later, Dhaka, who was inspecting the loot, received another order from Galakrond. The queen was very satisfied with Dhaka and asked Dhaka to serve as the leader of the lunar hive to develop its troops and develop towards other planets on its own. The goal is to occupy all the planets in the solar system except the Earth to cope with the upcoming war. Dhaka was a little confused. What kind of enemy could he have? Galakrond said helplessly, "Her Majesty the Queen said that the coming enemy is very powerful and we need countless armies." Dhaka understood. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.